love. It's the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. We are live to you with the most prestigious Crossfire World Championship from Jeju Island. Hi everyone, I'm your host Matt Andrews and welcome to the first day of the group stages. Action has led to the playoffs that we've got here on day 7. 8 teams still remain with us to fight for the World Championship title. Today we've got the first 2 games in the quarter-finals. First off, we'll start with All Gamers, the reigning world champions and undeniable favourites after their performance in the group saw them make it to this stage as the number 1 seed. And they're going to be playing against Lazarus, the powerhouse of EU MENA, who nevertheless struggled to make it out of yesterday's wildcard series. Then in our second game tonight, Q9 Esports Club, the champions of CFS 2020 Grand Finals, they're going to be playing against the Vietnamese team of Celebi, whose great performances in the groups saw them make it into the second place in Group A. So, 2 very interesting quarterfinals for you, and of course here in the playoffs, as you know, it's single elimination, so if you lose, you're out. But if you win, you are one step closer to that World Championship title. Our stage is ready for these do-or-die games. Which of these teams will rise above and take a step closer to sitting on the championship throne? Let the playoffs begin!
새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 크로스파이어 최고의 월드 축제가 바로 이곳 환상의 섬 제주에서 시작합니다. 총 12팀이 참가했던 그룹 스테이지. 지난 6일간의 승부를 통해 단 8팀만이 플레이오프에 진출했는데요. 12월 8일부터 10일까지 총 3일간 펼쳐지는 플레이오프를 통해 대망의 결승전 진출팀을 가리게 됩니다. 플레이오프부터는 싱글 엘리미네이션 방식으로 치러지는 것은 물론 3판 2선승에서 5판 3선승으로 승리의 문턱 역시 높아졌는데요. 단 한 번의 승부로 엇갈린 결과를 얻게 되는 만큼 더욱 치열한 경기가 펼쳐질 거라 예상됩니다. 새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 이곳 힐링의 섬 제주에서 가장 아름다운 추억의 주인공은 누가 될 수 있을까요? 치열한 경쟁 그리고 힐링. 새로운 역사의 주인공의 탄생을 함께 하시죠.
Loving those beautiful shots of the incredible Jeju Island, where you find us here with the CFS 2022 Grand Finals and Day 7. Gosh, how did we get to here? A whole week of Crossfire and it's not even over yet. The Grand Finals are on Sunday. We've got 3 more days to go. You're here with the quarterfinals. You're here with me, Matt Andrews, along with ZZXQ, Bench and Valdez, and 2 big quarterfinals to kick things off. But if it's anything like the games we've seen so far, maybe there's a few upsets on the horizon. Just maybe. We'd like some.
Yeah, we can only hope here. I know going into this first game, All Gamers the clear favorite. But, you know, later on today, I think that Celebi match is going to be a quite interesting one that could maybe go either way. But, you know, looking at this first one specifically, All Gamers, I think they're the team that everyone's got their eyes on going into this playoffs, and it's a great chance for them to, you know, make a statement like they did in the group stage.
Yeah. You enjoyed the games yesterday, Bench?
Oh, definitely. I enjoyed the games yesterday. Lazarus coming up huge against Extensi 2-0, and then Black Dragon stepping their game up heavily. Will just popping heads after heads. You'll probably see the data later on, but Black Dragon's performing out well as well. Lazarus barely making it out of the group stage, barely making it out of that wild card stage.
Yeah.
But at the same time, hey, if you make a result, you're out and you're in to play against the all gamers.
Yep, we'll talk a little bit more about Lazarus in a moment. They have got their hands full at the start. Valdez, you'll be up, I think, casting the game after this one.
Yeah, that one certainly on paper looks a little bit closer, but you never know. I mean, we've seen crazy upsets in the past, and certainly there's a lot of pressure on all gamers to kind of hold that title, right, to get the double championship title in a row, whereas Lazarus, it's like, okay, well, we made it, we're here. Like, let's just kind of play our game, we're having fun, we're enjoying ourselves. Maybe that lack of pressure can help them overcome and rise above to potentially at least challenge all gamers.
I can hear paper thin, nearly getting called pencil thin.
Just chuckling
again.
over there casually.
He's laughing across the studio. Rise above. I'm going to use that. That's cool. Right, let's show you who rocked up yesterday. Note that out of all of these statistics, if we give you the first, second, and third now of each of these stats of kills per round, headshots per kill, and survivals around, are you still alive at the end of it? Out of these 9 players, AG are there 5 times, with ZQ and ZY repeating themselves across some of the stats.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at these stats, it just shows the consistency of this all-gamers lineup. Having 3 players who can guarantee you a kill a round or more, that's a huge boost of momentum they're going to have that no other team has really shown us so far in this event. But, you know, now maybe in the playoffs that will change. There's stronger contenders now to go up against, but if they can maintain this moving forward, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Got to give a shout out to Humio there, I think. Headshots per kill, 0.73. He's from Ranking Gaming, who fell at the group stage, so we won't be seeing them anymore, but really good strong showing for him over Will of Black Dragons, who are back tomorrow.
I mean, Humio, he's been dropping headshots after headshots. One game, I think he had 17 kills, and all 17 kills were headshots onto him. Will, though, I think the whole squad of Black Dragons performed really well yesterday to bring themselves bounce back up really, really hot. And 0.72, that's just 0.01 below Humio.
Shao there, 3rd place on survivors per round. He's from Baisha Gaming. They're also through to the playoffs. We'll be seeing them tomorrow. In fact, they're who will be playing with Black Dragons. So that's the top players out of the group stage. Congrats to them, and thanks to all of the 12 teams for giving us such good action. Let's show you how these wins tend to happen.
Yeah, definitely the biggest thing that pops out is the big port GR percentage. I don't think it should be too surprising, but definitely compared to some of the other maps, a little bit less balanced, I suppose you could say. Eagle Eye, definitely a little bit of a, you know, we've only seen it a couple of times, so maybe we're lacking a little bit of enough data. But also Mexico. Certainly it has been very difficult to push on to those you know, on the BL side and actually make stuff happen. But in terms of the average, pretty much what you would expect.
Kind of average. Kind of averaging averages.
Yeah, weird how that works.
We might see a little bit more of Eagle Eye today. Remember, as we now get into the playoffs, it's best of 5s. All the teams are only going to get 1 ban. So Eagle Eye, if you ban that out, you're playing whatever else is available. Let's see about the bans then. Eagle Eye has been banned a lot, but I think that may change. Ankara, the heaviest of the picks so far, and some teams have been extremely strong on that, including one you're going to see really soon called All Gamers.
Yeah, it's been a great map for them, but honestly the most surprising thing on these stats for me is the least banned map being Compound here, only 38.9%. You figured coming into this one you'd have Mexico and Eagle Eye pretty high up there, but Compound, I'm surprised it's been, you know, so little banned here. It's a map where teams just started getting the hang of it, I think, over the last few years, and seeing it, you know, played so often here has surprised me quite a bit.
And also, we've only seen so much of sub-base. That's kind of surprising to see. Port as well, only being picked 22.2%. I mean, we were able to see a couple ports here and there, but I think we deserve more port coming into this best of 5s. Definitely possible some Eagle Eyes are in the talk as well.
When we've been playing on these maps, let's take a look at how long a round lasts on average. It's just over 1.5 minutes, unless you're playing on Eagle Eye, or indeed you're sat around on Compound.
Yeah, the Compound stat doesn't surprise me. We've seen a lot of teams play it very carefully, where it's, especially when you're on BL, it's like, okay, we got to clear the A side, and then we slowly push through Central Plaza. We make a team push into pillars. We kind of clear everything out, and then we go for a solid push a little bit later. Eagle Eye as well, you know, you just run down mid and shoot some people. So that kind of makes sense. Mexico, a lot of standing around as well, thinking about, you know, when they're going to go for the push from the BL side can also be difficult, but it eventually happens.
Yeah, and looking at the comfortability too, I thought it was interesting that Compound, being the least banned map, had the longest rounds, but the most banned map, people are trying to get that done very quickly. It seems it could be a comfortability thing almost.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Let's look at some weapons. Average, the AK-47 coming out as the most used. The XM we identified way back when this tournament started a month or two ago. That, I'm exaggerating, that the XM wasn't used very much. It hasn't been seen an awful lot just as of yet, but AKs and M4s getting used a lot. Maybe that's why the Orm performances that we've seen have stood out so much. Obviously a great sniper stands out anyway. We haven't seen as many Orm performances as we have the other ones, but we've seen some great ones.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these stats, I'd have to say probably the XM stat is mostly Lazarus at this point. Awesome being that key player who brings it out more than anyone we've seen throughout the tournament. But very surprising to see that M4 usage on Mexico as well. Maybe it's for those wall bangs in mid, but very, very high on that map.
Yeah, definitely pretty interesting. I mean, the AKs coming out on maps where you do have some longer angles, I suppose, pretty low on port as well, which is kind of interesting. Definitely a couple of the numbers that stick out to me.
Also, the ARM usage just passed away, but it's 9.1% on Mexico, so how short the map basically proves it to be.
All Gamers against Lazarus. China versus Germany will be the first of our quarterfinals, and coming up next, Q9 Esports Club, as I said earlier, will be our second game of today against Vietnam's Celebi. And then tomorrow, we'll have the other two quarterfinals. Baisha Gaming, top of their group, out of China, racing against the Black Dragons, who will be racing towards them, proudly representing Brazil and only just getting here after some very strong performances in yesterday's wildcard series. And then Imperial, the number one seed out of Brazil, will be playing Anubis, our Egyptian friends, completing the quarterfinals. Today then, All Gamers against Lazarus will be a huge start. All Gamers number one seed out of the groups, best in their group and best with the stats overall. Lazarus just getting here out of the wildcard series. Q9 Esports Club will be coming along, also representing China later against Vietnam. So let's get into quarterfinals number one, All Gamers versus Lazarus. Very excited to see what you all pick for this one, he says, having an idea that it was an easy day for graphics. Let's have a look. Lazarus and All Gamers. Okay, that's that done. Right. To be fair, number one seed, reigning world champions, only team who've won 2 CFSs ever, and Lazarus.
Yeah.
Who are brilliant. Fantastic team out of EU MENA, and we showed a stat yesterday, which is like they've been here, 2019, 2020, 2021. I met some of their players when they were playing with Flipside Tactics, back with Seven and the guys, back in 2016. Those guys made a grand final and came runners-up of the whole thing. They are great players, but you put any of these teams against All Gamers, and I think everybody is thinking All Gamers are likely to win it. So it's a big challenge ahead for Lazarus.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of forming in All Gamers dynasty, right? I mean, the Chinese region has been incredibly strong now for quite a bit, and All Gamers has been on top now for the last couple of years, and they are the team to beat for everybody. You know, I think it would be almost disrespectful to go for kind of like a meme prediction for Lazarus. Maybe if you were just trying to give them some hope, you know, just trying to give some of the fans hope, I understand that, but like, this is, on paper, 100% honestly, like the most one-sided match. So those predictions don't lie. And, you know, everybody's gone for All Gamers. We'll have to just see how dominant they look and if Lazarus have a chance.
I mean, had this been a best out of 1, maybe I could have tossed on the ship for Lazarus. But being this best out of 5 and knowing how All Gamers know to crush out of best of 5s, they know how to play every single map really, really well, whereas Lazarus, they had a couple maps they were lacking behind. So going into best of 5s, we definitely have to give a shout-out to All Gamers for this one.
Let's see what they think of Lazarus and also what our German friends thought of their opposition as well.
大家好，我们是 AG 电子竞技俱乐部。在这次的总决赛，我们是以第1名的成绩进入到了8强赛。这次在小组赛里面很开心可以拿到这么好的成绩，因为我们组的对手跟队伍都是比较强劲，然后我们这次取得这个第1名的好成绩，也非常开心。
Hello, we are second wildcard Lazarus. We are very happy that we got the opportunity to get through with wildcard. We had a little bit of luck.
1分都没有丢，拿到小组第1的原因，我觉得是因为在赛前我们做的准备很多， 然后做足了充分的准备，再加上我们比赛的时候每个选手的发挥都非常的出色。
I mean, Group A was the easiest group of all groups, so yeah, it was easy to get first.
可能你们觉得我们的分组比较简单，但是所有人都觉得我们是死亡之组。我觉得我们打完以后你就知道了。
Don't pretend you're okay. We all know you're afraid of us. I think AG is being too narcissistic.
因为我们的对手不是很强，所以我们不会紧张，也不会去在意。
Awesome got better aim than any of these players, so he's gonna destroy them no matter what.
他
没有。
他们都说我的表现得特别好嘛，我觉得对的，我觉得他们说得很好。
这次小组赛的绿豆表现最好吧，然后到8强赛，我感觉我的表现会最突出。
Oh, who's Joey? I think that's the player who's outdated since 2020, right? Although All Gamers is the best team in the world, we will make sure to win against them.
因为每个队伍来参加这次比赛都很不容易，然后在这次比赛里面，他们既然可以有外卡第2的机会，我觉得他们一定会很珍惜这次机会，然后我们也很期待与他们的交手。
In the quarterfinals, I will show you what I'm capable of.
We are gonna prove to the world that we can do it.
Of course, we won't stop here. We're gonna beat all other teams.
Try your best, try your.
Oh, I love it! The food is not the only thing spicy in Korea. I feel like they were egged on a bit to have a go for those interviews. That's awesome. Well, we're looking at all gamers. ZY, ZQ, even somebody called Shvai and Bean.
Man,
yeah, they don't. Lazarus have never heard of these guys. No.
I really appreciate the confidence, though, coming out from them in that interview. You know, a lot of teams would maybe put these guys up on a pedestal, but Lazarus, they at least have that confidence coming into this one. But looking at these stats, this is a very scary team. They went 60-16 on rounds in the group stage. You can see it in the win percentages there. Almost 80% on both sides of the map. Nobody really coming close to that. So Lazarus, they're going to have to step it up here. But All Gamers, equally impressive is just how consistent each one of these players is. It's not just one person backpacking for this team. You looked at the stats earlier. Everyone is popping off consistently on this team, which makes them even more of a threat, I think.
Yeah, the minimum KD for All Gamers in this tournament is 1.36. ZQ's got a 2.23. This is Lazarus. 40 awesome Vise, Loons, and Niels there in the middle. And I had a chat with these guys earlier on. They are in really good spirits. I think the interview was fun, but I think the more realistic story is that they know they've got their hands full here. And, you know, you'd be crazy not to realize all gamers are going to be the toughest you're going to face, we think. But I had a chat with them earlier on, and they thought they would be top out of the wildcard series. They did not expect to have the struggles they did yesterday. So as a result, they said, we haven't prepped for AG. We didn't think we'd be the team who were facing them. Now, you have got a reasonable chance if you make your way through a CFS of facing AG at some point in a playoff, because they're usually there till the end. But they didn't prep for AG. They also didn't prep for Black Dragons. They just didn't see the whole thing turning out the way it did. Now, you've got to turn up and play today.
That's going to be ZQ and Awesome on the aces. Awesome dropping some naughty shots onto Extenzi yesterday. It's going to put him on a 1.25, really good KD. But looking at the left side, it's going to be ZQ with some extraordinary numbers out here. Put out 2.23. So every single round, he's been dropping more than 2 kills, basically.
Yeah, and looking at him as a player too, I think the big shout out for Awesome is also his versatility. He can snipe, he's great on a rifle, he even pulls out those shotguns. He's the player that's got to keep AG guessing if they want to win this series.
Yeah, and to me, ZQ definitely, you know, even though everybody's kind of doing really well and pulling their weight, I think that ZQ kind of the most consistent across the board for me. So you can see some head-to-head records here as well. They did play a couple of maps last year. And All Gamers was able to take that as well on Ankara and Ports. The Ankara, not surprising for sure.
Yeah, now let's have a little chat quickly about the game that's coming up before we hand it over to Paper Thin and Arkelios. So we've got a 7-map pool, and it's a best of 5. You get 1 ban, then we're going to alternate our way through the picks. Tricky for these teams, like if Lazarus don't want to play Eagle Eye, and they know other teams have got a bit more competitive experience on it, if you ban that, you're stuck with whatever's coming, aren't you?
Yeah, if I'm Lazarus in this position, I think I'm actually going to go for an Ankara ban looking at this map. They picked it 3 times. They've lost on it twice, though. It's also been the best performing map for all gamers going into this matchup. So for me, that would be a scary one to pick if you're Lazarus. But maybe if they do find a way to win it, it's some confidence under their belt. But it's going to be a tough one if they go for it, I think.
If Ankara gets through the 2 bans, then look out for AG picking that early, because as Kyle's just rightly pointed out, they played it 3 times. They have demolished teams 10-4, 10-1, and 10-1 on Ankara. Is that getting through? Have we got some surprises on hand from Lazarus? Are all gamers ready for everything? Let's find out. Paper Thin and Achelios, let's get the quarterfinals started.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, we are ready to dive into the action. I am Achelios here alongside Paper Thin. It's been a good little hot minute since we got the cast together, a couple months, but it's good to be back, and it's good to dive into the quarterfinals at long last. As Matt said, it has been a week now of matches, non-stop crossfire action, but we're just getting to the good stuff. This is the entree, which doesn't really make sense because that is not, we misuse that because we're Americans, but yeah, we are ready to dive into the full course meal of the playoffs.
Yeah, if this is a 10-course meal, we're getting towards the main dish for sure. And I mean, this is a really tough matchup for Lazarus. Everybody knows it, no doubt about it. They know it, you know, they've talked about it, you know, except for that video. They were very confident in that video, but they know it's going to be a tough battle. They know that this is a great team, and I mean, just looking at the last time they faced last year in the finals, Ankara and Port are 2 maps that I think potentially Lazarus is at least considering, but like Kyle said on the desk, Ankara may not be the choice anymore. So I'm thinking, as Lazarus, you're probably going to lean towards like Subbase or Port are going to be the 2 maps that I expect them to be really trying to get out first.
Yeah, we'll have to just wait and see exactly where we do end up going, but I agree. Ankara going into yesterday looked like one of the best options for the side of Lazarus, but then they kind of got shut down in a pretty tough way. So might be second guessing that one for sure, especially against a team of the caliber of those all gamers, because they are in a league of their own at the moment, it would seem, and asking a team to really step up to the plate to be able to shut them down seems like a tough, if not impossible task. But let's see what they have for us here as we will go into the map draft. Lazarus, first to ban.
Yeah, I mean, is this going to be the Ankara ban? Are they going to try to remove something like Mexico, which we've also seen all gamers be absolutely disgusting on? Eagle Eye is a ban that they've also been leaning into. So a lot of options here for the side of Lazarus to try to remove the map that they think they square up weakest against all gamers on. Meanwhile, all gamers, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a sub-base ban or something like that. So it is going to be the Eagle Eye ban here from Lazarus. They've been kind of avoiding this map, and I get it. Against the firepower of all gamers, this is an absolutely, you know, a map that I don't think anybody really wants to go toe-to-toe with them on. Those fights over mid and those kind of things. And it is going to be the Port ban here from all gamers. Makes a lot of sense. This is a map that I don't want to say they've struggled on, but they've had a little bit more trouble on compared to the rest of their map pool. So now, Lazarus, are they going to go for that sub-base? That's been the other map that all gamers has had a little bit of hiccups on.
Yeah, we saw them ban it twice. They have never picked it here in this tournament. And it's going to be the Ankara, so really still putting a lot of stock in this. Ankara comes through. This could come back to bite Lazarus, but maybe they've rectified the mistakes from yesterday. Maybe they've studied the tape of AG, because we have seen 3 picks from AG on Ankara, so there's a lot of tape to watch. So if they have seen something and kind of figured out, especially those early round positionings that AG likes to take, and they think that they can punish it, maybe Laz is in with a chance.
And they get to start on the GR side, which has been a really strong side for them throughout this. AG is just going to go for sub-base. I mean, this is a real power move here for AG. They struggled a little bit when they came out with it. There were a few rounds that kind of looked a little bit shaky when they were playing Celebi, and then they just ran them over after that. So, you know, I think they kind of figured out what was going right, what was going wrong, and feel really confident that they could take this. I'm pretty sure that Lazarus has not played sub-base yet this tournament. Yeah, they haven't. So again, you're going to get, I mean, so for Lazarus, this isn't bad. You get your quote-unquote best map. You get a map that you haven't had to show any strategies or tactics. It worked for them on Compound yesterday.
As long as they have strategies prepared, which we can anticipate, you know, 7 maps, got to be well practiced on all of them, considering the number of years that these guys have been competing. They should be very well versed with all of them. Compound's going to be coming in, though, as the 3rd map. So it seems like very much just going for a lot of the maps that have been banned away, or some of them that have been banned away. Compound was banned once from the side of AG, and it's going to be Black Widow. They banned this 3 times, have not picked it yet, but they finally show it here in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, and then that leaves Mexico as the last map available. So, I mean, you know, for the side of Lazarus, I think this is not too bad as far as all of these first 3 maps could shape up. It's, no matter what, going to be an insanely difficult challenge. I mean, you look at the stats for this All Gamers team, and they're just absolutely through the roof. I mean, they were saying in their video that Bean was their best player. I was eyeing ZQ, their IGL, as just absolutely popping off. They're so good with the AKs up close and personal. We saw that on Mexico. I don't think we're going to get there, but if we do, that even with AKs up close and personal, you know, we saw on that map graphic for the gun choices is that M4 was actually the highest on Mexico, but with the up close and personal AKs that we saw from All Gamers, I mean, the way that they utilize that gun, the way that they place their crosshairs, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, at this point, I think it really matters what weapon they have in their hands. It's going to be deadly as long as AG is behind the trigger. Just taking a look at some of the statistics throughout the tournament thus far, leading into the playoffs. Kyle kind of touched on it a little bit there on the desk. 60-round wins, only 16-round losses. And during those 66 total played rounds, they have accrued 339 kills. That is just only 5 fewer kills than Lazarus, with 27 fewer rounds played. This is a deadly squad. AG is out for blood. They are out and looking for the back-to-back championships. This is just one more step in their way. Lazarus, can they rise to the task? Can they shut down the Chinese Goliath? We will find out as we jump into game number 1 of our first quarterfinal of the day. All Gamers versus Lazarus. We are going into Ankara.
Now, I'm really excited for Lazarus on this map. They've showed some really good stuff against Q9 here, a lot of different looks. Again, they get to start on their GR side. Maybe they can build some momentum here. Maybe they can start to push All Gamers, you know, show some real weakness. All Gamers hasn't dropped, I don't want to say more than 5 rounds on a single map so far in this event, but Bean has that opening snipe.
An aggressive forward push straight up mid. Manages to catch him with that AWM. Very nicely done. 40 just not quite ready for it.
And that's a tough position to play for 40. We've seen him try it a few times. It's a pivot position where you have a couple angles you got to worry about. And I think All Gamers went into the tape room, identified that early Lazarus liked to try to gain space with 40 there. Vice catches Bean on the backside, though. Takes him out.
All right, nice punish. Makes it a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Jouet as well. Tagged up just a bit. In with a chance here in this first round, and what a big swing of momentum it would be for Lazarus if they could get it themselves. Neil's now going to be creeping into the vent spots. 1. Pulls back away. Doesn't want to take the ego fight, but the push is now coming through from the side of AG. CY leading the charge. Even's going to be able to find the first kill. As Niels will go down. Awesome and Loons trying to hold on to the high ground, but Awesome's going to be taken out. Loons now falling. Vice swings around from the back of the spawn side. He cannot get even. Only gets 1 kill, and that's going to be AG drawing first blood as well as the first round.
Not a bad start for Lazarus in some ways. I think they read AG decently well after losing 40 to that opening pick. They're able to kind of find their own counter pick from Vise onto Bean, and so they removed that sniper, but then it's a 4-man push where they have basically the full forces of Lazarus there waiting. But again, the firepower of AG, the coordination, the way that everybody knows their protocols, everybody knows where they're supposed to be going, where they're supposed to be looking, and then the cleanness of the shots is just overwhelming. I like the way Niels played it. I like the way he was baiting AG into that. It was just, again, AG just overcoming, you know, situations because they're just that good.
You can see now 40 was taking a bit of a more defensive position, hanging back rather than pushing into the hallway, keeps himself a little bit safer, and now has pulled back even further, wary that AG might be advancing on his position. We, however, know that that is not going to be the case. We're going to be swinging back around past the spawn over into towards A main with a vent. Niels is taking a very forward spot. I think ZY might have just seen the shoulder right as he turns around.
This is going to give Niels the opportunity to give the information over again. He's playing back into this guy. He plays forward. He gets the opening kill. ZQ, though, good for the trade.
This man can find one. Todade's going to be flying in. Awesome, going to be good for another one before getting taken down by ZQ, who has found 2 in the fight. A 3v3 with ZQ tagged low. Loons up here, finding 1. Finishes off the low HP members. Even swings around the opposite side. Shots start coming in. Finds 40. He looks for Loons. He cannot make it happen. Bean gets the kill. Smoke obfuscating, but Vise has the shots, and Laz They are on the board, tying it up at 1-1.
All right, a great little micro change here from Niels at the beginning of this, making it look like he was going to back into the bottom of the site. Instead, he wraps back in front of the vent and gets the opening kill there, and that stalls AG just enough that their push is difficult. I mean, ZQ still good for 2 on the entry, but it buys time for rotations. It buys time for Lazarus to get in there and get the job done. So a really nice little micro adjustment that helped Lazarus win this round. Niels, the IGL here, such a smart, heady veteran player. You love to see it. Now he's going to be playing aggressive position again. He's going to get the spot on the Jway, and he's got him on the side, but being able to answer back.
He does, but that's still a little uncharacteristic here from the side of AG. Jway pushing that far forward, not checking back into the vent, not having anybody covering him to be able to try to move forward into that connector is a bit puzzling. Either way for Laz, I think if you go 1-1, you're probably still quite happy with that, especially coming off the back of a round victory. AG now going to be slowed up yet again, starting to fan over towards the B side. We do have Bean still lurking back, staring in towards A-Main here with that Om and checking out the vent. Rotation, though, starting to come in from the side of Lazarus, and this is a really excellent read from them, as long as they don't get intercepted by Bean. The creep up coming through, Vise. Privy to this, it would seem. It's up on top of the box, some shots start flying. He's going to go for the pop flash, but no, ZY, he makes it up onto the high ground fast enough. Finds one, then gets taken down, but even. Does just that. Trades it back. ZQ with another one. Bean will have the finisher. And just like that, Laz, an excellent read. They get into position, but they cannot win the gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of credit to Vise here for relaying the information to his squad, getting them with the good communication into a decent spot to potentially take this round, but he was just a step behind. There was one player who had gotten around the corner a little bit faster than he expected, you know, caught him in the side of the head where he wasn't looking, and that was when the round started to snowball into the All Gamers' favor. So, again, Lazarus has good ideas, but sometimes this rifling is just too strong. Awesome, though, barely winning that fight.
Yeah, it does get traded, though. Good comms coming through from ZY, allows even to know exactly where Awesome was through the smoke, gets the kill. So again, it's going to be a trade right from the outset. Just 20 seconds into the round. Niels playing up top, drops down, spots one inside of the vent, takes the challenge here against Bean, who does pull back pistol out. They will retreat, just making their way out of the A site. Nade from 40 just to try to clear him out. Won't find any damage, but they hold him off.
And now you've got, you know, Loons a little bit further back in the GR spawn this time. It's going to be important for him to maybe keep track of the rotations if they come through from AG. But with the way that AG has that C4 set up, looks like they're going to be taking some time to look for the flanks. You know, players like Loons like to do that from the side of Lazarus. We've seen it a lot in this tournament where they're going to send him out on these solo missions. So it's good awareness here from all gamers of kind of the strategies and the tactics that Lazarus has to be aware of these situations. And now they are gonna grab the C4. They could try to make their way through Long B. A lot of information being gathered by even on the other side of the map where he's able to find some. But Niels steps out and gets punished by being there out of the vent, and that's a little bit of a misstep here. Lazarus just getting a little too curious.
Yeah, and it's a really huge win for AG, getting that pick off. Now the man advantage is gone. See here, even playing around the B site, he's trying to bait a rotation, but so far, Lazarus, this time, they're not going to go for it. They have a just impeccable game sense. Now the actual rotation is going to be coming through from AG, but the clock is ticking down. 27 seconds remaining. C4 getting brought up all the way around the long side. Makes first contact, but Loons shuts him down. That makes things that much more difficult here for AG. 2v3 to try to take it. Smoke goes in. Cuts off that spawn side vision. Plant now coming down. 7 seconds to spare. The bomb is in. ZQ and Bean, can they pull off this hold?
I was wondering if Loons was going to try to pressure the plant, but did not. Opted to wait for the teammates to come for the retake. So it's a decent setup now for AG. A 2v3. Can they take the fight?
Flashes into the back, a little bit of spray there from ZQ. Trying to find a kill, puts quite a bit of damage down. Doesn't manage to get one. Bean now with the second. As the bomb continues to tick, they're running out of time. Loons needs to win this fight. He needs to win it right now, but it's not going to happen. 2v3. Bean will have the finish. And that is now going to be the lead stretched from the side of AG up 3-1.
I mean, again, it's mostly really good stuff here from Lazarus, other than a couple key mistakes Niels peeking out of that vent, got punished by Bean, and then Bean on the other side able to get on those back stairs, hold it down with the AWM, and then switch over to the pistol. You know, a really good setup. And again, I would have maybe liked to have seen Lazarus Loons try to pressure a little bit out of the GR spawn after he got that pick onto even. So it's so many good things for Lazarus in terms of the strategy and the ideas. Neil's playing great on the A side on the point of contact when AG has been pushing into that. But afterwards, there's just a few little things here and there that are snowballing these rounds enough into All Gamers' favor.
That would have been a monstrous win for Laz to try to tie it up yet again. Just take a glance back. Only 5 rounds maximum dropped by AG throughout this. No maps lost. Awesome with a nice little build-up. Finds even CY. Pushes in. Finds him. Still manages to stay alive for a little bit longer. Backs away. Avoids the frag grenade. Right now pushing forward. Tries to get the kill, but Loons manages to out-trade. But evens it up now. 3v3. 2 members on either side. Very low on HP. Some more damage goes out. Vi's getting tagged just a bit.
That's another great read here from Lazarus. Awesome, able to get into that pit undetected. But somehow, some way, ZY survives that with very little health. There was a crossfire set up by Lazarus as well, but they just couldn't quite finish ZY off. If they had gotten him, it would have been a 3-2 favorable trade. Yeah, Bean's able to step in there to cover, and Neil's good again for another kill.
Okay. Yet another big boon as ZQ's trying to make his way out of the pit. He's going to end up falling. Vi's gets that elimination, but there's the chase. Niels on point. Gets that kill. They bring it back within 1. Now 3-2.
Putting up a heck of a fight.
That they are.
I'm really enjoying
they've lost.
this.
This has been dangerously close at times. Laz, again, this is their map pick. This has been their stomping grounds, as well as AG's.
And I think
getting this win would be monstrous for them.
I think that Lazarus has really learned from some of their mistakes the previous day. Now they're getting pretty aggressive here outside of Long B. They've got a big-time push coming through. Viz and the others are spraying down the box, so that's going to give away their location, and they're going to have to back off. Can't afford to push that corner.
They're getting encroached on, though.
Oh, boy.
Look at the territory being taken right now as AG start making their way through the hall. Looks like they're not going to try to over-pursue, though. They'll leave Bean to linger. In hand, just wants to see if anyone wants to try to retake this territory. C4 and the lion's share of AG's team still very much hanging around this B side of the map. Only really Jouet who was cut back across, checking to see if maybe he can get a punish on Niels coming out of that vent again, but Lazarus not really keen on playing there. Vi's caught. ZY finds the elimination.
AG is so aware of that pivot position on the bridge. They do such a good job of making sure that they clear it. Again, their crosshair placement impeccable, able to take Viz down. Now without Viz there, they're losing information. They don't know how aggressive this push is necessarily from All Gamers. Instead, they have to kind of wait this out. They have to wait for contact through the GR spawn from 40 before they're going to be able to make this rotation over towards the B site.
He's backing away, trying to win a fight. Does manage to take one down with him. Even living up to the name as Bean pulls away from that on position for just a split second. Kind of misses the timing there. Loon's going to be able to find one. Jouet now taken down. Bean trying to get Niels. Goes for that no-scope, but he can't make it happen. Again, now a man advantage versus 2. This time even in ZQ. Trying to stave off the members of Lazarus here from defusing the bomb. Nades going in, the flash is out, even drops down to the low ground. Just a little bit of fall damage. ZQ able to find one. That's going to be also eliminated now. Loons and Niels left alive versus ZQ trying to make it happen. He finds one. Can he get the other? The answer is absolutely.
Oh my God, ZQ is just absolutely nasty this event. I mean, he has no business winning that fight, and he's still able to find 2 big shots, a headshot in there. I mean, it's a great idea here from the side of Lazarus. They get almost, they do get into a numbers advantage. They're able to take 2 down before the plant really even is kind of able to get situated for the side of AG. But AG, he's just so powerful. Niels tries to poke out here. And
19 HP.
Yeah, that didn't go so good. You will see this with Lazarus again. We talked about this a lot yesterday, where they do like to kind of flip-flop who's carrying what guns when.
Yeah, and I'm sure at some point on this map we're going to be seeing the XM come out as well for Awesome. ZQ gets himself moved up onto the corner and that spawn side wall. even with some nades at the ready, sends out a flash. Awesome tagged low, backs away, and Laz just conceding the site. Do have to now go for the 5v4 retake as Vise was able to find a nice little kill. It's Bean down.
That's a great little pick. They really needed to clear that angle.
Flashes over the top. Two-man approach through the vent, getting ready to charge in. Another flash connecting the spray coming in. Shui going to be good for one. That gets him on the board at long last. He's taken out though by Niels, but ZQ and ZY are still alive, and that makes the round all but impossible. As AG will rack up another one. Now 5 strong here in the first half.
I know it's 5-2, but again, I mean, Lazarus is so smart tactically. They make a lot of good decisions. They're doing a great job of clearing their angles. They're coming from so many different directions on these retakes. It's making it really, really challenging for all gamers most of the time, but this time the timing just a little bit off for Lazarus, so they get kind of cut down one by one. They get stalled up at the A doors, not really able to push through there. They lose a couple players. A decent hold by Dway at the front there. That's a really good grenade.
Oh, man. What a read by Niels, but unfortunately the overarching read on the map is not great from Lazarus. They heavily stacked over towards the B side, trying to get aggressive, but now it's going to be AG storming onto the A site. 5 members strong, and Niels well, gets a lot of damage done with the grenade. Unfortunately, can't get much else with his rifle. Ends up falling, and now a 4v5, 3v5 retake necessary here for Lazarus.
Great reposition for Bean, but it gets punished by Awesome. Now with some grenades and other things start to fly. Awesome's good for 2.
That he is. Flash bouncing in, Loons cutting to the left, manages to avoid getting blinded by his teammate, but the time is dwindling. They need to get onto this bomb, and they need to do it in the next few seconds. Awesome trying to push forward, has to clear this right side. He cannot do so. The spray coming down, it's not going to be good enough. And had Loons been able to get that kill, he just would not have had the time left.
I mean, again, great micro adjustments from both of these teams, but this time it's Bean who repositions himself on that long A flank by the stairs. Instead of being on the back by the box, he moves up towards the pillar, gets that first kill. That's huge to kind of buy them a little bit of time. The tactical pause to buy even more time for the side of Lazarus to really start thinking about this. But again, I mean, gosh, I really think Lazarus is playing this pretty well overall. Like, the strategic ideas are good, the tactical reads are good. It's just the execution just isn't quite as clean.
No, I fully agree. That, and they're at some points getting just aimed at them a little bit. But when you're going up against the reigning champions, the kind of figures that we've seen put up from these guys, I mean, like we saw in the pre-show leading into this matchup, 3 players nearly averaging 1 kill per round, if not more. I think it was 1.13 and then 0.99. That's absolutely incredible figures coming out from the side of AG. So you have to expect that you are going to get bullied a little bit. It will come down to strategic depth. You need that in order to get the upper hand against a squad like this. You need to be able to catch them off guard. And Laz, they have been able to do that a little bit, but AG has been doing a fantastic job of recollecting themselves and adjusting in the mid-round.
Yeah, and their post plants are absolutely disgusting as well. To build on to what you're saying, their mid-round adaptations, beautiful from AG, and then their post-plant setups are different every time. You know, when we see it on the B side, we've seen them show a couple different looks, putting Bean behind the stairs one time, then they drop down into the tunnel another time. So it's really hard to get a read on their positioning with their post-plants. It's really hard to, you know, defend against them because, like you were saying, their aim is just cracked out of this world. I mean, when I saw them play on that Mexico against Team Myth, that where I was like, oh, these guys are just on a completely different plane of existence.
Yeah. Well, hopefully in this series we can get to Mexico because it is our 5th map, and if Laz can take it there, I mean, even if you don't win the series at that point, if you take AG all the way to 5 maps, I think you take that as a victory in spirit.
That's a moral victory for sure. I'd be thrilled about that. And, well, not so thrilled about that is Lazarus.
Yeah, Choi, he's been having a pretty rough go of it from the outset. Went down, I think, about 0-6, but now has racked up 3 kills. We'll see how that continues as the creep up comes through here onto the B site, and Laz again with maybe a bit of a misjudge on the stack. They put everybody other than Vise on this side of the map. And okay, well, he will be able to find one. That's going to be Shui putting another little death to his name, but
gonna have to find some cheeky off angles here, catch AG off guard, find some good timings to make this retake happen. This time, normally they've been at pretty decent odds in terms of their manpower versus AG in these retakes, but right now they are down a man, so this is gonna have to be pretty decent. They're gonna use that nest position. Well, they tried to use it.
Yeah, I think they were trying to get the nade out onto Bean, but he does manage to find Loons with the arm shot. Neil's going to be taken down. And Awesome spraying away, praying, but can't make it happen. ZY just slipping into the building, slipping out the window, finds the pistol shot. They find the round.
7-2 half now for the side of All Gamers. Lazarus, only finding 2 rounds. Some of them have been really, really darn close, but it's just that little extra oomph that the All Gamers has to push them over the line in some of these. So that one was a little bit different, a little bit more one-sided. And, you can see this with Lazarus. They really like to do 1-4 gambles on their GR side, but we're flipping sides. Damage coming through from a grenade down mid.
A decent hit. 40 and Fies getting tagged up. Push on the corner. Just deja vu in reverse. 40 pushes the very same corner that Bean had struck him down at. This time he gets the upper hand. Great early kill here for Lazarus, who need to get the ball rolling if they want to be able to take this map.
This is like deja vu from that first round of the map here.
It's just completely the same. Swing over towards A. 2 members here. Shui and ZQ to try to hold. Nade over the top, and 40 nearly eliminated. 21 HP remaining. Sneals goes charging into the site, and you can see AG happy to just concede it for the time being. Couple flashes going out, slows them up. C4 now going to be planted. 4v5 retake necessary if AG don't want to let Laz back into this. Corner, 40 taken down. ZY gets the kill. And that evens up the numbers.
It's such a deep position here that AG is wrapping from. Nobody's coming from alley, and that's backing 3 players of Lazarus up into it.
ZY managing to find one. Time still dwindling, though. They need to get up top. They need to get onto this bomb. Also able to find 2. Looking for another one. Has to go for the reload. The spray coming in. They need to get onto the bomb right now. And the defuse should just about have enough time. Dangerously close, but unfortunately for Lazarus, it's a little bit too big of a window left open. The defuse comes in. That is now 8 on the board for AG.
I mean, they're just so good. They can cut these margins that thin and still come away with the wins, but it's just good retake, kind of presence of mind here from All Gamers. They clear out 40 pretty easily. He's on his own, as you would expect, kind of being out there in that lurk position, watching for the flanks, but it's a massive flank from the side of All Gamers. Another decent amount of damage done on the opening grenade, but Bean, though, gets the opening shot.
That he does. He spots Vice, goes over to the pistol. He's going to push for this one, but a little inadvised, it would seem. Vice gets the headshot in the end. Even not really in a position to try to trade that one back. Laz after the 1v1 yet again set their sights over towards A. Shui playing just within the vent, and Awesome.
There it is.
Seemingly prepared for it. Yeah, brings out the XM. Shui, however, brings the sights over towards main. Manages to find one by swinging in from behind. Shui cuts down Awesome, and ZQ will finish up the rest.
What in the world happened in the vents there? Awesome, I thought, had Jue dead to rights, and then just couldn't find the shots, I suppose. And now we're on map point. Achilleos 9-2 quickly like that. I mean, this has been a really fast-paced affair between these two teams. I mean, you kind of expect that with the Chinese teams, but I thought maybe Lazarus would be able to slow down a little bit, kind of take their time on these, but they're really just trying to put the pedal to the metal here, take it to All Gamers, and that's an incredibly difficult task on this BL side.
That it is. Well, now, everything they played for Lazarus, 7 consecutive rounds is what is needed if they want to try to take this to overtime. And this is, right now, just one of those series that doesn't fully tell the storyline based on the score. You see if this ends right now, the 10-2, you might think, Lazarus, they got absolutely bullied out of this one. It's not quite the case. AG, some of these rounds have been taken by the narrowest of margins, but it's just that little bit of extra clutch that adds up in the end.
Yeah, and definitely 40 here just not being as effective with his AWM as we're used to seeing, and being on the other side of the coin has been quite good for the side of All Gamers. And that's making a really big difference. That's opening up a lot of space for the All Gamers to use. And speaking of, there it is again.
The read is great. I mean, Bean holding the other angle here. He's going to look for it again, but they made the call. They smoked off towards that defender's side to keep even and ZY a little bit safer. Now with them swarming out onto the site here. It's just easy pickings for the side of AG. A little bit of a whiff at the very end, but even gets the kill in the end. And there you go. 10-2. Dominance here from the side of AG. Some incredibly close rounds throughout, but Lazarus on their pick of Ankara, unfortunately cannot find the win.
Yeah, just running out of gas there a little bit at the end. Overall, I'm really pleased with what Lazarus showed us here today. They had a good game plan with not a lot of time to prepare. You know, thinking about they had to play 2 really challenging best of 3s yesterday where they had to prepare for 2 different opponents, 2 very good opponents, able to squeak through. And then, you know, it's tough because you can't even prepare for today ahead of time because you're not 100% sure if you get through who you're going to play. You're not sure if you're playing AG or Baisha. So thinking about, you know, the extra preparation time that maybe you had is just non-existent.
I mean, it's also non-existent because you had to play in the wild card match.
Right.
You had to prepare for your opponents there. And like you said, then from there, you're not even fully certain where you're going to land. Laz didn't know until that final series had concluded, until that first map of the final series, rather, had concluded between the Dragons and Extensi. So not much turnaround to try to get ready for the reigning world champions.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a little bit too much to ask for them in a lot of ways. I mean, again, though, we can't say how much we're impressed with what we saw regardless. I mean, again, all these factors that compounded against Lazarus to come in here and perform the way they did. Not a bad showing, even though the scoreline, like you said, doesn't really show it. But all gamers, their form is just continuing to not falter.
No, not at all. I mean, maybe a couple weaknesses shown, some moments of overextension, but for the most part, it was just clean. You can see Xue, the early deaths definitely hurting him a bit when it comes down to his KD. Still put up 800 damage for the rest of his squad, but the lion's share of the work was dealt by ZQ. Just impeccable performances from him time and time again. 3.25 on the KD, 1,400 damage dealt, very much leading the lobby. Whereas Niels, you know, somebody who, after he was able to join the team, finally got out here to Jeju. We saw Madison, who had a really strong performance. There's questions around it because Niels himself, not typically a player that was known to be a heavy fragger, but since he's gotten here, he has really leveled up his play, and that continues to shine through.
Yeah, and really some good holds on the A side, on the defender side. For the side of Lazarus, I mean, I think he's been pretty good at that all tournament. He's really good at knowing how to change his positioning, how to change his timings on the executes when his opponents are coming through the vents or coming through the door, whatever. So for what it is, he does a good job. But again, at the end of the day, the backline fragging power on AG in particular is absolutely disgusting. ZQ and ZY and Even are just absolutely monsters. ZQ has just been absolutely disgusting this tournament. I mean, coming into today, he was like 78 kills, 35 deaths. That's ridiculous. He was top damage, over 9,000 damage amongst all that. He's just absolutely bananas in kind of these post-plant situations in particular. He's just near flawless.
Yeah, and yet again, other than Xue, every single member of AG averaging over a kill per round, and that's just so difficult to deal with. I mean, it's pretty easy math. That's 4 people dead, no guaranteed basically every single round. So you have to hope that last person standing for Lazarus would be able to clutch it. But there we go, 1 map out of the way. Subbase now ready to kick off. Let's go ahead, jump into map number 2. It's the pick of all gamers, but let's see if Lazarus can put up a fight and maybe steal it away from them to tie the score at a 1-1.
I was pretty shocked to see this be all gamers pick here. I thought that, again, one of the few maps other than Port, which they banned, which makes total sense, that they've had even a little bit of struggle on so far in this event. But I think, they probably learned a little bit from that kind of. Again, it was only in the early part of that game against Celebi where they struggled at all. Then they just really caught fire and smothered their opponents. So let's see how this is going to look. They start on the GR side this time. Lazarus on the Blacklist side. And Lazarus here has been better overall in this event on their GR side. But if they could get some damage done here, I really think this is a map that they could take. I thought this was a map they might lean into in this pick ban.
Maybe it was left there as a trap. We'll have to just wait and see. Since right through the smoke, not going to be finding too much. A little bit of contact there on Loons. Now they're charging from behind, but no. 40 was ready. Had the covering fire. ZY going to be taken out. Trade back. The advantage, though, again, given to AG as even finds 40. He's about happy to be ZQ spotted. Loons finds the kill. Now it's a 2v2 right here from the outset. Shui gets a shutdown onto Loons, pushes in and gets the headshot to finish the round. AG again starting things off with a victory.
They're so clean, they're so fast. I mean, Jue there, 2 very quick headshots. Just ends around. This has just been the story of them this entire event. These AKs, when they have them, the M4s as well, they're clean, they're fast, they're efficient. You can just see in the way they move sometimes with AG, how fast they are to react to things, how anticipatory they are, how well versed in every single kind of corner and angle of the map. It seems like these guys are just absolutely insane. A good attempt here from Lazarus to try to go through this kind of mid to B push. Just didn't quite pan out. And seemingly try something similar.
Flash in, trying to get on top of ZY. Can't make it happen yet. Bean now in a bit of a rough position, and as they swarm through, they will be able to find the kill, but ZY and even answer back. Keeping it close now. 3-3. Bomb moved in onto the B side, the plan coming down.
I think they can take this. This is a really good opportunity. They should be able to set up a really good post plant. You've got Jue completely pinned in here. He's got to come through some smoke. This should be a really difficult retake for AG.
Flash is helping. There's that back pillar, but quite ready for Niels in the off angle. Q shuts it down, makes it a 2-for-2 yet again. Going in, looking for the kill. Vice swings the corner, finds both kills, and yet again, Laz, they'll drop the first round, but they win the second. The question now, can they get another one strung together?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of a try the same thing twice to catch your opponents off guard, and it does. All gamers are not prepared for it this time around. It gives Lazarus a lot more comfort to get this post plant set up nicely, get a couple people up on the rafters, get some good angles. Vi's hitting some huge headshots. Really, really nice stuff here from Lazarus. Good IGLing to kind of realize that you can maybe catch all gamers. All gamers, they're only off for one round. Don't hold it against me. But they probably wouldn't be anticipating you doing the same thing twice. A lot of times, teams very rarely like to do that, right? Because it usually doesn't work. But in this case, it does completely fool the All Gamers enough. Not completely, but enough that they're able to get in there, get the job done. And now they're going to slow up the pace a little bit this time, trying to take some longer angles and through the control room, and a bunch of damage done to Niels there.
17 health remaining. Smoke's going in deep, but Niels does get finished off in the end. Pop here. Scaffolding. Just waiting for a target, but ZQ and ZY go ahead, grind up Lazarus into a fine powder. Now it is just 40 left alive. He's made his way into the A site, but unfortunately the bomb is not here. Shui will finish him off. And getting deja vu once again, at least as far as how these rounds are going to go. It's traded back. AG making some adjustments. They take the lead.
I mean, you can see how nasty the defense is here from All Gamers, that even if somehow ZQ and ZY don't win that battle as cleanly as they did, they had even as a backup plan up on the rafters. So just layers upon layers for AG, and they don't even need to get into it. They don't even need to get past the first layer of their onion. They are just so tenacious. Now Lazarus trying to push down the stairs towards Shui here. Gets 2 on the opening. Goodness.
That he does. Shui having a hell of a lot better of a map this time around compared to Ankara. Made it to the back, trying to bounce behind that box and get ZQ. It does tag him low, but it's not enough for the kill. And he just stayed there. Managed to find Vise. Now Loons and Awesome 2v5 to try to finish this. They do at least have the bomb in their possession. But look at the chase coming in from AG. Just sending them forward, garnering so much info about the whereabouts of these last 2 players, and the call should be coming in like, yeah, they're in machine room. And they've been found. Loons reacting a little bit slowly, turns around, still manages to take down ZQ. A kill found, but even is there to finish the job. And that is now a 3-1 score line.
Yeah, I mean, Lazarus trying to show a bit of a different look here, going for a pretty aggressive push down the A stairs, and it just doesn't fool anybody, and Jue, like you said, is playing a little bit better this map. On you can see again the crosshair placement so good. The peaks, the timings, that quick peek out from I think it was ZQ there to follow up off of Jue, just absolutely wrecking people, and they're just continue. They're just steamrolling.
Okay, well Lazarus they traded back. They make it a 3v3. Jue though, as I say it, continues to pop. Now 6-1, but oh, what a shot from 40! Shuts him down. Right as I give him praise, Bombs still move forward here in Machine. We'll see what the decision is going to be, because for now, AG are keeping both players stacked on the B site. They want to be able to play together, cover and swing off from one another.
Yeah, they know.
Let's get that read.
Maybe. I mean, I think they have no idea where anybody else is on this map. They haven't been able to push out of that machine room into the boxes anyway. So right now, the only information they have is towards mid and on this B side. And even then, they're severely lacking. So they have to really take their time to see if there's any lurking players from AG, if there's any shenanigans going on. And then you have to start clearing angles to try to get to the other side of the map. So for all gamers, they can gamble a little bit on B here. And then now they're going to push. I mean, the timing, the game senses here from all gamers is just absolutely ridiculous. ZQ, 40 saw him, though.
Other way around, 40 does find one. Now it's just Bean. He's trying to pull back around the corner, puts a little bit more damage down onto 40, but doesn't want to overstay for the fight. He backs away. He's going to be hugging back towards B, though. Bomb now very much being fully sent into A. They know that they're safe for now. Laz, if they can get this round win, it's precisely where they picked up their second round on Ankara.
That's a good point. It's looking like they should be able to hold this one down. Bean, though,
is he spotted?
Might have just seen him, yeah.
Looks like he just saw the shoulder. Flash going out. Just clip 40, drop down. Bean hugging along the staircase. Spots into the back. Takes a huge chunk of damage, though. Bean, his work now cut out for him, and he can't quite get it done. Laz, again, will now be able to scoop up a second round win in round number 5.
I mean, yeah, a lot of this round comes down to 40, who absolutely was a little bit lackluster on Ankara, but here he's able to kind of find the timing in towards mid to B, where he's able to cut off the rotation of AG, find that pick, and that gives them the space and the information they need to know that they can swing down towards A, get the setup, get the plant, and then just a good hold against Bean, trying to come down those stairs. Now they're trying to stack up into the B area again. A smoke, though, from Even is going to stall things momentarily, but so far he's the only one on this angle. However, the backup will be quick for all gamers. Got a couple other players, ZQ as well. Even took a half chunk of damage.
Big amount of damage coming through. He's trying to get the spray down. Bean's going to be able to find one. He puts some damage in, tries to set up for his teammates to be able to take the lead here, but no, it's going to be 2 kills for Awesome in the fight. Now suddenly Jue, the last one standing versus 2. Plant comes down. Can he figure out where everyone is placed? Awesome right here on his immediate left. Another form, spots him, can't get it done. The round win comes in for Lazarus, now tying it up at 3-3.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good here for Lazarus. Just backing Even up enough with that damage. They were able to take a ton of space. They just kept pressing. They didn't give up. You know, ZQ tried to jump down into the push of Lazarus with his M4, tried to just kind of barrel stuff him there. He got one out of it, but that was all he got. So Lazarus now reacting well. They're fired up. They're really into this. Now they have the A site, I think, completely wide open. Finally, all gamers reacting to this push, but is it going to be in time?
Made out.
A little bit.
A little sense that they might be playing around this side, and as they swing on the corner, Sway gonna find one, but he gets taken down. 40 comes up with 2 kills. ZQ sending out the flash. He himself gonna get caught and then gets taken down as Awesome finds the kill. Lazarus looking great to be able to win the round. They lose one more member though. Snades go flying up in the window. Go back to be at the feet of Eyes. Everybody on Lazarus is taking a significant amount of damage. They'll be grateful that that last HE did not clip. Swing around stair side. Flash goes down. They have a sneaking suspicion that Loons is in this position. They're going to be able to find him. Bean comes dropping down. What? Somehow gets Vies midair. A second kill for him. Now 40 needs to be able to hold the line. He's been the top fragment team so far. Finds one. Can he get the other? The answer is no. even cleans it up. The defuse coming through. It's going to be a little bit tight, but he will be able to get it done in the end. And that is yet again All Gamers retaking the lead.
Oh, man. I mean, I don't know how Bean gets that double there. That is absolutely ridiculous. The shot in the air, like just coming down. Absolutely insane stuff from him to give them that chance. 40 has been so good this map, 9-6 in his K to D. He has come up huge so many times, but there just wasn't enough in the tank there for him to hold off that final player. But man, Lazarus is doing a really good job here reading the map. Once again, kind of making a similar push. They just need to pull the trigger a little bit sooner. ZY, Jue starting to lean in this direction.
I mean, yeah, fairly heavy rotate here. You've got 2 up into the window right now, kind of provides some covering fire. Nade's going to go flying out. 40 going to be tagged low, but ZY still ends up falling first. Flash connects onto all the members of Lazarus, but Niels still finds his second kill. Jue going to be good for 1, good for a second before getting struck down by Vise. Now suddenly it's going to be a 2v3. Bean shooting down the stairwell, but Vise says nope. Denies him. And suddenly it's even in the 1v3, trying to make his way through the opposite stairs. Back the box. Vise, safe, full HP. Push up comes through. He's good for 1. Cannot get the spray transfer. And yet again, we are tied with 1 more round to go in the half.
Yeah, I mean, we're still seeing that Lazarus is very much into this. They are making another round here, just like we saw early on, where they kind of do the same sort of tactic 2 rounds in a row, and it catches all gamers off guard again. So these change-ups in pace, these change-up in styles that we don't often see from any team, really, to kind of have the guts to go for those types of maneuvers. Really, really impressive here from Lazarus. Again, phenomenal IGLing from the side of Niels. All gamers, you know, their talent is keeping them in this, but so far, I think you got to tip your hat to Lazarus, give them a little bit of the upper hand with how they've approached this map.
ZQ trying to hold the line. It's a good amount of damage there on the Niels. Backs away behind the box, trying to stay safe. Bean going to be good for 1. Looks for a second, can't make it happen. Also gets a headshot in response. ZQ jumping across. 40's ready for it. Finds the elimination. Before dying to ZY, but Lazarus yet again are winning out on the round. ZY, the last one standing, 49 HP. To try to swing this back into their favor, and they've got the angle covered by 2. The round goes the way of Lazarus, and they have the lead as we go into the second half.
I mean, this may be the first time we've seen AG down at a half in this event. I'm not too sure, but this is absolutely insane stuff from Lazarus on their blacklist side. Some great rounds, some great holds, some great shooting. Again, the changes of pace, or the lack of change of pace at times, really catching AG off guard. But now they're moving over to the BL side, and sub-base, I think, you know, it depends on your play style, but some people definitely feel this one leans a little bit more BL. And up in the vents, it's awesome again.
What a play.
So good.
And I mean, to your point, I mean, this is now tied for the most rounds lost by All Gamers this entire tournament throughout. In the 3 previous series that they did play, they have dropped 5 rounds once. That was to Extenzi on Port. Other than that, 4 rounds lost on Ankara to Extenzi, 4 rounds lost on Subbase to Celebi.
You can see All Gamers is really taking their time here in this first one. We saw a lot of faster hits from Lazarus, or at least kind of early pushes to see how much space they could get away with. A lot of it was given up by the side of All Gamers. And now a slight stack towards the B side. Might try to do like kind of a 2-2 push through here, but this is going to be challenging.
A little late there from Vise. Doesn't get the damage to connect. Starts coming in. Spraying through the smoke. Oh, Loons taken so very low. Drop down from Niels, looking for a kill, but it's 3 found for the side of AG. He finally pushes forward, pistol in hand, takes out Shui, giving them a fighting chance versus 3 members of AG left standing. 55 seconds now. The bomb here on the B site as Niels will get cut down to size. 40 now. Needs the clutch if they want to maintain the lead. Otherwise, AG very much set to tie it. The push comes in. He finds 1. ZQ basically offering himself up.
I figured ZQ was going to hold that angle just like we saw in the other half when it was kind of roles reverse for AG, but they try to get aggressive, try to get ahead of it.
Flash going in. You can see 40 completely and utterly blinded. The pistol shot's not connecting, though. Gives him another opportunity. They make it happen. No. Bean will get him in the end. AG now tie it up 5-5.
I mean, they've been so close so many times in situations like this that, 40 in particular has had a couple 1v1s that he just couldn't quite pull out. Now granted, they're pretty fast-paced 1v1s. It hasn't been like he's had a lot of time to think about them and set them up. He has to just try to react, try to outshoot all gamers, which, as we all know, an incredibly difficult task. Really impressed here with both sides, though. Once again, close rounds, hard-fought map. The score line this time, I think, representing a lot more of what we have seen so far in this series.
Yeah. Oh, this is what Ankara basically felt like at times. When it was so close to being. It's coming down, just trying to stave off any big rush coming through, but AG widely playing it back. Wait on the grenade. No one getting hit there. Moved up, the A side is completely unoccupied for now. They don't know that. The smoke is going to dissipate at the top of stairs. So Jue maybe starts inching forward and try to scout out the site for the rest of the team.
I mean, this is so cute from Lazarus, the way that they use those smokes to buy themselves a little bit of extra time and space. Keep all gamers kind of guessing, keep them...
I mean, the bomb's being rotated the machine.
Yep. I mean, those two smokes, that's all it took. That completely baited all gamers here into thinking that A site was having the heavier stack, and now they're going to have to fight seemingly the full forces of Lazarus for this B site.
Smoke comes in, and you can tell that they're trying to draw attention over towards A themselves here. We'll be able to find one for one. Now two taken down. Buys, answers back, though, to keep the numbers even. 40, however, picked off. Now the call coming through. They say the A site should be open. Bomb getting shipped across, and Laz being pretty quick to try to chase this one down. Jue, however, privy to it. Gets into position with ZQ. They find the finishing shots, and once again, AG take the lead, only by a singular round, but a lead nonetheless.
This is Lazarus doing such a good job with this round, like we talked about. The smoke's there to set that up, to force all gamers into their heavy defenses. But again, all gamers able to fight through it. And then when they've got the man advantage, they recognize where the last two players are, start the rotation to A, know that Lazarus is going to be keen to it, hot to try to go through it, plug up a choke point, take the rotating members of Lazarus down. Just great on-the-fly mid-round adaptations once again from AG. The way that they are able to get themselves out of bad situations is impeccable.
Stocked up on escape ropes. Just get themselves the heck
You
out
always
of there.
bring rope. I learned that from Boondock Saints.
There you go. Lins finds one. That's the bomb as well. Down in this position, AG have to take the fight. They have to win it out, and they do. They just simply do it. ZY finds two to open it up. 40 does respond in kind and keeps them with the man advantage. The bomb is now picked up, and all gamers, they have a little bit more free reign to roam around the map. Grenade chucked up, but it goes a little bit too deep. Bean now going to be dropping down. 40, however, holds the doorway with two more kills and another round to win. Lazarus keep it tied at 6-6.
Nice little Holdor moment there from 40. Great play from the side of Lazarus. Again, reading all gamers really, really well round to round, kind of understanding how they want to approach this map, gumming up the works there at those doors, and just winning those duels, winning those trades in their favor. So that's something that's tough to do against AQ, or AG, excuse me, and they really, really did a great job. And slow round start here for the side of all gamers. They're going to fan out a little bit more. Meanwhile, you still got 40 holding the bottom of those stairs. Another smoke out there at the bottom of the stairs. Kind of
I think that might have been a slight whiff.
I believe so.
Grenade off the top. That's going to be the rotate out from 40. Maybe sensing this might end up being a hit, but for now can just go ahead, be situated in the window for a faster rotate or for some covering fire on the site should AG decide to advance in that position. But worth updating, this is the now most rounds that all gamers have lost throughout the tournament thus far, and it's not over yet. Not by a long shot. Nade's coming down the check bottom stairs, check back box, not going to see anything. Start making their way forward. It's 40, decides not to go for the poke and prod. Just tries to save. Safe here himself. Cuts back around the corner. Bomb now going to be planted. Nade not quite getting the bounce to the window. They whiff that one. That means 40 stays alive. He stays safe, full HP.
I mean, AG really doing a good job here learning from previous rounds. Maybe we'll get to that after the action's over because Lazarus has to start pushing in. Beans lurk.
Beans lurk could be everything. He gets the first shot. It's going to be Vice taken down. They were aware of this. They had the read. Unfortunately, Beans just too quick on the trigger. Looks for a little bit more. Even off screen, going to find Niels. Bean does end up dying, but he's bought enough time. They're not going to be able to get this defuse off as the rest of AG just hold the line, and Bean, his flank works to absolute perfection. And AG will once again have the lead in their hands.
This round just shows how smart AG is. They see a similar smoke setup to what we saw a couple rounds ago where Lazarus was able to kind of herd them into B. This time around, it's the exact same thing. There's one at the stairs, there's one towards the double doors by the mid. And they're like, okay, we saw this once. We know what you guys did. You all moved over to B. Same thing happened. Lazarus said we're going to try to do it again. Oh, come on.
What a headshot from ZY. Awesome. Completely and utterly shut down. I mean, right now, 8 and 10. Not being able to put up the numbers that we saw from him there on Ankara. It has been 40. Niels, though, able to answer back. Knew that ZY had been tagged up, so pistol of his own. Moves in, gets the kill. Not unscathed, but at least makes it a 4v4.
But again, you're seeing similar smoke setups once again from Lazarus mid-round, and they're starting to, All Gamers is going to test this A push again. 40 going to be so important here at the bottom of these stairs. He's got to be good for one. If he's good for two, it could very well be the round.
Okay, flashbang comes down, catches two, pushes on the corner, headshot comes in, ZQ going to be eliminated. He's looking for Bean, but he gets blinded himself, and now Even is able to trade it back. 40 now falling. Way finds that kill and heals. Not sure if he knew exactly where he was right there. It's just Vice. 1v2, nade up into the window. This one does connect. Now they smoke it out. Vice can do nothing but really spray and pray through this, otherwise he's got to push through the staircase.
This is really tough for Vice. Really tough angles.
Oh, look at this jiggle. He's just trying to spot the feet. I think he's managed to do so. Weapon at the ready. Vice sliding forward, pushes in. Bean not ready for it, in fact, but Shui is. The headshot comes in. And that is now 8 rounds for AG. 2 more to go to get a 2-0 lead in the series and take this to match point.
And now AG is starting to get the feel for Lazarus's defensive setups. They've picked them apart the last couple rounds in a row here. They're kind of learning the tendencies of these early, or well, not early, but mid-round smokes that come out from Lazarus. Going to boost another player up into the vent. This time it is going to be Niels with an AWM there. Going to hold that angle, expecting some pressure. If he's good for that, again, that's key for Lazarus to really keep All Gamers at bay. And this time around, All Gamers is just, they're really going to take their time. They're really going to feel this one out. A lot of early smokes were committed by Laz, so this gives them the opportunity to kind of wait things out, let that early utility expire. You know it's not going to be in hand later in this for those retakes potentially, so really smart from AG. Bean. Yeah, it takes a bunch of damage from that grenade.
Yeah, good little pop. Knocked down to about half. Very slowed up here. RAG just trying to really just get a feel for the positions here of Lazarus.
They have a pretty good idea that there's 2 in A site proper. They're kind of trying to figure out where the others are. That grenade should give them a little bit more information, and I think they might start leaning towards B a little bit heavier here. They still have a minute, though, so they can kind of work the angles, work the corners, make sure they're clean, make sure they're safe. Throw a flash here to try to buy a little bit of time, keep players stalled over on the A side, and then now start to make their way over towards their true and final destination.
The corner's way, spotting room. HE going in, but he goes back around the corner, stays safe for now, but Shui pushes in to find Pies instead. Now, a little bit more damage coming down as Niels blinded around the corner from Shui. Needs to try to play this one out patiently, but awesome falls. Neil's still going to be good for one. Gets that quick shot across with the arm. It needs to do so much more work. Lazarus can't really afford to give up this map point to the side of AG. Clutching this out means everything. Neil's blinded, tries to go for the shot all the same. Can't make it happen. 40 finds ZY. 2v2, but there's just not going to be enough time now. They need to get onto the C4, and I think the moment might have already whipped. And yep, with that clear up, 40 was trying to get the ninja defuse coming in. Can't make it happen, even gets the final couple kills. And AG now have 9 rounds locked in.
And now AG starting to toy with their food a little bit in that round. I mean, the push and pull here is really, really good. Buying some time, waiting for the initial smokes to fade out, and then they use Bean to gain some information. He takes some contact, takes some response, knows that there's a couple players down there, so that's okay. We know where a couple are. All right, we're gonna cross through the control room here. Okay, yeah, well, we know there's one in there. All right, so now we know we have B pretty much, probably just 2. Dwayne, good for another opener. Is he gonna get another? Oh my God.
Yep, gets the assist on that one as EQ gets the killing blow, and all gamers smelling the blood in the water. They know they just need to close this one out to win the map, and they're going to do just that. 33 seconds flat from start to finish on the final round. All gamers scooping up 10 to the 6 of Lazarus. This is the most that they have bled this whole tournament throughout, but ultimately they're the ones winning on sub-base and are now in possession of match point. One more to go as we get ready to go over towards Compound, and if AG can do that, they will be sending the Germans home and advancing into the semifinals.
I mean, they've been incredible here. The way that they bounced back in the second half, AG just absolutely starts to get the read onto Lazarus, only dropping 1 round on their BL side. So again, they're so methodical, they're so smart. They really make sure that they kind of cross their T's, dot their I's. They make great mid-rounded adaptations, like we've seen time and time again throughout this. So hats off to AG. You can see why they're world class, why they're multiple time world champions, why everyone votes for them every time that we come through with our predictions. It's stuff like that. Even when they finally lose a half of a map, right? I mean, again, Lazarus played this map really, really well when they were on their GR side, as best as anybody's pushed AG this entire event. But it's still just the depth and the adaptation and the smarts, especially from ZQ, the IGL for AG, is incredible. They know these maps so well. They know the timings. They know, where the rotation paths are going to be, and they are often baiting players into those situations. And because of their clean mechanics, they come through ahead more often than not.
Well, now everything down to this. One more map, an opportunity for Lazarus to get themselves into this series. They need a reverse sweep if they want to walk away victorious, if they want to slot forward into the semi-final. We take a look at the map summary here from Subbase. A bit of a different story. Jue having a big rebound performance compared to Ankaro, and he was very much getting torn apart. This time he comes in, drops over 1,800 damage with a 1.7 KD, even though the one able to scoop the most kills and stay alive the most, as you can see right there. So a wonderful performance from him, but enough about that. That's now in the past. It's about Compound. Another map pick for Lazarus. Can they get the win here?
Yeah, this is the map that they saved for the wild card as kind of a pocket pick. It had been hidden the entire time. Now we get to see it again.
Well, let's see what happens. AG, one map win away from advancing into the semifinals as they look for a back-to-back championship. Lazarus holding on by a thread. This is their map pick. This needs to be the staging ground for the turnaround. Can they make it happen? Let's find out as we jump on a Compound.
Yeah, yesterday, Lazarus, so good on this map. And again, it's so unexpected that this would be their pick. No one really saw it coming. Everybody thought maybe they'd just go for Ankara again or something like that, but they're just really, really smart, really adaptive team, as we've seen here today.
Oh, Way.
Boy.
Getting chased, and he will fall. Niels able to find that kill nice and quickly here. As AG already going to be suffering a loss of a player. Smoke coming out over on Plaza. Kind of hugs over towards the left side, so it doesn't completely block vision.
This is a bit of a tough map sometimes for GR teams. You have to have a good read, and that's a good shot from ZY there with the AWM this time. They have 2 to AWM.
Oh,
my
what a
God.
flick from him! Gets taken down, but man, what a shot to go ahead and even up the count. And now you can see Lazarus just kind of uncertain of what the hell to do. They cut back across into mid. So they're going to try to bounce up, get into the window. The push coming through. Bean gets the shot across. Now Fi's taken down. Flashbang buys himself some time to be able to retreat. 40 going for this push. Can Bean react quickly enough for this? Yes, he can. He goes actually on the offensive, pushes in, and it's 40 who is not prepared. Awesome now making his way over towards B, which has been opened up. If he can get this plant down and separate some of these fights, really just pick them off one by one, there's a chance for a clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a site that we've seen some really big multi-kills, some really big clutches on throughout this tournament. So Smoke is out here as well.
Oh, they know that he's playing forward.
Yep. Took some damage in that exchange.
Clipped in the leg. Swing around comes in from behind, though, and he's not quite ready for even to be there within that time frame. So the defuse is going to be easily picked up here. AG again take the first round.
I mean, this round is all on Bean. The way that he played this.
Oh, yeah.
So aggressively. I mean, ZY as well with those 2 shots, but this is the way that Bean is able to step up into up close and personal situations, you know, knows that there's might be players coming through that window. He was ready for it. He was already scoped in around that corner. And the fact that at near point blank range with an AWM, he's that good with 2 different kills. One where he had to fall back and waited for 40 to push around a corner. It's absolutely disgusting. The fact that he can do that. I mean, those are the kind of maneuvers that win you rounds. To have a player that you can rely on to make those kind of maneuvers is even more ridiculous. We've barely seen stuff like that with an AWM in this event. We've seen some great shots, we've seen some great plays with the AWM, but where you're that far forward, where you know that you're going to be taking contact that close and you still make the maneuver.
Yeah. Schwein, Vise exchanging some nades over on the left side towards A. ZY just going to be backing away. Did he spot this? I think he did, but Neil spots him. Headshot connects. Big opening, but not enough to push off of here for Lazarus. They don't want to go charging through into B. He's more than happy to have that man advantage for now.
And I like this smoke here to try to set up Jue to try to get in and see if there was a push coming through. Find a good double kill, but he actually gets punished for it by 40.
Man, what a shot. I think it was just fully blind through the smoke. Just a bit of a timing, a bit of a game sense shot. Gets that kill. Now 5v3 for Laz as they try to get themselves into this one, but CQ holding down from the spawn side, manages to find 3. Does he see more? Even gets another playing out through the B door. And all of a sudden, the blink of an eye where it looks so damn good, it turns into a nightmare as Awesome's the last one standing, and it seems like they know precisely where he is. The flash blinds him. He cuts across towards A, where he's got to try. Past Bean and ZQ, gets one of them, takes a nasty hit, and Bean gets the job finished. 2 rounds picked up here for the side of AG. This is the first time that Laz have not been able to reply with a round win of their own in round number 2.
I mean, just such a great start here for Lazarus, getting 2 kills through the smokes, getting those great picks. It's great awareness. Now, they might have gotten the information on Jue from somebody in-house. They might have been able to see him as well from up above. But still, those are 2 beautiful openers, and then to just walk into the M4 of ZQ there. That's just a heartbreak for Lazarus. The way that all gamers stepped up into that is just, you know, again, they never lack confidence in any round, even when they're down, you know, 5-3, when they have 2 less players than their opponents. They're still taking aggressive pushes. They're still taking aggressive angles because they're that confident in their individual abilities, and they're able to snowball it. Still, ZY is going to maintain the AWM here for AG, so this will be their at least seemingly default setup. A little bit of information.
Oh,
look at even spring action.
They just completely bait them in. ZY playing back so even can soar. Swings on the corner. They did not expect him to be just behind the pillar. He cleans up 3. Wait, trying to hold things down here. does manage to win out against Vice, and now it's just 40. AWM, the barrel seen. ZQ gets the headshot. AG, 3 consecutive rounds, the cleanest start they've had so far in this entire series. Laz, they need something, and they need it soon.
The bait and switch here, so good from AG. A new look, a new round, and having
it's got value.
Oh God, it does. It hit so many players onto Lazarus there, and there's no response from Lazarus other than just kind of keep Wing forward here. Are they just going to make a fast rush towards B? Short to B, it looks like is going to be the call.
All right. Well, this does at least benefit them in the fact that everybody from All Gamers has pushed out of B, and they will have to still work their way into the server room, but ZQ pushes the corner, manages to find one. Awesome, going to be taken down. One of the key fraggers here from the side of Laz has just not been given an opportunity to really play the game. 4 deaths now in 4 rounds. I guess that could be said, though, for just about everybody on Lazarus if they end up dying here, which right now seems to be the case. Even finds the shot, 40 taken out. 3 members left now playing around the servers, desperately trying to stay alive. ZY keeps pushing in. Vi's able to find 1. Even, however, and Shui able to pick up another 2. And with the cleanup as the cleanup comes in, that will be the defuse. As AG now move up 4-0.
I appreciate the change of pace, the change of ideas here for Lazarus, identifying some potential open space on short to B, and they were correct. They made a good read, but these retakes from All Gamers, their long-range shooting, everything about them is just so good right now. The double AWMs are really working a treat so far. They're able to find some early picks or, kind of these long-range shots into the positions of Lazarus. And now 40 holding an angle with an AWM as they start to push forward. A grenade goes a bit too far here to catch anybody onto Lazarus. Flash to solve things up, but Vi's through the flash, gets a kill.
Still manages to find 1. HE gets a little bit of damage, I believe, but otherwise not much done there. And Laz, after the initial aggression, just decide to back away. They don't want to overstep. Loon's still chasing forward. The shot from ZY clips into the door frame. Will not be able to get the punish. So still a 5v4 in the hands of Laz, but can they convert it into a win?
It's interesting information for All Gamers to work with. They only see 1 player there, and that's really deep on the map. They have a pretty decent idea. I think that mid is relatively safe, so now they're falling way back, trying to fortify their lines, get into positions where they can kind of rotate between both sides. Bean.
Oh, he misses a shot, but Niels does not. Kill coming in. ZQ trying to get them through window, has to back away. It's a bit too whiffy. Flash up into window, not going to catch anybody there, but Laz now hold the site. They find ZY, 2 members left on the side of AG, even in ZQ, try to clutch this out. They're running out of time, and they're running out of players, and there you go, flawlessly done. Lazarus get themselves onto the A site. They close out the round. First one on the board for them, with 4 more left to be played in the half.
Oh, there we go. Just a nice push through long A there. Just really diligent stuff from Lazarus. Able to kind of keep All Gamers on the back foot. And again, the fact that they had a player outside of their side of long B towards the BL side that got identified by All Gamers made the information game a little bit tricky for AG to kind of have to try to figure out. And so they had to fall all the way back, try to play a very spread out defense on the north side of the map. If you're looking at the map from the the perspective of the top left radar. But I mean, really, just that round right there from Lazarus is just the best one we've seen by far. It was really clean, and that's not so good at the start. Ow.
Oh, and with even just chucking that one in. I mean, he himself is about 2 HP remaining. Actually, it is 2 HP. I was just guesstimating that one. He's trying to get awesome here. And he finally gets it. The headshot comes in, and Awesome's just playing with fire.
I mean, the way they used that grenade to bait out the jump, for the player. I mean, that's what they were setting up for. They're just shooting at it. Okay, here's a grenade. Good luck.
Yep. Now Vi's taken down. It's starting to feel like the tank might be running empty. Loons, though, he said, no, there's still plenty of gas. Even still holding close, playing the same position, still at 2 HP, but they just haven't been able to get line of sight on him. Loons goes to back away. Does he take this fight again? The shots are coming through, so AG know that There's still at least one player pinned in this position. 40, maybe gonna try to flank around. We'll have to see.
Oh, Loons has to be so careful trying to get out of here with that C4. He's just
made it.
Just barely.
The timing is good, but even starting to go on the chase. They look around and they don't see much of anything that should give them a decent sense that it's going to be a B hit. Even continues to push from behind. ZQ looking to join in. Bean just going to be cutting across through the spawn. Watches the door, doesn't see anything. Oh, here we go. Push out. 40 finds one. ZQ, though, do they anticipate that he is going to be this close behind? So far, no one really watching his angle. Spots one. That's going to be 40 taken down. Now they know exactly where Loons is at. He's down to half HP. The shots come in. ZQ cleans them both up. And the defuse will be found. 5 rounds to 1. AG continue to storm their way towards the semifinals.
I mean, just the way that AG is able to play off of each other in these two-man situations and 2v1s. They rarely give their opponents any opportunity to find, the second kill. It's one player gets behind a box, starts working it, starts baiting out the shots from their opponent, and then the other player is going to step through at the right time to help them out. The timings and the understanding of the angles here from AG is absolutely otherworldly. Time and time again. You just love to see it. You love the way they play. Absolutely disgusting team. Shutting all these other teams out here so far. Awesome's making a push downstairs. Didn't even see even nope. Just waiting with open arms for that one.
And Awesome, unfortunately, just is not having a good, last 2 maps. Shot up from ZY, not going to find anything. Moves up on top of the box. Is still going to be good for one before he gets traded by Niels. Is even. Putting on the wall. Finds one. Pushes out. Gets a second. Gets the third. Even is ready to shut this down. And shut out Lazarus in this quarterfinal match, 6-1. Still 2 more to be played out in the half. AG, they're looking for 8.
Looked like a little bit of desperation here from Lazarus, trying to kind of fake a short B hit while the rest went the other side, and AG just nobody fooled by it. In fact, the opposite. They were happy to let them come in because they had the angles for those pushes, and they just stepped out and took everyone down off of Lazarus as they came in. Really efficient. Just great stuff. I mean, ZY just barrel stuffing his AWM, and he didn't care if he got traded there. He just needed to get one and done, and that was good enough. He knew what his job was, and he handled it. Let's see if he can keep these pillars under control.
If memory serves, so far throughout this entire event, I believe that a 2-7 deficit in the first half is the largest comeback that we've seen. I think we might have seen it twice to get us into overtime, but I don't believe anyone's been able to pull off a 1-8 into, another monstrous just 8-1 second half to take it to OT in order to be able to just steal a map away. Laz need these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, if they can get this to 6-3, then I have some hope that Laz can maybe run this back, maybe force out an OT. Here comes the execute, and it's just swatted away by ZY again.
That's
so
Niels.
clean with it.
Niels and dead. A big negative here for the side of Lazarus. 40 going to be able to find 1. But as you can see, I mean, that's the top fragger taken out inside of AG. Minor boon. ZY still here to play. Finds 1. Loon's going to clean him up, but Jue finds another. Awesome again, going to be dead. C4 on the ground. Can be picked up. 40 seconds left to go. Loon's all on his lonesome.
It's just great holds here from AG. I mean, they're happy to let Lazarus get aggressive now. They're happy to play back. They right off the cue of the C4, they just swarm in and the round. I mean, 7-1.
They don't even give him the opportunity to fire back. They just instantly rush in, 3 members strong, clean it up. Now it's 7-1. Last round in the half. Lazarus, can they find a second, or is it going to be damn near perfection from AG? Because the first 2 maps, incredibly close, despite the scoreline there on Ankara, but here on Compound, this is one where the scoreline absolutely just tells the entire story. There's no confusion whatsoever. You see that 7-1. that's exactly how it's been.
Yeah, it's felt like it for sure. Lazarus has had a couple good ideas here and there, and now they're just getting flashed up, stuck up, and just crossfire down.
Yep, the flashbang was great. They continue to advance. Awesome will be able to find one, even going to be taken down. Loon's now making his way into the site. Bean's taking quite a bit of damage, but will be able to stay alive. 3 members now, as yet again B going to be the target site for the side of Lazarus. They try to up the pace once more. Smokes come down, blocking off both access points to the site, just trying desperately to buy themselves some time. Figuring if they can't get these kills, perhaps they can at least buy enough space, buy enough time for the bomb to explode and get a win that way. But AG, they're getting themselves into position. Made into the site. A little bit of damage going to be found. 40 finds Bean though. Takes him down. 3 other members of AG, however, storm their way through. Sway going to be good for 2. Ends up dying. ZQ gets the final kill. And the defuse will be able to come in. AG, they lock in an 8-1 first half. Just 2 more rounds to go to punch their ticket into the semifinal.
It's just so incredible how good AG is and how fast they are to react to things. And Lazarus is able to sneak some players in with that kind of feint hit towards long A. They lose 2 players for it. They get into the site, but AG is so fast that Lazarus has no choice but to play on site, to play in the servers, to play beneath the rafters. They can't even get players up top to try to hold angles. Yeah. And so this makes it so easy for AG to do these retakes. I mean, that one they at least fought back pretty well, but still, not only is there a numbers advantage for AG, but there's also a positional advantage, a height advantage. I mean, everything you could want for the side of all gamers. They're happy to give up that space in those situations because they are going to swarm in before Lazarus can even get out. Because like a lot of times you want to get somebody, you know, out towards the GR spawn or out towards long B, something like that to give you an extra off angle. But AG just doesn't give you those opportunities.
Now on the blacklist side, AG slowing down the pace a bit compared to what we just saw across his last few rounds. Flash catches a couple of AG, but they're just going to be rushing too short, getting themselves over towards B. Smoke's out coming down, even going to be able to find first blood, and once more, it is awesome. Taken out of the equation. Buys, it's a bit of damage. ZY is just going to move up right against the wall. See if they're going to be able to displace him. Shots are flying. They know exactly where he's at. Some spray coming in. They're trying to get the connections they hit. So far, they have not, and just like that, the cleanup comes through. I believe a flawless round for AG as they now take it to match point. 9 locked in. Lazarus need to run 8 consecutive just to give us overtime, just to have an opportunity to maybe win this map. But otherwise, it seems like all gamers cannot be denied. They can be slowed down, they can be made to bleed, but you cannot kill them, at least not yet.
Oh, a decent grenade there once again off the rip, knowing that they want to take space, even gets an opening headshot as well. I mean, everything coming undone here for Lazarus. They do have Awesome, who has snuck pretty deep in enemy territory, but he's backing out.
Backed away, swing out into mid. Awesome somehow, someway, this time gets away with his life. Just below the window, 40. Hasn't been spotted. He saw the gun barrel, knows that there's at least one up into that window. Swings back out, doesn't see anything, but Bean sees him. And things continue to unfurl for Laz.
Just going for the ego peek there, and just gets punished. Should be a wide open B site here for AG as the other 3 members of Lazarus are in mid. Kind of Bean just keeping them busy right now as everybody else is happy to get in there and get the C4 down.
Suspicious, and he's got the shot. Jumps through the window, sees him through the vent. Vice will be able to get the headshot, gets that punish. But it's just the tiniest of reprieves found as Awesome can't make his way through the smoke. He gets gunned down. It's all on Vice, and they are hungry for blood. They are rushing through, trying to finish him off, trying to finish the series, and they will. All gamers, 10-1 on Compound, close things out 3-0 over Lazarus. They send the Germans home, and they send themselves catapulting into the semifinals.
What else did you expect here but this kind of victory? A resounding finish here for the side of all gamers. Beautifully played on Compound, beautifully executed. we got to give Lazarus a ton of credit. They played great this tournament. We were happy to have them here. They really put up a great fight on the first couple of maps, but Compound just proved to be too much for them to handle. All gamers come through once again, and they're scary, man. It's hard to imagine that anybody can go toe-to-toe with them right now.
It was a tough draw for Lazarus, having to go up against the reigning champs, having to go up against this squad. All gamers are on another level. They are the defending champs, and right now they look like they may be the first to be able to get the back-to-back titles under their belt. But Laz did have a great performance this tournament, as you said, paper thin. They got themselves into the playoffs. They had to do through the wild card draw. Not something that they wanted, but they managed to make it happen. They got this far, and they also pushed AG to the limit on these maps here, at least in the first two. Again, that first score line does not tell the story of Ankara. An unfortunate end to them, but guys, we will throw over to the analyst desk who will break down the bountiful amount of action that we had across those three maps.
And EU MENA's representatives are out of CFS 2022 as Lazarus from Germany are done before we get to the semi-finals. We look forward to seeing them at CFS as we have done many times in a row now. They will be disappointed that they're leaving at this stage, but maybe, realistically, not that surprised after drawing AG and, as we mentioned earlier on, not having all the time that they wanted to prep due to other parts of the tournament. Strong showing, though. If you look at that middle map, really pleased to see that they made it a real contest on sub-base.
Yeah, they really did. I think they showed us, a stronger Lazarus than what we've seen. They also had one of the strongest maps we've seen contested against all gamers so far in that sub-base match. I think for Lazarus, they kind of beat themselves, though, on this one. They seemed almost a little bit too reserved throughout this matchup, and I was hoping they would just be a little bit more aggressive to try and push against AG, but when you're up against that type of talent, it's a really tough ask.
Yeah, I agree. I think, there was a lot on the line here. Obviously, you want to get through to the semi-finals. You don't want to throw it away. But when you know how good AG are, you've really got to play the best you can and not be scared of them, right?
I mean, given that 10-6 round coming in, the first map 10-2, last map 10-1. 10-6, definitely some better rounds coming out, definitely because Loons and Neil's sniping off their stairs and just getting those kills here and there. But at the same time, just like how Kyle talked about, being too reserved, we've seen moments where the players were just kind of holding back from the pushes where they could have definitely committed it for it, go out, take the kills. But because they're against all gamers, the reigning champions, obviously they were playing step back. And keeping themselves reserved, it just keeps them from possibly getting the rounds for themselves.
Wasn't expecting Ankara to come up as Lazarus' pick. Let's take a look at the highlights, starting with that map. Valdez, we thought it might get through the pool, but Lazarus picking it first was bold.
Yeah, it was really bold, like you say. I think that's the perfect way to describe it because, as we've seen, Lazarus have picked it themselves many times, but so have all gamers. So it's essentially you're throwing the gauntlet. You're saying, okay, let's go. We got to do it on Ankara. It's one of our best maps. Let's see if we can actually beat them here. And it's, unfortunately for Lazarus, did kind of set the tone. You'll notice, a couple of mistakes like this. You're 2v1, rushing a little bit. You can double peek, but they just kind of go in one by one. And again, it's crazy some of the shots that all gamers can hit. So there's no real need to get too down about this loss if you're a Lazarus or if you're a Lazarus fan, because all gamers, they really do have some special players. As you can see, a very special team in what they're able to pull off. Some nice moments for Lazarus as well, obviously, especially on sub-base. Vise, getting some big clutches here and there. And it felt like, even after they threw the gauntlet on Ankara, it didn't quite go their way. They still fought back even harder on the second map, and I think that's really honorable and was a great showing from Lazarus.
Yeah, you saw there, it got up to 6-all at one point, and then after that, all gamers started to pull away. Zhui had an interesting series for all gamers, really underperformed on their first map. Nevertheless, they managed to win it 10-2. ZZXQ, you were next to me saying that's with just 4 of them, really. But Zhui came back into his own on sub-base and needed to, otherwise Lazarus might have taken this one.
Yeah, just a great performance all around from Zhuai, kind of closing out the series, even stepping up in a big way as well. We haven't seen enough from him, I think, in that final map. He was getting 3K after 3K, constantly holding this B tunnels position, as you can see here, and just being a huge threat anywhere Lazarus wanted to go in the final map. And they really made a statement there to close out the series 10-1, and I think that's a great way for them to put this one to a close.
Is that because of Lazarus struggling with compound, or were they just roundly outplayed by that stage?
I think it was a mix of both. I think on sub base, they kind of took their foot off the gas a bit on the side of AG, but going into this third map, I think they didn't want to have any question about their performance going into the next round, and they just wanted to come out guns blazing to finish it.
Yeah, the only round Lazarus got on compound was a flawless, so fair play for that, but that was 1 out of 11. Here's the rest of the numbers from compound. The map summary shows you 4.5 for even is a good place to start if you're an All Gamers fan.
I mean, it's such a huge number, 4.5, even getting 3K, 2K, even 4K at one point, I believe. Just getting kills after kills, sending it to town, basically. Dre, though, I think was getting targeted by Lazarus in a couple of setups where Lazarus was just going into it, but at the end of the day, he was able to come out with a 1.8. ZY, though, is going to be sitting a little bit quiet, you know. I've done the heavy lifting in the past couple of days, so I'll just keep back, relax. Is 1.00 as he sits on that.
Awesome will be not happy and never want to see that one again after coming out with a damage of 211.
Yeah, I think it's a mix, you know, kind of what ZZXT was saying as well about all gamers really pushing as hard as they possibly could on compounds to really kind of put the nail in the coffin. I think that Lazarus, as well as many other teams in this tournament, kind of, you know, they tried so hard on sub base, they got so close, but then kind of took the wind out of their sails when it didn't quite go their way. So, you know, kind of a bit of an unfortunate send-off at the end. You know, Lazarus definitely better than 1-10 against this team even. But still, you know, what can you say? 3-0 to the side of all gamers, even with a, yeah, he had a day. This is kind of just the way that even plays.
So we got 4.5 KD on compound, but when we look at Subbase and Ankara and measure it out over across them, 2.61 KD across the 3 maps. Kills per round, 1 and a bit. Headshots, nearly half of his kills, and he did plenty of them. Yeah, phenomenal scoring, including the AP measurement that we use here to compare everybody. Even well earned as the MVP.
I mean, this is what's scary about all gamers. So you see ZY popping off from time to time. Zeke will do it from time to time. We've seen Bean just landing naughty op shots, and well, tonight it's going to be even, taking all those kills into his pockets and taking that MVP for himself.
You know, I think we've had, and I'm not sure, but I think we may have had a different AG player every time we've had an MVP from their matches. They've had 4 games now, including the 3 in the group, and then obviously they made it clean out of the groups, being top of the group. And so this is their 4th game in the contest. I've got a feeling if we haven't had 4 different players, we've had 3. 10-2, 10-6, and then brushed aside 10-1, see Lazarus leave CFS 2022 as proud quarterfinalists, and a great journey to get them there, but the German team's journey is ending now. All gamers progress through to the semi-finals. We'll find out who they're going to play later on. After this short break, it's going to be Q9 Esports against Celebi. So the 2020 World Champions from China against the Pride of Vietnam. Don't go anywhere. This one could be very close indeed.
ازيكم يا جدعان، انا الكارد من تيم مس وانا السنايبر بتاع الفريق. دلوقتي احنا مع الرجاله خارجين بنتمشى.
عايزين نبص على الستريم يا شيخ.
بص ده بص دلوقتي انترفيو مع حورس هيصوروه. بس الفيو هنا يا جدعان، الفيو خرافه يعني. الفندق نفسه جامد والجزيره جامده قوي، بس لسه برضه على نص كم، فربنا يكون في عونك يا حوسو بالنص كم اللي انت لابسه ده. طب بص كلهم واقفين هناك ازاي.
오케이 가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
يعني هيعملوا فيلم سينماتيك، يعني هيصوروه زي الفيديو بتاع بونجو بتاع فيتنام السنه اللي فاتت. هيعملوا له سينماتيك اللي بتبقى صراحة الفيديوهات دي بتبقى جامدة جدا يعني.
E aí, rapaziada, tudo bom? Torcedores da BD aí, ó. Acabei de passar uma maquiagem. WL. O AKT aqui se maquiando, ó. Nosso menino prodígio. As preparações aqui, ó. Caraca, que outra pessoa. Aquele que apresentei agora há pouco, ó. Totalmente diferente. Pô, bom dia. Mostra a camisa. Mostra a camisa. Aqui. É o 10AK, rapaziada.
É o 10AK Son of War, caralho.
Hello, xin chào anh em. Hiện tại là mình và xin giới thiệu mọi người trước. Thì mình là Sadi, đội trưởng của team Celebi 2L.
Và việc lên test trước khi ngày mai khai mạc, bây giờ lên mình tập duyệt trước cùng lại anh em RK.
Go go. Let's go. Thì có mỗi một mình team mình cầm cái này thôi anh em ơi.
Hot đấy, hot hit.
Được ưu tiên mỗi team mình được cầm cái này. Can you say hi? Quay tay chung nữa. Được. Mình nghe anh Phong.
Bây giờ chuẩn bị đi thi. Biết mọi người biết mình đang làm gì không? Mình giờ chuẩn bị đi thi kiểu thi gì ta? Biểu diễn thời trang. Go 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 go. Celebi.
Rồi, chào nè.
دلوقتي هنقول كلمة للفانز والسي اف ستاف وهنتكلم عن الايفنت شوية. فيعني السنة دي الايفنت شكله هيبقى روعة، كفاية اللي هو
رب ان شاء الله نحاول نشرفكم السنة دي، ويعني على الأقل نكون أحسن من المستوى اللي عملناه في السنين اللي فاتت إن شاء الله.
ففي الآخر نحب نشكر السي اف ستاف، ساعدونا جدا في إجراءات السفر ومنظمين بطولة زي الفل. كفاية الجيفس، كفاية كل حاجة عملوها لنا براكتس روم، يعني مظبطيننا على الآخر. وإن شاء الله نشرفكم في البطولة وإن شاء الله نتأهل فيها نلعب أداء مشرف. إن شاء الله ربنا يوفقنا النهايات تعجبكم والبطولة كلها تعجبكم والتنظيم إن شاء الله. يلا see you.
See you. Agora eu vou dar pro Vieninha gravar um pouquinho para ele falar um pouco aí das entrevistas.
Mas quem? Esse vlog aqui. Estamos aqui agora, lugar lindo. E fizemos algumas fotos, né? Fizemos alguns vídeos. Agora vamos gravar mais um pouquinho de conteúdo, né? Pro campeonato.
Salve, rapaziada. Salve, rapaziada.
Calma, cara. Vai, Léo, vai. Seu jeito, vai.
1, 2, 3, nos vemos nessa FS, rapaziada. Esse é o time da Black Dragons. Muito obrigado aí, quero que todos os torcedores torçam por nós. E é isso, Gol BD, tamo junto.
Gol BD, 1, 2, 3.
Gol BD!
Và đây, sau đây là mình đi qua phòng chờ mọi người ạ.
Kết thúc vlog thôi, quay nhiều quá rồi.
Rồi ok, xin chào mọi người nhé. 1,
2, 3, hẹn gặp lại.
Kalios Paper Thin come over to this side of the studio as we get ready for our second quarter final. But guys, exciting match over a little soon, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't what was anticipated, rather, I should say. The result, the scoreline at the end of the day, kind of what we expected. We were anticipating a 3-0 for the set of all gamers, but the road that we took to get there was significantly different. It was a lot more scenic than we had anticipated. So it was a really strong performance from Laz. They put up a hell of a fight. Unfortunately, couldn't get any map wins, couldn't bring back Compound, but it was still a very entertaining series at the end.
Did you enjoy the view as we made our way along? Kelios taking the scenic route?
Yes, I absolutely did. I mean, this was kind of fun. I mean, the sub base in particular was a lot of fun. It was good to see a team actually really start to push, AG into into the back corner. They had the half where they went up 5-4. So, look, all in all, it was more entertaining than like Seth said, more entertaining than the scoreline indicates, because both teams played really well until we got to Compound. Then things were pretty one-sided in favor of AG.
Yeah, also still, and we'll see if this record holds, the most rounds that we've seen AG lose so far in the tournament. So maybe that'll hold up, but it was still excellently done by Lazarus. They should hold their heads high after that.
Absolutely, yeah. Sad to be leaving, but putting up a really good fight against AG and showing people you can lay them down here and there on some maps. Here's your predictions for Q9 against Celebi. Now this is rather more unsettled, isn't it? Look at that, Q9, the CFS 2020 Grand Finals champions, and arguably the third best team of the Chinese teams here against Celebi, who have come out of Vietnam and impressed everybody with some strong performances. They nevertheless only managed to get second in Group A, which is why they're playing against Q9 in quarterfinal number 2. So let's start with you, Paper Thin. You still think the Chinese are going to do it?
Yeah. I mean, the bigger reason for me isn't necessarily that I think Q9 is especially better than Celebi one way or another. I think this is going to be close. I think for sure this should be a 3-1 or a 3-2 at the end of all of this. But I think, Celebi, after getting rocked by all gamers, is going to be rattled coming in here against Q9. I think they're going to be potentially questioning how well they actually can stack up against them. I mean, Celebi, they know they can beat these teams. They've done it before, but after kind of that manhandling they took, I'm a little bit worried about their mentality coming into this. Q9's coming off some big wins. They've pushed Imperial at the very beginning of this event. Yes, they ended up losing that, but it was really close. Since then, they've been, kind of handling their opponents pretty well. They dispatched Lazarus with relative ease, and what we just saw with Lazarus versus AG, yeah, they can push them on a few maps, but I think in the long run, Q9 has more firepower and potentially a deeper map pool.
Let's meet the teams, and if the interviews are anything like they were for quarterfinal 1, then this one's going to be spicy as well.
大家好，我们是 B 组第2的身份出现的队伍清流战队。
Hello, xin chào mọi người. Team mình là Celebi Last Legend. Hiện tại bọn mình đã được hạng 2 của bảng A, Cross Final 2022.
我们现在进入到8强，就是还是意料之中吧。但是我们本想以个 B 组射手第1的身份出现，但是不管怎么样，我们也顺利的进入8强。
Cảm nhận của team mình thì hiện tại đã là thành công khi mà mục tiêu của team đề ra đó là hạng 2 của bảng. Chặng sau thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hơn.
CLB 所讲的团结还有整体性，他们的游戏理解可以看到几次与 CLPL 战队交手都是被碾压和完虐的，所以我们之间等级是有差距的。
Cái gì cơ? Hóa ra lại gặp tưởng gặp Lazarus, hóa ra lại gặp Q9 à? Với việc bọn mình gặp Q9 thì bọn mình không cần chuẩn bị một cái gì hết, bọn mình vẫn có thể thắng được.
CLB 没能去打外卡赛，这让我很意外。
CLB， 你们在与我们 CLPL 战队 AG 战队交手的时候，真的是被完虐，不仅是2比0，还是10比1、10比4这样的大比分。
VIG họ đã từng thắng tôi rồi, còn V9 thì chúng tôi chưa gặp bao giờ, nên chúng tôi không hề sợ họ.
Em nghĩ điểm yếu của họ đó là đây là lần đầu tiên team Q9 bước ra đấu trường quốc tế. Mình nghĩ là áp lực sẽ gọi là đè nặng lên họ một chút. Thì bọn mình sẽ tận dụng được cái đấy và khai thác tốt ở những vị trí mà team Q9 đang yếu. Thì khi đối đầu với nhau, team mình sẽ cho bạn biết thế nào là yêu.
啊？你说什么？我不能理解。
巴金市这个排名是按整体的战队数据排出来的，所以我们排成4号种子，而 CLB 排成5号种子，他们的整体数据是比我们弱的。
如果 CLB 来我们 CLPL 的话，他们可能是第9、第10名的队伍。
Vì đọc được đội Q9 nên em rất là vui, tại vì đội đấy em đánh giá không có khả năng gì hết.
我们遇到全球总决赛最弱的队伍，我们也很开心。
我会告诉你们谁的等级会更高一等。
清酒，加
油 ！Celebi！
I'm enjoying those so much. The weakest team, say Q9 of Celebi. Celebi not scared of Q9 whatsoever. Ah, brilliant. Let's see then. Q9 Esports with Oolong, Hades, Wolf, Yu, and LXM.
I think one of the things that was actually brought up from the Celebi side of things is that this is, and while they have gotten, obviously international experience now by this point, as we're already over a week into the tournament, Q9, this is going to be one of the highest stakes matches for a lot of these players on this squad. So that pressure could stack up against them. We'll have to just wait and see if they're going to be able to persevere through it.
I mean, the roasts on the interviews were just so amazing. And as you probably can tell from the interviews, both teams kind of look down on each other. Okay, you're weak. No, I'm not weak. You're weak. But when it comes to that, I believe the first map is going to play a very huge role. Whoever takes the first round might have that confidence just built in. Okay, maybe my decision is right.
Everybody on this team is really, really talented. Everybody on this team is averaging at least 1 kill per death. So this is a really solid team top to bottom. They haven't shown a whole lot of weakness outside of their match versus Imperial. So I'm really curious to see if they can continue this momentum that they've been building.
So they're Q9 Esports Club, 2020 World Champions on the opposite side of the beautiful stage here in Jeju. Celebi out of Vietnam with Rambo, Lucas, Shady, Dola, and LDX. Let's talk a little bit about some numbers on how this best of 5 will go down on a 7-map pool, as we didn't get a chance to delve in a lot before the first quarterfinal went away. Ankara, both of these teams have had a win and a loss here at CFS 2022. On Compound, Q9 have a win, but they had to do it in overtime, whereas Celebi got a Compound win 10-7 against Team Myth. Eagle Eye has been picked by Q9, banned 3 times by Celebi. What do you think we're going to expect here? Are we going to see a Chinese team pull Eagle Eye into this thing? Can Celebi afford to let it go through?
No. I think it's going to be banned. I think Eagle Eye is going to be the ban for Celebi one way or another.
But for Q9 Esports, they might just have to ban out a map from Celebi as well, since they also have a ban card to go through.
Honestly, I'm not going to be too surprised if there's a curveball kind of sent out here from Celebi. I think that, and I understand Paper Spin's concerns for the squad, but I think that them going up against AG is not really a metric of how they're going to perform against a different Chinese team, because AG have already proven themselves to be well and truly above every other Chinese organization, especially Q9 as they come in here as the 3rd seed. And Celebi did not look like themselves in that series versus AG. I think that after having several days of rest, several days to prepare for this matchup, we should be seeing the Celebi that we saw from them in their first 2 series, where it's a much more dominant, and I think that they should be able to take this, and maybe they have gotten that Eagle Eye ready to go. So if it makes it through, I'm expecting that they will be prepared for it.
And as you saw there from LXM and Dola, actually those numbers fairly comparable.
Sure.
Like great players on each team, and a lot of you were thinking that Celebi could beat All Gamers when they met 2 or 3 days ago or a month ago or whenever it was. We've been here a while. But we thought AG Celebi could have been like a preview of the grand final. So we got high hopes for Celebi. Let's hope we can see a bit more of them when it comes up against Q9.
Unfortunately, we have to shift it because they're on the same side of the bracket. So maybe it's a preview of the semifinals.
Well, let's see if Celebi can get there, or if we'll have an all-Chinese semifinal with all games against Q9. Let's go over to the other side of the studios. EZXQ and Valdez will take it into this one.
Thank you so much, Desk, for that wonderful breakdown. It is me, Valdez, with, of course, EZXQ. And we're going to be bringing you the 2nd best of 5 of today. And this one should be pretty interesting. The first one on paper definitely looked a bit one-sided, but at least we had some different predictions for this one.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at this match, I'd expect it to be one of the closest quarterfinals we're really going to have here. These 2 teams are very evenly matched. Q9 looking like the shakiest of the Chinese teams in the group stage. So I think, both teams are really going to have to prove something here in this series.
Yeah, a lot to prove. Celebi is trying to lead the charge for Vietnam as the top team from the region, and of course Q9 trying to prove themselves on the international stage with some of the newer players. Celebi was trying to point that out, that some of those guys didn't quite have international experience. So we'll see if that does come into effect here as Q9 will be starting off on this side. And they did look strong. I think, just like Celebi, they, you know, you can't really look at some of the numbers against All Gamers because All Gamers are so strong. I think Imperial also an incredible team, so Q9 maybe could have a better chance against Celebi.
Yeah, I think looking at kind of my thoughts on the initial matchup in these head-to-heads, Wolf versus Rambo is really key, I think, in this matchup. Wolf, we saw a lot of inconsistency from in some of their previous games, especially that match against Imperial. He was very quiet, but Rambo, pretty consistent across the board, aside from a weaker one in that AG matchup. But going into the bans here, I think this is very important for both of these teams, since it might be a quick bait to see who takes down Eagle Eye first here.
Yeah, it's potentially a game of chicken, although it does seem like Q9 is more confident on it. Celebi just going to take it out, so no Eagle Eye. And certainly, both of these teams have not wanted to play on subbase. Both of them banning it, 2 and 3 times respectively. So gonna see another ban here. So everything else is out on the board.
Yeah, looking at a pick here of Mexico, though, to kick this one off for Celebi. I think this is a great choice from them. They love to control the pacing on this map. They love taking mid control early on in the round, and Q9 answering right back with a Black Widow pick themselves. I think this is a strong map for them. So far, I'd say very split in the map picks.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what Celebi wants to go for map 3, which of course can be a critical map, as we have seen. These two teams not necessarily as focused on Ankara as our first best of 5, so we're not going to see it just yet. Compound is once again going to be the choice here for map 3.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting one from Celebi. I didn't think they looked quite as strong on this map. They only had a 10-7 victory over Team Myth, who looked fairly shaky throughout their matchups, so hopefully they have something better in store for us on this. Q9, though, answering back with the Ankara pick, and map 5 going to be Port if this one goes the distance, and if there's any quarterfinal that can, this is surely it.
This has got to be it, and one thing I do want to point out is note that every single map, Celebi starting on Blacklist and Q9 starting on Global Risk. So what that means is, if you get the map picked, the other side chooses the side, but because it's all the same, both teams want to start on their respective side. They go ahead and choose the Blacklist, and then it goes to the other side, and then the other team chooses Global Risk. So both of these teams having a very kind of favorite side, you could say.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the stats, though, earlier, that GR start on Mexico, I think, is going to be a huge benefit for Q9. We saw over 60% win rate on that side of the map, so I think they should be able to get the early momentum in this series, but still, it's a very strong map for Celebi nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right on the money with that one. Celebi, they have kind of the favoritism on the choice, whereas Q9 might be able to use some of the stats from GR in their favor, so it will be pretty interesting to start off with that one, and then we will get into Black Widow for the second map, which we've seen some teams really, really favor. And it seems like Q9 wanted to get onto that one first.
Yeah, I think it's a bold pick for Q9. It's one of their stronger maps, and it should be a 1-1 start I'd expect to this series, but I think if any team pulls ahead 2-0, they're probably going to take the whole series because there's a lot of momentum between both of these teams from what we've seen in their previous series.
The momentum is going to be huge, and it all starts with Mexico, which is going to be our first map for the second quarterfinal of the day. Let's jump on to Mexico for Q9 Esports up against Celebi.
All right, here we go, right into it. Map number 1, Mexico. Q9 going to be defending on that GR side of the map. Celebi going to be on the attack first on that Blacklist side. We'll see what they can do to set the pacing for what could be a fantastic match on our hands. It's going to be an early mid-control play already setting up here from both teams. Q9, lots of utility to stall this one off at the start.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a lot of teams really try to challenge into water and, go for big pushes. I think it was maybe Team Myth that was trying it a bit, but it was after the map had kind of gone awry, you could say. So definitely this was our map with the second longest playtime per round behind Compound, which, as we were talking about on the desk earlier, that one requires a lot of clearing out of different angles and stuff like that. This map, it's pretty hard to push. So the Blacklist side, they got to get the perfect smokes over. They got to really make sure before they go in for a push themselves.
Yeah, it's definitely a very reserved GR-sided map. We'll see if they decide to go for anything aggressive here. Shady kind of testing his luck here, trying to sneak his way into mid, but another smoke comes down. Shady, though, slides right through it, trying to find that early information. You, though, playing patiently here behind the pyramid stack. He's going to be spotted out. Lucas with the opening kill as they push through.
Pretty nice. They get in through onto the A site, but trading kills so far. LDX able to enter with that headshot, and that means that Celebi is going to get this bomb down on A.
2v3 situation now. Hades and LXM do have a nice HP advantage for this retake. The time, though, is ticking, and they've got to start finding their way in. LXM working his way up the alleyway. Dola catches him, but LXM wins the fight anyways. 2v2 now. Here comes the utility over the top, and LXM has to try and push through some more.
They're going to wait until the last second, try to push in together 2v2. They've got a good idea where the Celebi members are, but LDX is going to get one. There's not much time, but Shady will pick up that last kill and get it started here for Celebi.
That's a huge first round for them. Getting one to kick things off on the harder side of this map as well should give them a lot of confidence to move forward with. Q9, though, it's up to them to respond here, expecting maybe a little bit more aggression to come around this time.
Yeah, they were certainly sitting back in the corner, and Celebi kind of just waltz on into mid with nobody really checking the angles. Allowed them to get a very strong team push onto A. Not necessarily what you see all the time.
Definitely not. And now we have a three-man stack here over towards the A bomb site. You, the only player, though, holding mid for Q9. Celebi, though, they still have this passive setup on the mid entrance. They're going to be playing this one for the early pick, and Mexico, such a tough map because just going in 5v5 for this BL side is so difficult.
Yeah, they're going to be taking their time with this one. Once again, there is the same smokes being thrown down by Q9, but the big difference for them is you, as you were talking about, just poking his head out, taking some looks. LXM is around here. Here comes the flash as they push in, and you is just going to back off for now.
Rambo trying to sneak his way now up alley. We'll see if he can find a pick onto the backside of A, looking for that forklift window to try and find somebody through. Q9, though, very reserved here. Wolf playing on the doors. It's essentially a four-man stack towards A, but 4 players for Water are coming from Celebi.
Now this is interesting, showing a lot on the A side, but here they come, and a huge entry kill from Dola and LDX. They open this wide open and spray everybody down in the doors. It's LXM the last one left, but he gets taken down. 2-0 now for Celebi.
Very clean execution there. Q9, they had 3 players close enough to respond, but it felt like there was just nobody that could hold the line here for Q9, and that is a tough one to deal with moving forward because this is the side of the map they've got to establish some dominance on. But so far, Celebi, they're controlling this game.
Yeah, I think control is the most important word for this one because they're just setting the pace. They're deciding when the teams fight, and that can be a huge advantage. And Q9, they're not getting a lot of information. They're seemingly not ready for some of these pushes. And it needs to change if we are going to see a difference in here. 2 rounds already on Blacklist. And take a look at the health advantage once again here for Celebi. If they know about some of the damage they've been able to do, maybe they could go for another strong push. But for now, they're just going to sit back themselves.
Yeah, they've got a nice advantage, but you there getting boosted on the exit out of Water. That could be a nice angle, even with that low HP, to catch Celebi off guard. But the thing with Celebi here is they love to take this late round control on mid, getting those early isolated picks along the way. Hades, though, doubling up this time with LXM on the cross. Maybe this change could be enough.
Well, let's see how it is going to go as a flash, a couple of flashes over the top and even a smoke. But with Hades' position, he could get the crossfire with his buddy LXM here. Some spray through the boxes. We're getting down to only a minute left as Celebi is going to look for a push now.
Hades good for 1. He's quickly traded, though, as Lucas slides in for the support. Wunan caught on the back of the A bomb site, taken down to just under half as well. 4v4, but still the HP not so favorable for Q9 here.
Yeah, and that's another big one from Rambo. You talked about him being consistent. He's here again. Wunan is going to be shut down as well. This A site is all Celebes as they are crushing Q9 in a third round in a row. Yu is all alone and dies to a grenade to make things even worse. That's salt in the wound for Q9.
It really is icing on the cake there. Beautiful performance on these executions, though, from Celebi. Everyone picking up entries throughout these pushes, and Q9, they've got to find a way to answer back here. They have Wunan and Yu consistently getting picked apart on these early holds, and Rambo still finding that impact to slide in early in the previous round, grabbing those early kills. It's just going to be a tough one to recover, but look, another four-man push coming from Water already.
They're just going to poke their heads in. Celebi has made it very clear that when they do go for a push, it's, it's followed up with a lot of utility. Everybody's kind of going in together. They've had a great amount of teamwork to show so far. So they push in, try to get the 2v1 pick. They leave Lucas. Maybe he can get a pick himself with the AWM, but if not, they can just reset and go for a different angle.
I like this change of pace as well. Lucas, normally a main rifler for his team, pulling out that sniper quite a few rounds so far, letting Rambo just do work with that M4. Celebi, though, rotating into their standard setup, 3 just outside of mid. The rest of their players just holding for picks. Yu and Hades, though, seem eager to take this challenge over towards Alley.
Yeah, looks like we might have some fireworks here on the staircase if Celebi does decide to push in here. And here come the flashes from the side of Q9. Still no push from Celebi, and they're still just checking their angles, but with the smoke coming down onto the A site, looks likely they'll go for this site in just a moment.
Wunan in the key position here along with Hades, holding off these angles, but still Celebi, they haven't fully committed just yet. A late smoke comes to cross actually towards B, and it could be a late B hit coming now.
Yeah, they just take over mid. There's no one here from the side of Q9. We might have to rely on the one guy that is on this B site, although we do have Wolf kind of rotating in between mid and this angle. Let's see if it works out. He gets a fantastic timing, but immediately traded back. But Yu and LXM on the back of the site are doing great work for their team.
Rambo able to find 2, though, on the lurk, narrowing this to a winnable situation. Both remaining players very low, but there's only 15 seconds to sneak in here. It's not going to happen. LXM gets the shutdown, and Q9 find a much-needed round on the board.
Yeah, and Q9, not a huge celebration, but they throw out a few gyos, and they say, well, let's see what we can get going from here, as they're even going to call a tactical pause. And can't really blame them after the first 3 rounds, but the 4th round, at least, they were able to take.
Yeah, close round there, but I think the pause is definitely justified here. Q9, they're having a lot of trouble holding on to mid and that A-bomb site. The only luxury they had in that previous round was just the individual firepower saving them from losing, but there's still, every single round, Celebi with a solid chance with how they're breaking through to these sites.
Yeah, Celebi, a couple of firefights go their way, and we might be seeing 4-0 for now. The strategy itself still looked very solid from our Vietnamese squad. So, yeah, lots to break down here from the side of Q9. The GR side strong on Mexico, but it feels like they're not strong on the GR side themselves, or maybe just not super comfortable with this map because, I don't know, they're not really being proactive. They're just kind of letting Celebi push into them, and their defense is not working so far.
Yeah, I think one of the big things I noticed is they're using so much utility really early on the side of Q9 to where when that push actually comes through, Q9 has almost no utility, but if you look at the opposite side, Celebi, they almost have a full kit of nades on every player. They're waiting in mid, waiting for that utility to get exhausted, and then that's when they go for the attack.
Yeah, it's very important on a map like this where there can be, a couple of angles that you really want to cut off with smokes if you are making a push onto a site from both sides. Q9 would love to get position maybe in mid. Let's see how they change their strategy. We've been seeing tac pause into a lot of wins so far at this tournament, unsurprisingly. As here come 3 nades, I suppose, over the top, but 3 members in mid is going to be a big difference here from Q9.
Definitely a good change of pace here. 3 players in a very forward position to try and stall that mid-take from Celebi once it comes through. They still use a lot of utility to grab a hold of this position. Yu still playing that main point of contact as well, but they're almost setting up for the bait here on LXM in that corner. Hopefully they can find a way to get these trades set up.
Yeah, just biding their time. We do have 3 members now of Celebi looking to go into the water here. And if you do push out into mid, you're not going to have too many guys that can look at water. Wolf is still in this spot. And he's going to get some nice shots down, but he dies to the nade after some shots through the box. Shitty going to be able to pick that one up, and immediately rotation comes out of Q9, but Celebi, they got the pick. They're out of there.
Yeah, great read on the defense coming out from Celebi, not overcommitting after that initial peak, because both LXM and Hades, they were ready to go and might have had a chance to turn this one around quickly. So Celebi now rotating back towards their mid execution, and now there's no 3-player setup. It's wide open for the taking.
Yeah, and here's where Celebi have their utility. Smoke already on the A site. And actually a smoke from the side of Q9 over towards the entrance to B. So they're saying, okay, maybe we just go straight through that. We do have Shady kind of checking to start. Nade is going to get a minor amount of value. And a fake flash on B. They're actually going into A. The pick here on the stairs is big. And Hades is able to get 3 as he sprays through the entrance. And once again, Rambo's going to be left all alone.
They lined up for him, and now Rambo has to try and save this one somehow, but only 20 seconds. He's got to steamroll his way over towards this B-bomb site very, very quickly. LXM watching the cross here, has a chance at it, misses the shots. Rambo, he will get the bomb down here, 1v2 with just 10 seconds on the clock.
That's a pretty decisive maneuver there from Rambo. He's like, I get the bomb, I go and I plant it. He saw the positioning of Q9, but now he's got a 1v2. This is not going to be easy, especially with a sniper. He's getting rotated on as we speak, and he's going to be shot in the back. No hope for him, as you will be able to shut that down. It was a close round, though, but Q9 still able to come out ahead in this one.
Yeah, they're slowly easing their way back into it, but it's all coming down to these just nice retakes that they're starting to pull through with on the side of Q9. Meanwhile, though, we haven't seen the late round quite as strong now for Celebi in these last 2. We'll see if they can find a way to turn it around. Rambo almost getting caught too far away from his teammate, it feels.
Yeah, just got to be careful. Very confidently pushing onto A, but Hades just kind of holds down his fire button, and he's able to take down 3 in the span of about a second. So not necessarily something that should always happen. Maybe they need some more flashes over the top, or maybe a smoke in the doorway or something, because you got to be able to shut down some of the angles, even if you do have a man advantage. That can happen to you.
It's going to be a lot of pressure onto the solo hold in mid from Yu. Wunan, though, slides in, finds one onto Dola. They're going to be able to back out with a nice 5v4 here. Still, the nades coming down from Celebi, but they're not going to be pushing through yet.
Yeah, that's going to be a big difference from what we've been seeing so far on this map, which has been Celebi getting a pick and then, you know, going for a push, and it works out one way or another. This time, Q9 actually winning one of those initial firefights, as you is a bit Wunan, but Lucas able to poke in, and Wunan is able to trade one back once again.
Here comes the push onto the A-bomb site. Wunan good for a 3rd in the round, make it a 4th kill. Lucas now left alone, and a 1v4 stuck here on the quad boxes. The only saving grace here is that C4 in hand, but right around the corner, he's got a player waiting for him. It's going to be Yu who slides out. Lucas, though, good for a 1st.
Oh, and he gets the 2nd. The long-range shots. He's 1v2. Wunan is barely even alive, but you could say the same for Lucas, as Lucas tries to check the angle, and he gets shut down in the 2v1. Nicely done by Q9 this time around.
Yeah, the crazy thing there in that round, even though the kills were 1 at a time for him, Wunan actually got an ace there in this round. So great performance from him, slowly just picking apart each Celebi player 1 by 1.
Yeah, definitely a big difference maker this time around. And Celebi now, it's been a bit streaky, right? It was 3 rounds for Celebi, now it's 3 rounds for Q9. Maybe they'll consider an attack pause of their own. Could be used to change things up, or perhaps just a change of pace, as here they come up the stairs right away.
Nice flashbang over the top from 3 players as they push it. It's going to be Dola trading out as LDX goes down, but still, it's going to be Q9 collapsing onto site for another kill here. Wolf finally taken down. Lucas and Dola, they're holding on here. 2v2 now, but it's still going to be you stuck on the back of the pyramid stack. You're trying to help his teammate get through, but he has no way out.
Wow, very aggressive, but LXM, he's going to win in the 1v2. As now he's going to go all the way around. Says, well, I'm not going to push through that smoke. No reason to do that. We've got some time. Bomb still not planted. As Lucas is in a position to potentially clutch once again. This one perhaps a little bit more simple than 1v4, but still not going to be easy.
You in the key position here. He has to stay alive as long as possible so LXM can set up for the trade. Here comes the push, though. LXM takes him down. A nice 1v1 while you played that bait. And now it'll be the lead for the first time for Q9.
Yeah, 4 in a row for our Chinese squad. And as I was saying, maybe it's time for Celebi to go for their attack pause. They will do exactly that after losing 4 rounds in a row. This entirely does make sense. And I wonder what they're going to be talking about. Some of the entries, you know, not as clean as the first couple of rounds where they were winning, and maybe just not, like, especially with Wunan surviving so long in the back of A site, that's definitely going to be a tilter and a confidence killer for the side of Celebi.
Yeah, I think they really need to look at how they're trading here. It seems like they're almost getting a little bit too comfortable taking aim duels, and now that Q9 has players like Wunan stepping up to the plate along with you and actually hitting the shots now, they're not having an easy time working their way in here, so they really need to reapproach their trade potential on their setups. If they can fix that, I still think there's a chance to rebound and take this half, and you know, they do also have the benefit of playing the more favorable side up next as well.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if Q9 gets 6 rounds in a row, it's 6-3 in favor of Mexico. That's just about how often GR is winning. So at the end of the day, you know, there is a chance to turn it around in the second half. But we're definitely getting excited for Celebi with how easily they seem to take those early maps. But perhaps Q9 just needed a little bit of extra time to warm up, get used to the stage, and get used to the play style of Celebi. So bit of downloading, and then a follow-up of a bunch of confidence from Q9.
Yeah, the important thing here for Celebi is they really need to win this because this is their map pick. Black Widow for Q9 is up next, and that is a very strong map for them, so they need to keep this close to go into the second half with. But as we return, it is going to be 4-3 in favor of Q9 here. We'll see what they can do. They're on a 4-round win streak. A lot to answer here for Celebi.
Curious to see what the change will be, because Celebi, you know, so far, I'm definitely a guy that feels like on Mexico there isn't too much change you can go for, at least compared to some of the other maps. You know, you still got to push through very similar small choke points. You can change up the way you use utility, though, and kind of the pacing of some of your pushes. So let's see how they do that.
Yeah, you can tell Q9 now saving more of those nades for the late round. They've caught on to Celebi's late pushes, so they're not using quite as much here to go for that mid control. Lucas, though, a nice mid-cross smoke, going to go down early to maybe poke through here, but there's no one really in mid for Q9 yet.
Smoke over the top as well. This is essentially just trying to take control of mid, which they will do now, as everybody's going to be looking to push in onto the B site. They're trying to isolate the one guy that's here. He's flashed. He's dead. As Celebi get a free push onto this B site.
Here comes the retake, though. Wunan and Hades already poking their way in the B alleyway. They can't find any kills yet, but look at this positioning from Dola. He's going to be having this whole corner under his control. Shady just baiting players into it. Wunan caught very early on, and now it's all you trying to open this up. As as Hades rolls in behind. He's taken down as well. There is no end in sight here for Q9 to break through. You on 20 HP. Dola swings for a third, and that's the round to Celebi finally answering back after 4 lost.
Yeah, they take attack pause and they go for kind of a pacing strategy that we haven't seen yet, which is 2 smokes on A. They totally ignore it and they just all rush into B. There was the one sneaky guy that was in water and tried to flank. That didn't really work out, but the push itself got enough work done, and they got control of the B site super early on. And some of that early utility may have been useful for Q9 had they gone for it.
Q9 wanting to contest in mid at the start. Nobody will meet them there, so they decide to fall off and send 3 towards the A bomb site. The other 2 players sitting outside of water here. It's going to be Shady poking around on the lurk for Celebi, but the rest of the team here working their way eagerly up the alleyway.
All right. Very sneaky push. Everybody up the alley, up the stairs. Flash from down the bottom, and immediately the push comes in onto A. Dola again with 2 kills, but the swift defense comes in. 2-on-2 now once again.
Shady still on the lurk here, though, going to run into LXM. They have a nice little pinch on him, but Lucas has to be the anchor here. LXM finds that kill onto Shady, and now it's down to the 1v2. He does have a chance to get this bomb down uncontested, but here comes the pinch. You and LXM grouping up now to try and go for this 2v1.
Yeah, getting the bomb down would be pretty nice, but Lucas wants to make 100% sure that he is safe before he does so. He's checking every single angle, and you and LXM, they're not going to push now. They're just going to wait until Lucas plants that bomb, sets up, and then they can decide what to go for there, as Lucas doesn't even commit to planting the bomb. He is very cautious about this plant.
Some nice space created, though, through that hesitation. Now LXM and you, they've got to move fast. Lucas just playing the clock here, sitting on this off angle on the back of the forklift. They're going to be going in together, though, full force here through the double doors. Lucas, he's got to hold this for the 1v2. It's going to be very close, though. The time is only 10 seconds to get in here. They've spotted him. Here comes the push, though. It's 1. Can he get the second, though? Yes, he can. It's going to be Lucas with the huge 1v2. And Celebi, they'll take the half.
Well, that was Lucas saying, okay, this is why I'm left to lurk, why I'm left to clutch. He does it in the 1v2, even after he got spotted. Q9 was not able to 2v1 him. They did not execute quite as well as Lucas was able to. And that's all they needed. So now Q9 down around. They got to go to the Blacklist side and make this work on Mexico.
You can see Q9, though, taking this really aggressive in the opening round here. 4 players already working their way up towards this A bomb site. Shady spots 1, Rambo spots another. It's going to be 2 kills already for them. Make it 3 as Dola takes down Wunon, but Wolf, look at the answer back, finds 2. LXM finds another onto Lucas, and somehow this is a 2v2.
Somehow, Wolf just doing a little bit too much, but Rambo, he's back on the sniper, and he is clicking on some bodies as they know exactly where Wolf is as well, so he's taking a bit of damage, and there's the flick from Rambo as well, as they are able to shut down that quick push from Q9.
And this is where Q9 needs to be a little bit more methodical, like what we saw from Celebi. They were able to pick apart these defenders one at a time. Q9 holding the pedal to the metal here is not going to be the way to break through on a map like Mexico. You have to take your time, set up the nades, set up the flashes, and find your way through. Q9, though, they already have Wolf getting aggressive here once again, moving very quickly up the alley with you.
He was kind of going in alone to start off. Note the separation between 2 of the other members that are over here. There's LXM that's playing way back just in case a rotation from Celebi comes through water, but that's not necessarily happening at this moment. So Q9 just looking to get position. Not going to push just yet.
Very curious setup, though. Only leaving 1 player on that A bomb site. Very risky for the side of Celebi. Only in the hands of Rambo, but he will get that rotator finally coming through. It's going to be Shady to join him on the back of site. Still, Wolf and you, they have control of alley, but they haven't really pushed for ground just yet. But we are going to see the fate coming out. 2 players in alley now, 3 grouping up for water, and a potential split here.
Now let's see how this is going to work out. Again, the C4 is with Wunan, and they spot one member, Shady, is checking, and it's actually 4 guys of Celebi that are now pushing through water, trying to catch them off guard as LXM is like, oh crap, I gotta get out of here. And the Flash will deny any further action.
And now Celebi, they don't push through, they can fan out and go into the default setup for themselves and set up for the hold. The pressure's now onto Q9 as the time slowly ticks away from them, 50 seconds, and now they're stuck going for this A push, and Celebi, they know it here.
Yeah, when you go for a push this late, it becomes a bit more obvious what the timing of it at least will be. The Flash comes in, actually the smoke, they're trying to get position here as Lucas considering a push himself, but 3 members now going into that B site, and they line up here for the side of Dola, who gets a 3K just like that. Really gets a 4th, but it's not going to be enough. LXM is trying to clutch it himself, picks up 2. He's only got 15 seconds, he's solo, and LDX is going to pick him off just like that.
What an incredible hold there from Dola, doing exactly what he needed to on that B cross position, and now it's a huge lead for Celebi, 7-4, 3 rounds away from making this one happen on map number 1, and more importantly, they haven't lost a round yet in this second half. You can feel the momentum starting to swing in their direction here.
Yeah, the second we swap sides, and Q9 only got 4 on the GR side since then, and now LXM is getting isolated. Look at this. Celebi's so confident to just push in and 2v1. They've got a great read of the positioning of Q9 as well, and they're just able to take easy advantage of that trade.
Great opening pick, and Wolf and you here as well, continuing to get stalled out in that alleyway. Lucas spots 2 through the edge of that smoke on the cross. They're going for this mid to B setup once again, but Dola and Rambo, they've been ready for it time and time again. Rambo opens up with 1U. He doesn't want anything to do with that now.
Yeah, and this is what we've seen, you know, teams, they get behind and stuff begins to fall apart. The communication not quite there. Celebi is just owning this map right now. Rambo's on a tear, Dola's on a tear. I say that, and Dola gets headshot by Wolf, who seems to be the one big performing member, but he's now died for the 11th time to Shady. As here comes the push into A site, but they get shut down pretty handily. Wunan, though, able to trade back 2, make that 3, and he will be taken out at the end. A bit closer, but still a round win for Celebi.
Yeah, Rambo saving the day there. Wunan, a great effort, but it's not been enough so far on this side of the map for them. Q9, they try to push their way through, but they can't find anything on these executes. Celebi, though, I've got to hand it to them. Their rotation's strong, but look at this play as well. Lucas bringing out the shotgun now for Celebi.
Well, you know, some nefarious deeds will be tried to be pulled off here as Lucas is in the stairs. He gets one. Rambo, by the way, gets a snipe onto Hades. This is all falling apart real quick as they're pushing smoke into mid, and they get this bomb down.
LXM on half. LDX, though, spotted over towards the B bomb site, but he's got to find this opening for his team. The bomb downed as well, and they are watching it on the side of Celebi. LDX swings for 1. LXM now left alone, and not for long. He's taken down by Shady as well, and it's already map point on the table for Celebi.
Yeah, you can tell the difference. You look at one of those early rounds, and you look at this, and you can feel that Celebi is extremely confident, almost overly confident. They're pushing, but they're winning, so why shouldn't they be? And even from the GR side, they have not dropped a single map. It's been 4 in a row on GR. And we're going to start off with another snipe from Rambo. Some things never change.
Lucas this time, though, will be punished in the alley with that shotgun in hand still, taking some nice damage off of you in the process. LDX, though, he is creeping up. He is ready for the fight. Wunan, though, still getting another here for Q9. 4 on 3 now, and the A-bomb site somewhat exposed now.
This time, Rambo not able to get that shot. Shady at least gets the headshot, but they know where he is, as Wunan is going to push on in. This is a 2v1 in favor of Q9. As they're going to plant this bomb. Dola pretty aggressive in his positioning.
Looking for that chance here. He's got to play the time, though. Dola creeping his way in. Hades, though, slides in for the wide peak. He's going to be caught, but the shot not quite able to be connected here. The nade over the top, though, will finish him. It's down to the 1v1. He gets it. Dola, 1v2, and the map along with it. What a way to finish it.
That was a incredible retake. He's already on the site. He's kind of hiding. He bides his time. He uses the information, the sound from the walking of Hades, gets the chip, gets the grenade, and lines it up for the second one. 1v2 on the retake. Dola is on fire, and so are Celebi.
Yeah, I mean, what a second half there. Uncontested on rounds. That's a huge statement in this opening map of the series coming out from Celebi and Q9. It makes me wonder what they've got to do now going into the second one of Black Widow. They have to make a bolder statement, I think, on their own map pick to really have a chance to swing back here.
I'm not sure. Certainly the Mexico first is not something we've been seeing too much in the best of threes. I think we saw it once. But Celebi came in with a very specific plan. They looked incredibly confident on their map pick. It's kind of the way it should be. So, see if Q9 can do the same to them, but you gotta imagine they're not gonna be feeling too good about the way that one went. Extremely one-sided to the side of Celebi.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing looking ahead here is, I actually checked before we went in today, but the next two maps are the two maps they've beaten all gamers on as well for the side of Celebi. So I think it holds well for them to have that extra confidence going into these next two maps.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be at an all-time high, right? Because not only did Celebi as a team perform incredibly well, but like some of their all-stars, like Rambo was hitting basically every shot that he could get. He was taking aggressive positions. He was getting those big picks. Same could be said for Dola, who obviously had some huge clutch moments, the 2.11 KD on the first map.
Yeah, I mean, Dola, he made that B-bomb site essentially untouchable in this first map. That GR side, though, everyone as a whole really stepping up on the side of Celebi to get it done. It seemed like this could be a close one just looking at the first half and how it went down, but on the Blacklist side, Q9 looking very shaky to close out this first map.
Yeah, just take a look at the damage difference. There were only 3 players that were above 1,000 for the side of Q9, whereas Dola himself nearly peaks over 2,000 himself. LDX kind of holding some off angles for his team, so not necessarily in the thick of things. But yeah, just across the board, very dominant here for the side of Celebi. Black Widow is going to get interesting as well. Definitely a map where you can have some really strong pushes on a long. You can try to use Rambo, try to unlock him, get aggressive, maybe send Dola in through B to kind of get some of those entry frags, maybe send him in through A short if you're going for an A push. It still feels like, even though this is obviously it's the first map pick for Q9, after what we saw, I could see some angles where Celebi could take this one as well.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the overall performance from the individuals on each team, I think we just saw a well-rounded Celebi, but on Q9, there were a lot of cracks here, especially I saw Hades constantly being an anchor, but still the lowest damage on his team. Not an ideal situation for him continuing forward.
Yeah, not a lot of comebacks, not a lot of clutches for the side of Q9. I think they only had 1 or 2, and that was from the GR side. So that also meant that Celebi were getting really strong pushes nearly every time on Blacklist, something we never saw from Q9 when they were playing on Blacklist themselves. So the momentum is hugely in favor of Celebi after that first map. It's not going to be easy to come back from this for Q9.
I think this is important, though, for whoever wins this series, because you have to make a statement here if you're going up against all gamers next for whoever wins this matchup. So Celebi starting off on the right foot, but we're going to hop now into Black Widow for map number 2.
Looks like the map is just about loading up. We still have Q9 Esports Club up against Celebi. Let's hop on to Black Widow for map number 2.
All right, here we go. It's going to be a shot at redemption for Q9 here as they look to try and tie the series 1-1 with their own map choice. They've got to show us a lot more strength than what we saw in map number 1 here if they want to make that happen. Celebi, though, a chance to control the pace again, remembering they have Blacklist every map as their first start here. That could be a huge implication for the rest of the series.
Yeah, something we talked about during the map draft. It was essentially a handshake from both teams. When Celebi had a choice, they chose Blacklist. When Q9 had a choice, they chose GR. So take a look at this, by the way. Q9 are all the way out from a long. This was not scouted from Celebi. They're getting so much information. A lot of members of Celebi are here in the B storage right now.
Here comes the push, though. Hades completely naded in that corner. He's going to be taken down along with you as well. Celebi, they fight their way in right away, but LXM holds for a two-piece. LDX finally able to trade it. Woonon working his way on the flank, but Celebi, they still have the site.
They get into the site, 2v2. LDX looking to peek some angles here. Still a lot of time, so you could even consider a rotation as they're backing out of the B site. Trying to be a little bit sneaky with this one with the smoke still in the doors. Not a lot of way for Q9 to expect this outside of the fact that, well, the bomb is still not planted. So nice little hold from the side of LXM on that site, and let's see how this rotation goes.
Yeah, I like the decision here from Celebi. They have a much more open site to work with. Q9, they were already set up for that retake on B. So they are doing a great job of creating some more space here as they will get the plant here uncontested and have a chance to set up all the way around the bomb however they want to. Woonon, though, already working his way quickly under the catwalk. Wolf going to be coming in from the A window as well.
Woonon, seeing him in there. LDX may have spotted Wolf here. Going to be looking for the flash. As now underneath, Woonon is going to be spotted. The shot here from Wolf will also miss as he gets flashed right as he jumps into the site. They might not know that he's in the site, though, but not a lot of time here, and he will get shut down. Celebi, another strong showing in round one.
A great round, but it really came down to timing there. Q9, it felt like they had something really great set up with that early flank out of long into mid, but they just couldn't hit the timing there. And ultimately, Celebi, they just got in right in the perfect amount of time to really get that push going when it needed to and prevent that flank from having any value.
That's kind of crazy. Dola now here and challenges the two of them after seeing them. That's not going to work out as he was alone. It was a very confident maneuver, but perhaps overconfident to challenge there. It could have just been used for information and could have just backed away, stopped the flank. But now, Celebi will be down a member and immediately traded back by Rambo.
Yeah, great way to answer back here and keep things even. LDX sneaking up the catwalk as well. Woonon, though, playing underneath, watching for that cross position. Might be able to catch somebody off guard down there. Lucas, though, looks right at Hades. I'm not sure if he's actually seen him, but that was a little bit interesting there. Almost getting dicey, but no shots taken.
Yeah, that's one of those times that we as the observers can get a little bit frustrated, but of course the pro gamers can't see the angle. They don't know if he's poking out or whatnot. So we got two guys on a short looking to just be annoying and create some noise. Not sure if they're going to go for this push yet. Still Rambo with the C4 back in spawn at 1 minute to go.
Slow push now coming up the catwalk. Woonon, though, still underneath, waiting to watch for the cross, but he still has these moments where he does look away, so it's all about the timing here for Celebi to maybe sneak their way in unnoticed, but Rambo, the gun will click there. Q9 should know what's coming. They only have one player, though. Woonon trying to go in for the first quick flank of this one, but he's got to hold on all alone. Now Woonon, though, he's right behind him. They have no idea. He's going to take down Shady, gets the double kill. Grabs a two-piece as well, and Q9 end it with a solid hold.
Yeah, and finally you can hear some shouts and energy from the side of Q9. They're feeling that round. A complete sweep as the push came in through the catwalk. This time around, Celebi not looking as clean in the round, so they'll want to go for a bit of a reset mentally. As here comes Dola, they're just charging in through a long. Very aggressive challenge here on this side as Lucas is going to get one headshot, traded back by Hades.
Meanwhile, going to be rotating up to the catwalk position to maybe poke his way out into mid with Woonon here. LDX just hanging out behind the mid ramp. Woonon potentially to run into trouble. LDX, he's spotted one. Can he get both though? The first, he's good for, but you quickly gets this trade.
Let's see where we go from here. 3v3. Bomb being rotated over towards long. Decent amount of information being taken by Dola, but again, he's 1v2. He's got to be careful about getting picked off, but instead he's just going to win the fight against an AWM from behind the truck. So that's going to open things wide for the A site, as now a clutch shot from Rambo and Celebi are on A.
Hades now in a 1v3, completely shut down right away, as Celebi will grab their lead. 2-1 now as we continue forward, and it makes me nervous considering in the previous map, they didn't win any rounds on their second half. They're playing the same sides here every map. I feel like they've got to start winning these first halves if they want to try and pull this back.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is the time for Q9 to show, hey, this is our map. We're confident. But instead, it is the opposite. It is Celebi that are looking for more Ego Peaks, for more challenges, and they're winning more firefights as Wolf alone. The challenge comes in from Q9 on A Road, and they get shut down. There is going to be a plant onto B, and not much that Wolf can do about it.
Shady going to run into trouble here. Wolf, though, if he takes him down, it's the only full HP player in his path, but he won't be able to do so. Shady comes up big time to make it 3-1. Q9 crumbling a little bit here under the pressure. We'll see if they can rebound, but they've got to do it soon.
Yeah, it brings you back immediately to the first map. I mean, this was Celebi starting with 3 rounds in a row. Here, Q9 were able to take the second round and kind of stem the tide a little bit, but 2 swift rounds into the favor of Celebi once again, and there were some critical mistakes that were made by Celebi in round 2, so you could even see a world where, had they cleaned those up, this could be 4-0, and that's not what they want.
Definitely not. Wolf also continuing to struggle in these duels against Rambo, who's been completely on point so far in this series. Hades again towards the bottom of the scoreboard on top of it. LXM, a nice early nade over the top onto Shady and Lucas. Not a whole lot out of it just yet, but they're very turtled up in this one.
Yeah, they got a couple of guys for the crossfire here on B, with Wunan kind of holding mid for now. 2 members of Celebi still in spawn as this push is pretty much happening. I mean, Lucas hasn't committed to it yet, but he is checking every little angle. Let's see how this one goes. Gonna go for the grenade in the corner, kind of misses that one, but immediately headshot on the entry. LXM could have an opportunity. Lucas will pick up 2 already.
LXM spots one, gets the kill onto Lucas. Now they know exactly where he is, though, stuck in the corner. But they're going to go ahead and back out. You on the flank, though, able to take down Dola. A great way to even things up here for Q9, but Celebi, they've got another player in their spawn. It's going to be you trying to jump his way in, but he's going to try and get out of here. He's kind of stuck in this corner, though. Rambo wants to try and fight him, flashes his way out. He's completely blind, but he's somehow still stuck underneath, but there you go. Rambo finds him. 3-on-2 now. Q9 still with the disadvantage.
And 40 seconds left to go. That is enough time to go for a push onto a site and get this bomb planted. Smokes still available. Throwing it in mid, which is exactly where Wolf is, and now they're going to rotate as a team towards B. It looks like Q9, they want to stick together and go for potentially a pick as they do come in, and they have read that this push is coming B.
Wolf holding down the double doors, has to come up huge. He's going to be completely shattered out of position, though. LXM now left in a 1v3. He is in the window, able to catch a little bit of damage, but it's not going to matter. No kills are found, and they've got a 3v1 over him, and he's taken down quickly. 4-1 now. Celebi starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the way that was handled at the end. It's Celebi pushing in low on time. They isolate the guy in the door, 2v1. LXM not able to support from the window on time. He pokes out 1v3. He's not even able to get a free kill. And then Celebi just take the round just like that. So now Dola's on the AWM. They're going to go with Lucas on that as well. So now it's Rambo on the M4. These guys are just changing everything up. They're flowing really, really well right now.
Yeah, it just goes to show the confidence in their shots right now. Celebi not afraid to change things up, use these different guns, and just force their way in. Shady doing just that, takes down Hades once more, looking for this kill onto Woonon. Not gonna matter though, Woonon does answer back with that kill onto Shady.
Some fighting here on the road, trying to shoot him down through the window as LDX reads this well, but still not able to handle the shots. And Dola's got to be the one to step up as he picks up a big follow-up kill and the bomb to give their team a chance.
And now it's going to be up to LXM and Woonon. Q9 in desperate need of this round on the board. They're going to be working their way into a little bit of a split setup here. Woonon playing on the backside of B. Meanwhile, his teammate here just sitting outside of A. Lucas and Dola, though, pretty split up as well here. Looks like we will see a B hit coming later out of this one, unless Dola goes for the solo challenge up A.
Yeah, certainly Celebi, although we talk about their confidence, they use the time in the rounds really well. They're not, you know, just going for swift pushes right away or anything like that. They're trying to bait out utility. They're trying to get picks, back away, go for re-rotations. They're really trying to play with the minds of Q9, and it has been working really well. You never know when to expect a push and what's real or not. You know, are they fully committing to this push onto B? Well, the answer has most of the time been no, but you can't know that it'll always be that answer. As here they come up the catwalk now. LXM is going to have to spot this and deal with it.
He will have a chance to react on the plant. 20 seconds to get it down. They're going to go ahead and do it. LXM, though, will he peek now or wait for his teammate? That's the main question here. He's just holding on. Woonon rotating underneath now. Lucas, he's going to have a chance to spot him here, but he's playing equally safe. This time is ticking. But Woonon, he's been spotted. LXM going to run into trouble, but actually Woonon gets dropped on by both players. Lucas gets the trade as Dola goes down. It's down to a 1v1 though. Lucas holding on to the ramp with just a sliver of HP. This time is ticking. It's got to be LXM now or never. There's no time to get this defuse if he waits. Lucas, he's played the time perfectly, sneaks into the corner. Will the defuse come through? It's going to come down to the wire. Close. Just a few seconds on the clock, but they will get it just in time. Q9 pull it out just by a hair.
Yeah, and Q9, they get back on the board. It was not easy, though, right? The 2v1 isolation from the Celebi members, they nearly were able to take out Woonon first. Had that happened, could have been their round, or, you know, if Lucas was able to hit some of his shots, if he was able to buy even a couple more seconds. It was a close one. It wasn't dominant from Q9, but let's see if they can springboard off of this into some more, because they desperately need it at this point in time.
They really do, and now Q9 going for that early B control, sending two players towards the B water. They're going to be going for an early aggressive play on connector now as well. But there's still no map control to try and answer back from Celebi just yet. They're just taking their time. They're happy to sit and spawn and wait and try and get these late round picks. They're not a team that's over eager here, and I think that's really been to their advantage so far.
Yes, very calm, very prepared is what it feels like. They've got a bunch of strategies up their sleeves, and they're not afraid to use them. Looking like magic tricks so far, but at least Q9 has spotted some of them and figured them out at times. Q9 themselves not really going to go for any follow-up flanks or pushes or anything like that. We did see that in the first round of Black Widow, where there was a huge flank out of a long, but even though Celebi are preparing for that scenario in this one, it is not going to come through this time.
Celebi, though, finally grouping up for the push here. Looking like they're going to take this one up the catwalk, but they're still easing in, taking their time. Q9, though, this time playing a little bit differently on their defenses. 3 players stacked on A. Wolf sitting alone in the back of mid, and just LXM there pushed up outside of the B box room right now, though. It's going to be a 4-man stack up the catwalk. They're going right into a 3-man hold.
Yeah, this could get dangerous. There's still a decent amount of utility for Celebi, but not overwhelming amount as flashes come in. But there's 3 guys from Q9. They get the crossfire in, and that is going to work out well in the defense. Rambo is desperate for a pick. If he could get one, it could help, but now he is alone against 3, as he does get the 1 pick, but not looking good for Celebi's player.
Yeah, a very difficult one to get out of. 10 seconds to plant this bomb as well. He has no time other than to just get this bomb down. He's going to get pushed on the plant. Wolf spots him. Somehow Rambo is still alive for a moment longer, but it's just that. Q9 secure the round, and it's 4-3. Finally, they're starting to gain a little bit of momentum here on this side of the map.
All right, there you go. Q9, finally a dominant round win. They're able to stack a site. They read the push, and they handle it in kind. So 4-3. Keeping it even here, a couple more for Q9 would certainly make them extremely happy at this point. You definitely don't want to let Celebi get 5 rounds on Blacklist here again. And I think Celebi, after a very passive last round, I think they're going to turn up the heat here a little bit in this next one.
They do seem ready to go over towards this B bomb site. Only one defender of Hades so far, but the rotations are coming through. Now 2 players join him on the back of the B bomb site here. Celebi slowly inching their way in here, but again, it's a 3-man stack for Q9. Here come the nades, though, over the top. It's going to be Wunon and Hades who try and force the issue, but it's not going to matter. Celebi decimates it, but the follow-up nade is going to be a double kill, making a triple kill for LXM here. What a way to hold this one down. LXM and you now trying to hang on.
LXM is solo on health, but they have to get behind the box to try to take him out, and LXM is going to get the crossfire with you onto Rambo to take him down. So now 1v2. The bomb is here in the B site. And Shady is going to go for a wraparound through mid doors.
The time is ticking away from him, though. The bomb out of his control on top of it. Has to go for the backstab onto you. Can't find the shots to land. You takes him down to about half, and they just rightfully so group up here, and they are just playing for the trade at this point.
Yeah, they go straight into the waters over there, and they're just going to wait. They could even just wait for Shady to get in, get the bomb, and get a plant. It wouldn't even be that huge of a deal if they wanted to play this one passively for the retake, or potentially wait for Shady to go for a rotation and try to pick him off there. Only 40 seconds left, and it looks like Shady will just sneak in and pick up this bomb. Let's see if he goes out and tries to challenge first.
You can see the hesitation here. He does have the opportunity now to try and sneak back over to A with this bomb. He might know something is up here, but he doesn't have a whole lot of time. He's going to have to force this plant now. There is no time to rotate quickly over towards A. He's going to have to play for B, but the benefit he has now is these players are starting to split up, but with 14 on the clock, is he going to try and go all the way across? There's not a lot of time to do this. He's got to plant B.
Yep, doesn't have a choice now, so down will come the bomb. Sees you, who sees him, and immediately will take him down. Easy peasy. Very nicely done by the side of Q9 on the execution. As maybe a little bit too slow there for the side of Shady. He's not able to clutch it out, and now we have an even game.
Yeah, I really like the adjustments coming out from Q9. They're getting more early round trades, and on top of that, they're starting to get picks with it. 3 rounds in a row now. They've got the momentum to close out this half in their favor. We'll see if they can do it here, but Celebi, this is also a chance for them to change the pace and still control this half after all. Right now, though, they've been going into 3-man stacks seemingly the last 3 rounds in a row. They've got to try and find their way through with a little bit more poke this time around.
Yeah, the poke would be very key. I think even some play around A long. They only went for that once. But you've got a sniper who's really confident. You can throw Rambo over there, try to go in a sniper duel against Wolf. If he is holding that angle, which at the moment he is on the backside of A, and he would be the challenger. And a couple of guys from Q9 here on the catwalk thinking about getting a little bit frisky here.
Comes the peek, though. You finds one onto Shady. Spots another in mid. LDX taking some damage. Celebi, though, there's no way into this one. Wunon and LXM pick up kills onto Rambo and Dola. Now it's just a 2v5 for Lucas and LDX.
Should be pretty easy for Q9 to close this one out and get a big advantage going into the second half. LDX is going to see Hades. Gets some damage in, but you're going to need a lot more than that at this time. Somehow Lucas has snuck through mid in behind everybody.
Unfortunately, though, he's going to meet Wolf there, who almost takes him down. Now it's going to be you stuck here on catwalk with Wunon and LXM sliding in for the support, but there's no clear path to grab this C4 yet.
And this fight is still happening. I mean, this is not amounting to too much, and Hades will just pick up the kill. Both teams know where the bomb is, and all Q9 has to do is hold a couple of angles here, but a peek comes out from the side of view. He will be taken down by Lucas.
Now just a quick bait and switch though. Woonon playing patiently on the flank. They're going to go ahead and give him the C4 because there's no safe way to get this plant off uncontested. Just 15 seconds on the clock. Lucas trying to sneak his way out the mid doors. Actually gets past Woonon, but not onto the B bomb site. LXM catches him on the cross.
Yeah, pretty cute try there from the side of Lucas, but not meant to be. So 4 in a row for the side of Q9. You can see that pretty clearly here. They have taken the lead, and it's part of why we expected this series to be pretty close. The first map, Celebi's pick, very dominant for them. Q9 now on their map pick, looking much better. And let's see how things change after the half.
This time Dola pushes up catwalk, tries to find one. Can't see anything just yet. Hades, though, sneaks into the A-long barracks, but Q9 here. 4 players already grouping up towards catwalk. They do send one off towards A-long and one towards B now, though, to try and get some early control across the map. Meanwhile, Celebi playing very passive here to kick it off.
Yeah, they're sitting back. Q9 not going to go for the push just yet. Still, the bomb is back at the spawn in the hands of their sniper, Wolf. Very similar to before. And we're just going to have to wait for Q9 to make a decision here, as that was a very nice flash. Going to buy some more time for Celebi to push up. Down through the catwalk, they trade 1 for 1, but a health advantage here slightly for Q9.
And Q9, they're just trying to do the same thing back to them almost, it feels like. Waiting down that clock, applying pressure, but Celebi a little bit more coordinated on their counter aggression. We'll see if that continues to net them some nice early picks. LDX, though, could get caught himself here, but he actually spots one, trying to sneak through the double doors. Lucas and Dola trading out here, but Dola good for a second before finally going down, and here comes the A hit.
They're going into A. There's a minute left. The 2 members of Celebi are so incredibly low, but Rambo's got a sniper. Can he get the angle? Yes, he can. He picks off one, and the flank comes in from LDX at the perfect time to secure yet another round here for Celebi and tie things up.
And now is the scary thing in the back of Q9's mind. They have not won a blacklist round at all in this series yet, and they've got to do it soon before the momentum on this GR half continues forward for Celebi, because we saw what they were able to do on their defensive half on Mexico, and they certainly don't want to repeat for Q9. Look at this push. Shady comes out, and the shutdown they needed is finally there, but Dola trying to find the answer, gets at least one.
Yeah, maybe a bit too aggressive from the side of Celebi. I mean, they got one, but they did not win this trade by any means. And now Hades can hold down that angle, and they can reset from here. Q9 doing a good job responding to that, but Dola is on a bit of a tear now. He's only 8-8, but the last couple of rounds, I believe he's had 3 or 4. He's able to really come in the clutch here for Celebi in this close map.
Rambo, though, the timing here on Hades, but it's actually Dola to go down first. In the backside of mid, he's spotted early on, but Rambo, he is sitting on the back of this A-bomb site still. Not going to be able to get anything done as him and LDX go down at the same time. Q9, though, finally getting around on their blacklist side, and now they've got some momentum with the lead back in their hands to work with.
Yeah, 6-5. It does feel like anybody's map, but absolutely favored towards Q9. They've proven to everybody that they can actually win on the attacking side. And let's see how they want to up the pace here, because they're already into the storage. They say, okay, well, there was only one guy. We have control of the B site. And they're going to get a bunch of utility in those doors and look to potentially commit to this one.
And this is the Q9 we were waiting for. That aggression to take control of the map early paying off, but they still have not been able to get this bomb down yet. Wolf finding Lucas, though. A great way to get this one started on the push. Rambo looking for that pick from the B window. LDX, though, slides in behind the smoke and does a lot of damage, but still, the bomb not planted. Q9 sitting up at a 5-on-3, though, now.
Yeah, a bit of a flank coming in from Dola, but he is immediately going to get sniped down, and Celebi have lost this B site. They push in, though. Shady able to pick off one. Hades and you looking to cover the angle, but it's not quite enough. Shady picks up two, and LDX still alive, but it is 1v3, as Q9 will declare the B site theirs for now.
The bomb still yet to be planted, but LDX, he has been spotted here by Woonon, who's just going to hold on and throw some nades in his direction. You planting on the boxes as well. Puts the pressure onto LDX to try and find the opener, but there is no clean way into this bomb site. He's going to be spotted by you, taken down, and Q9 hold on to the lead, now making it a 7-5, two-round differential here.
This is a big showing from Q9. They have taken 6 out of the last 7 rounds, and you know what that means. Should be time for a tactical pause. There was a moment on Mexico where 4 rounds in a row were taken by Q9 from the GR side, and a tactical pause was called, and then Celebi did not lose a single round. But this is certainly a more difficult scenario and a more difficult problem to figure out.
Yeah, for Celebi, I think they're having a lot of issues just trying to take almost too aggressive of fights in these circumstances. You've seen so many times these players peeking out individually and running into a firing squad of Q9 players just waiting for them. It's almost the trap they used against them on Mexico, coming back to bite them on the second map. So I'm really hoping they can find a way to adapt, and if they are going to be aggressive, at least set up for these trades.
Yeah, just got to be a bit more, you know, kind of check all the boxes before you send in the application, you know. It's got to be a little bit cleaner, more decisive. You got to come in together with your teammates. It can't be one guy getting picked off before you commit to the push. You can see some dejected faces on the side of Celebi. I mean, they're not out of this map just yet, but it certainly does feel a little bit far gone, the fact that they've only taken 1 round in the last 7, but let's see if they can change anything up here.
Yeah, I think right now they've just got to keep that confidence high, but just start playing a little bit smarter in these situations now that they know Q9 has the ability to answer back in just the same way as what they've done to them. So now we're going to be hopping back in. The tactical timeout is done. It's a 2-round lead, but Celebi, we'll see if they have the answer after the tac pause.
Let's see what Q9 want to do as well after that bit of a break, because of course, well, we're going to get a little bit of a fight here. Some flashes, though, might put a stop to this as Q9 reconsidering just a little bit. Celebi taking position here on long. Shots not quite landing to start, but Lucas and LDX follow up with a couple of kills. And that should be good, but the one guy on short is going to get a pick.
Yeah, nice kill there from Woonon to answer back just a bit, but it's still a 4-on-3. Celebi continuing to try and apply pressure from A long here. I love the decision, though, to kind of revert away from the standard and actually send a second player in for that support. It saved the day here in this round for Celebi, but still the A push is coming. You've got LXM here and Woonon working their way already onto the A bomb site. Woonon, he's snuck underneath and is working a flank.
And he could go all the way around here. This could work out really well for him just because Shady is kind of checking underneath, and so is Lucas, and they have no idea that Woonon has snuck in here. LDX gets one. Woonon will reveal himself, and this should be a potential plant onto the site, although Lucas and LDX, they hold their crossfire, and they hold on to A.
They've got to be thankful Woonon was spotted early enough to save this round, because he had such a key position there, being able to sneak behind the enemy lines completely unnoticed. Lucas, though, thankfully being the savior in that round for Celebi to continue forward with and keep this one close. Just a 7-6 here, but Q9, you can see the aggression coming towards B to kick off this one.
Yeah, some utility already into storage, maybe expecting a play, but Dola headshot through the mid doors. And that is a massive pick. Woonon has just been the main fragger for the side of Q9 as well, and immediately he's just out of the game, essentially, for not much value traded back.
Yeah, it's going to be tough now to respond for Q9. They do have a player snuck into A long. It's going to be Wolf holding on to that position, so they've won the fight, at least for long control. And it seems they want to try and go all the way through with it. All 4 players now grouping up for Q9 to try and contest here, though there is still 2 already on site for the side of Celebi.
Yeah, I think they should be ready for this, especially with LDX nearby. In mid, Lucas going to start off with a headshot. This guy's on fire. Make that 5 in a row from the last round. Picks up 2, picks up 3, and Celebi hold on to the A site again. We are all tied up at 7.
Lucas is just on a tear right now, looking beautiful on these A bomb site holds. It makes you wonder if now B is definitely the play for Q9 or if they're going to continue to try and force the issue onto him. But he's going to go ahead and just pull out the arm. The confidence is so high, he can use any gun at this point.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting now. One tactical pause. Keep in mind that Q9 still have theirs. Maybe they want to use it after this round. You know, just essentially have it waiting for them, even if they win or lose this round, just to kind of slow things down, keep the momentum in their favor, and try to figure out how they're going to close out the map. Because if they lose from here, they're going to feel real bad. I mean, they had control of this one, 7-5. They were proving in themselves they could get multiple rounds in a row and challenge this Vietnamese team. But now, immediately, Celebi are coming back. It's not going to feel good for Q9.
Celebi, though, they're playing a nice little bait and switch setup on the A bomb site. They've got Lucas holding the cross onto ramp underneath, but it's going to be LDX. He's in that position to wait, peek out right after Lucas shoots to try and support here, but the timing from Lucas is going to be a little bit suspect, but he gets the shot anyways. Why not? Hades there to trade, but LDX on the late peek, good for 1, but still the trades remain in favor of Q9.
Some insanely low health bars. LXM on 1 health. They got to get this bomb down. They still have some time, though, as the trade comes in. Dola is there to spot the guy jumping through the window. And now Rambo peeks and picks off another. It's going to be up to Wolf alone now as he looks to get aggressive himself on the backside of this map.
Dola, though, you got to love the patience there, not going for the peek onto window. He knows he was alone if he took that fight, and he's now waiting for Rambo to pinch with him together for this retake. I love this call coming out from Rambo and Dola, but they still have to set up for the timing here on this trade. Wolf looking for the kill onto Rambo. Can he find it? Not going to matter. Dola's right behind for the secure, and Celebi, that's 3 in a row right after that tack pause, looking very good to potentially close this out now.
Man, tack pauses are OP. They just,
yeah.
You do one of those and you get a bunch of rounds in a row. I don't know, it just keeps happening. And take a look at this. Q9 still not going to use their tactical pause. This feels like a close enough match, you know, where you might want to use this, but maybe not wanting to give any time over to Celebi either. Not 100% sure, but either way, here comes Q9. Bunch of utility already used once again into that storage. But not much of a challenge here from Celebi this time.
Right now, it's a 3-man stack as well on this B bomb site. Dola playing on the top of the boxes, Shady playing underneath. But Q9, they are ready to go right into this one, but these 2 players have to hold to perfection to stall this push. It's Dola, good for 2! There's no way in, and the smoke is still down.
Oh man, Q9. They have let go of 3 in a row, and the 4th one, they just get absolutely massacred in the storage. Morale's got to be at an all-time low for our Chinese squad. Celebi might just be able to hold on to a 2nd map in a row. Certainly looking good in this round. There's only 3 members left here for Q9. What is going to be the play? Wunan going for a little bit of a risky solo push, no utility, and he does get the pick off from that catwalk. That's exactly what you need.
Now they have the opening to try and sneak in, but look at Rambo here. Takes the fight onto Wunan. The trade, though, quickly there with a nice shot from LXM. Dola, though, pushes to take down Wolf, and now it is LXM all alone, stuck on the catwalk, but LDX on the flank. The backstab gets it done, and it's map point now on the table for Celebi.
Incredibly close in the series, but incredibly streaky. Q9 got so many rounds basically in a row, and finally the attack pause will be used, trying to save it for the last moments. Talked about some of the mindset feels that they must be feeling at this point in time. It's not going to be good, so hopefully they can shore some of it up with this extra time and discussion. But that one was getting out of hand. It felt like every single round was getting more and more in favor of Celebi as time went on.
Yeah, I like the changes we're seeing from them as well after that tack pause. It feels like they're not just going for raw aggression. They know when to reel it in. You could see there with Dola, that patience to not push window on the 2v1. I think in previous rounds before the tack pause, he would have just swung there, but that patience really being the key factor, I think, and kind of driving this one home for them.
Yeah, again, the power of tactical pauses. Everybody was looking really sad and dejected on the side of Celebi after they went into their tack pause, but they completely turned it around, and now spirits are at an all-time high. It's the nature of FPS. You know, the maps, they come so quickly. The rounds can be so devastatingly in favor or against your favor at times. It's paramount that you keep your mindset and your mentality really, you know, stable as you go through the ups and downs of these streaks. And that's exactly what Q9 are going to be looking to do here.
We'll see if they can bounce back. They're going to have to make a big statement, though, because we do have a Celebi map pick on the way. If Q9 goes down here, they're going to be 0-2 going into a Celebi map pick, so a tough one to recover from that would be. So hopefully they've got something left in the tank here.
Yeah, that is the hope for them. They are on set points. Are Celebi. And Q9 will have to win 2 in a row to force extra rounds. Let's see how it goes, as now Celebi, they are challenging through the storage. And immediately there's the pick. The headshot comes out from Lucas. And an amazing start in this round for Celebi.
Yeah, lots of map control already. You can see how far Dola is pushed up here. He is not afraid to contest and keep trying to poke his way through. Meanwhile, Q9, they're stuck here, funneled into the middle of the map, trying to now force their way up the catwalk. Shady, he's already on the back of A waiting for them, but there's actually nobody there to support him just yet.
Yeah, this could get interesting. I mean, if you push confidently, you take the one guy out on the entry and you get this bomb down, this could be good for the side of Q9, but Shady, he buys some time. They know where he is, but Celebi are going to try to rotate as fast as they possibly can. The site has been taken by Q9.
And now it's all about the retake here. Celebi, this is their chance to put this one to a close. They're trying to poke their way in, doing some chip damage with these nades. LDX, though, almost has a chance to spot Wolf overhead here, but he's going to go for the safe flank. But the time is ticking on this bomb timer. It's already halfway down, but look at the positioning. Celebi, they're ready to go full force all at the same time here. Woonon trying to hold on, but it's Rambo who finds one from long. Woonon, he's going to be caught underneath. Rambo finds another one, but Woonon, he somehow stays alive for 2. It's down to the 1v2 now. Dola trying to find the answer, but it's not going to happen. Woonon, good for 3 underneath the window, saving the day for Q9.
That all came down to Woonon. They did not have coverage of underneath catwalk, and Rambo got some free kills, some free looks, but nobody was as free as Woonon. Just out there all alone, essentially in God mode. Nobody knew where he was. Nobody knew where they were getting shot from. And he's able to clutch it for his team. That did not start off pretty for Q9, but it ended extremely well for them. So now they've got to be feeling pretty good about their chances to tie things up.
We'll see if they can do just that here. Celebi playing a little bit more reserved this time around. They know all they've got to do is secure just this one to take it to a 2-0 lead in this series. Dola, though, still eager as ever to take these fights. Swings a little bit too wide, though, and Woonon able to put the punish to him. Hades finds Lucas on the catwalk as well. LDX wants the trade, but it's not going to happen. Hades good for a second. Woonon good for the nade onto Shady, and now Rambo is left alone in a 1v5.
Well, that's what happens when you peak aggressively and you get shut down. A flawless round to the side of Q9 as we go into extra rounds. Not much to say about that one. It was pick after pick after pick. Celebi checking doors, checking short, and they got shut down at every corner. The slow approach from Q9 is the key that time around. And now things get even more interesting.
Kick off overtime. It's going to be some aggression coming out from Q9, pushing right into the middle of the map here. One player up the ramp, one player up catwalk. Rambo spots them, but almost gets taken down. Dola actually the first to fall here to LXM. Rambo down to 20 HP, and Q9, this is the start they were hoping for here.
Yeah, this is what they got to go for. They're feeling themselves now, so they go for the aggressive push and they get value out of it. That's exactly what you want to see on your map pick. As Lucas down to 1 health, he goes for the aggressive and kind of risky play, and he gets shut down. There's 2 guys from Q9 that are checking this angle, so it's essentially never going to work, but Lucas did not know that as he gets chipped away at.
And now Celebi, they've got to be careful. 2 players extremely low on health. Already a man down on top of it as well. They've got to try and force their way in here towards this B bomb site, but there's already 3 players ready and set up to trade here. It's going to be Hades, Wudon, and LXM holding on to this initial peak on the B push. They're going to have something big to get in here for Celebi.
Yeah, let's see how this one goes as they push in through the storage. Celebi unseen for a long time, but holding the angle is LXM, and Hades has got a nice little defensive position, but Shady on the aggression picks up 2. LDX picks up another, and they're going to even it up at 2-2 for now.
And you can see Rambo, after that engage, he's going to go ahead and back off and just play for info for a moment. He's low on HP. He wants to try and get a pick with that Om in his hands before he could potentially go down. Meanwhile, LDX, though, working his way on the opposite side of the map. Doesn't matter. Rambo finds the kill onto you. Maybe looking for another one here onto Wolf. Can he find it? No. Wolf's good for the trade, but LDX right there to respond. And that's a beautiful round to come back into it for Celebi.
Pretty massive. That play from Rambo. That was just so smart, and that's kind of what they've been trying to do a lot when they were on Blacklist side, which is push into B, get some picks, and then back away. But it was working, but that one worked out really, really nicely for them. Rambo just getting the essential free pick onto the one guy that allowed them to eventually clutch it by the hands of LDX. And here they come again.
Storming into the B bomb site, Hades, the anchor, who has to hold on. LXM now in position to support with the nades. Take down Hades right away. LXM, he's left alone. Wolf tries to help, but it's not going to matter. Lucas good for a second. LXM, he's going to get out of town here. 5-on-3. Yu finally gets the kill for his team onto Rambo to even it a little bit more so, but it doesn't matter. LDX on the back line takes down Wudon.
Yeah, really good stuff here. As Shady, he's going to pick up one as well. There's only LXM left available. He's going to get 1 pick, but there's only half of the seconds, about 20 seconds left on this bomb. And I don't know about this one. They should have a good idea of a couple of the angles that he will be coming in from. So let's see if Celebi can hold on. And yes, they will. Lucas with another headshot. And 2 rounds in a row in the extra rounds. 11-9 for Celebi.
The pressure onto Q9 to try and find this final round of our opening half in overtime. We'll see if they can do just that, but right now they've got to step up and do something a little bit differently here. We are going to see a 2-man push to kick this one off for Q9, pushing up for that control of A-Long. They actually just go for the nade set and fall back, maybe trying to fake that map control, and now they shift some players towards B.
I think that could work out. You note that Celebi, they immediately just back way up. They might assume that B is kind of open, but it is not. There are 3 guys here trying to hold all of the angles. There's the flash from Celebi, but they don't commit either. So some mind games coming in from both of these teams.
It's a question of who will peak first at this point. Celebi, though, trying to force that early engagement over towards the B box room. Nobody wants to make the first move, though, but this time is taking the pressure. Will be thrown onto Q9 soon enough. They do have 3 players, though, on the B bomb side, but look at these calculated nades again early on from Celebi, just chipping away at Q9.
Not sure if they saw Hades there. I don't think so, but here comes 2 guys and 3 through mid. The push delayed in through the B doors, and that's going to get shut down immediately. They held it so beautifully in the mid push, and that is not going to happen for Celebi.
A nice try there, but just not enough to find their way in for Celebi. They still have the lead here going into the second half of overtime. They had a lot of dominance on their GR side of the map. We'll see if they can find 2 to close it out, but it's going to be potentially a golden round drawn here if this one remains this close.
It is what we expected between these 2 teams, to have at least some extra rounds, at least some back and forth maps. And we're getting that here on Black Widow. Q9 back onto the attack, and Dola is aggro peeking down the catwalk with an AWM. You know, I admire the aggression, I admire the confidence, but they've really gotten punished with plays like that on this map by Q9. So whenever I see that, I kind of get a little bit worried for them that somebody's going to get picked off once again, and Q9 will get some more good pushes in.
Yeah, you've got to be careful at this point in the game. Any small mistake could come against you, but LDX, what a shot there. Takes down Wolf on the lurk. He's out of the picture. Now it's all about this catwalk hold. Dola, though, look at the positioning here. He's got everything he needs. That nade's going to be devastating as well. Dola peeks wide for one, looking for more here. It's going to be one player who falls off, though. Dola still holds on to the position and forces them back.
Yeah, excellently handled. They knew exactly where they were coming in from. And now it's only Renaud. He's going to be taken down too. Extremely dominant round to the side of Celebi after the half. And now they are on set point once again, 12-10.
We'll see if they can close it out. 2 opportunities to do so. Otherwise, it's going to be a golden round decider in this matchup. But Q9, they've got to get there first. A lot of early aggression here outside of B long. It's going to be Rambo and Shady looking to contest here. Yu gets the opening pick. Shady trying to find the trade, but he can't. Wunan takes down Dola as well. And so far, it's not looking too good. But LDX pushes up mid to find Wunan with a nade out.
Yeah, that push, very key to make things a little bit closer. But still going to be heavily in favor of Q9 here unless they do not know about Shady. Seems like they do. Yu just holding on to that angle. And he is able to shut that one down. So now Rambo and LDX separated. This arm is not going to do him any good as Rambo does get one. And it is 3v1. Q9 looking good to try to even this one up.
LDX on the hunt for the 1v3, does a lot of damage there. Onto LXM, still 2 players to deal with on the back of the side. It's not going to happen. Wolf takes him down, and now we're 1 away from a golden round, but also 1 away from Celebi still pulling this one out.
Well, it all comes down to this. Do we have a golden round, or will Celebi take the 2-0 lead in maps? It doesn't get closer than this, as very deep smokes immediately come out from the side of Celebi, trying to get some position onto A long. They will actually send LDX into that position this time. Did not happen the last time they went for some of these smokes.
And now the pace being very slow for Celebi, trying to get a feel across this map where the push is going to come from. They do have 3 players over towards B currently, reading this situation as well as they can here. They've got LDX posted up A long, and just Lucas here holding off the catwalk push. Right now, though, Q9, they do not seem too sure of themselves here, just trying to get a feel across the map, but Celebi, they are giving up no ground here.
Yeah, no ground, just holding their posts. Q9, essentially the same, as they got 2 guys looking to peek into A long, but not committing to it. The majority of Q9 will be over near water and a potential entry onto B, but here comes the peek in through A long. Lucas going to trade one, but it's Hades and Wunan who get the better of the 2v2.
But it's Dola who's going to be put to the test here. 3 players about to challenge his position, 2 of them already up against the wall. Dola, he has to survive and at least find 2 to make this a winnable round for Celebi. Q9, they're working their way in, but are they ready? Hades comes through, and Dola and Rambo quickly fall as the push onto B comes to fruition. It's Shady all alone in a 1v4, and he's only got 17 HP to work with. It's not going to happen. We're going to a golden round as Q9 brings it to a tie.
12-12 in rounds. 1 more will do it. It doesn't get closer than this. Celebi must be kicking themselves. They were ahead twice, and they weren't able to close the door. And Q9, they're feeling so good about their chances. They take 2 rounds in a row. Will the streak stay alive? Is the only question left.
Celebi, can they close this out? Q9, though, looking to reset the series at a 1-1 if they can find this crucial round. But Celebi, again, playing very patient in this situation. No early aggression at all. They've got 2 players now posted for a nice little bait and switch here outside of the B box room, and they're just going to wait down this clock here. Meanwhile, Q9, though, they are still playing for picks.
Yeah, might as well. If there's any round that you want to take things a little bit more cautiously, it would be the golden round. You want to make sure you're checking every single corner. You are not getting picked off. And same could be said for the side of Celebi, who are not going for any big aggressive peaks. They're going to be waiting on their hind heels for the push to come in from Q9 first.
But here comes the slow push. Q9 grouping up 4 players to go up the catwalk now. It's all about the hold for LDX and Lucas from this position. They've got to have it locked down. But here comes the counter flash. It's Hugh, good for the first. Quickly traded by Lucas. But now, what about the response? Rambo has to try and help from A-Long. Hades and Wolf, they've already snuck into position. The bomb not yet planted. But look at Shady. He snuck onto the bomb site.
Yeah, that is going to be huge. He's right there in the back just waiting for some more of his teammates to come in. And this push is actually happening. Would love to see Dola also rotate over, but he is waiting as the plant will come in. And now they're backing up into short. They're trying to hold this angle for now.
Big pick from Rambo, and now the retake is alive. Lucas, though, very low. Shady, very low. Woonon gonna be spotted, but here comes the push from Dola underneath. Woonon finds one, but these players are low. Shady, he's gonna be one and done. Lucas from long finds it. It's down to the 1v2. Woonon, he grabs one, but can he hold on? The time is ticking. Lucas, he's gotta push in now. It's now or never. He's gonna try and stick it. Woonon, is he gonna go wide? The time, it's just not there. Woonon, he plays the clock. They're gonna get it. Q9 take it in the golden round. What a way to finish it.
Unbelievable finish. Woonon plays it perfectly. It felt like their defense of the site was falling apart, but it was not meant to be. Q9 hold on desperately at so many times in this map, and unbelievable that they're actually able to pull it through.
Wow, so much resilience there from Q9. Celebi, chance after chance to close this one out in their favor and go to a 2-0, but Q9, they're going to keep this one nice and close, and now it's Compound to decide who can take the lead back in this series.
Wow. It's going to come up to Compound, as you mentioned. This is going to get interesting once again. A map that has been picked by Q9 in the past, but this is actually Celebi's pick for this best of 5. So seems like both teams should be at least decently confident on this map and ready to go. And it's hard to tell who's going to take it from here. I mean, this is the close match that we wanted. We haven't had a lot of them so far in this tournament, and now that we're actually getting them, it is a treat.
Yeah, it truly is. Looking at the stats here as well from that previous map, the big indicator for me is how much Woonon has stepped up in this series. 1.91 KD, over a kill per round, really just making it extremely difficult for Celebi to hit that finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, some of the plays from Woonon in particular, like he is the big MVP for that map more than anybody else, even on his team. Just huge numbers that he was able to put up, and huge clutch moments as well. Just really, really good stuff. And Celebi, I worry for them after how this after this one went, because they were 9-7, and then 9-9. And then we went to extra rounds. They were 12-10, again ahead by 2, and then 12-12. And then they dropped the ball there in the golden round as well, even when it was super, super close in that golden round itself. And I mean, how do you come back from it mentally from a position like that where you begin to lose trust in your own abilities, your team's abilities to kind of close things out when it matters the most?
Yeah, I think it just goes to show what's at stake here. The pressure of the match, maybe getting to these guys just a little bit. You could even see it in their play style. They would get the lead, but then they would start making these small mistakes once they had the lead, over-peaking, especially, players like Dola, over-challenging a little bit too much, and then that's when they get caught off guard, and then suddenly Q9's back in the game.
Yeah, it's maybe even speaks to the ability of Q9 to just kind of keep calm. They saved their tactical pause for the exact right moments when they were about to lose, and they're like, okay, guys, we just need 2 rounds, slow it down, let them make mistakes, and definitely Celebi did. And Q9 was right there to scoop those up, and they were able to do that twice in a row, essentially. Any thoughts about, Mexico extremely dominant, right? That was a 10-4. It was kind of a stomp, right? So Celebi come out extremely strong on their map. And then we go to Q9's main map, their first map pick, and it's this close. Do you feel like Celebi still have the advantage in a sense just because they were able to play it so close on Q9's map pick?
It's tough because now I think the side choices in the series could start to play in Q9's favor. We're going into Compound, which does tend to favor starting on that GR side. Q9's going to have that here, and I think that could provide them some nice early momentum in this series, especially coming out of a win going forward into it.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And, again, the mental game, it's like so heavily in Q9's favor now that it's not going to be easy to come back from this one. And if Q9 start off with a bunch of round wins and they keep up with this momentum, you could easily see this entire series swing the other way. And it's all tied up now. It doesn't necessarily matter what the score was on the earlier maps as long as you're getting better round scores in the next map, So it's a good time for Q9 to kind of just reset. It's an extremely high-tension match. You can maybe even be shaking or a bit nervous after that one when it's that close. So kind of just reset, go into the next map, try to play solid once again, try to wait for Celebi to make some mistakes or to get overconfident and kind of just go from there.
Yeah, we'll see how they change going into this next one. I think for me, I'd love to see Rambo bring out more of that lurk play style that we saw from him in their previous series leading into today. It felt like there wasn't much of that in that previous map from him.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think that maybe just a comfort issue. Maybe it was a confidence issue. We'll have to wait and see. But guys, it does look like Compound is pretty much up and ready to go. We are all tied up at 1-1. Who is going to come ahead in map number 3? Let's jump on to Compound and find out.
All right, here we go. Once again, Q9 kicking things off on the GR side of the map. They will be defending as we hop in. Celebi in that early control on the attacking side of the map. Compound, though, notoriously a hard map to get these executions to go your way on. So we'll see if they learned from watching some of the previous matches of Q9, maybe how they're going to approach this one. But right now, Q9 aggressive in mid early on. 2 nades being thrown very deep, but Rambo finds Wunon on the back side of it. Great way to get this one started.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty essential to immediately change the tone. Going round to round is very important for a game like Crossfire. And let's see how they decide to push on this one. We've seen a lot of teams, we were talking about this at the top of the day. For Compound, you can kind of push up through A, check things out, push up through Central Plaza, check things out, go as a team, and try to quote-unquote retake pillars just in case anyone from the side of GR has taken that, and then go for your push down the middle. But not necessarily the case here for the side of Celebi, just kind of hanging around in Central Plaza and now looking for their push.
And we can see the mid to B is pretty much wide open at the moment for the taking. So Celebi, they could start to work their way in, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. We do see a late swing, though. Yu moves into position, trying to potentially stall this one off, but Lucas, he's already snuck through. But look at the flank here. Hades takes down Rambo. LXM finds Lucas, but Shady and Dola, they're still trying to force the issue here.
Yeah, they're going to get onto the site and get this plant. It is extremely difficult to retake B, and Dola is just going nuts in the GR spawn. He is going to be taken down by Wolf, who does have an opportunity to clutch it here.
The time, though, working against him. A nice nade over the top could do some nice chip damage. Shady very low as well, making it a 1v3 that is winnable. And it's down to the 1v1. He actually gets it. Wolf, all 3 players fall. The 1v3 to kick it off in Q9. Keep that momentum on their side to kick off map number 3.
Well, if there's any way to reinstill confidence in your team, that is a good way to do it. Retaking B 1v2 through some utility, that is never an easy task. And Wolf is a guy who's, he's a sniper player. He's kind of the leader of this team. He just kind of runs in there with the AK and blows them both up just like that. Makes it look easy. This has got to be just such good vibes for the side of Q9.
Yeah, they feel pretty confident now. You can see it in how they're playing, pushing for mid control early. Look at LXM so far forward, not a care in the world here. Just trying to lurk and grab some early picks from this position. He's going to be playing this nice little cheeky angle behind the boxes just outside of B connector. And they don't seem to have much clue here. Dola going to go down to it, and LXM, he can get out for free here.
Yeah, that's generally why the more cautious teams have pushed into pillars as a team. Generally, you know, don't want to just mosey on in by yourself, but second member is doing exactly that. Rambo's going to get the pick once again, as this is one guy on the side of Celebi that has been relatively consistent so far in the series, at least.
Right now, though, we see Rambo trying to get this engagement going towards LXM's position, trying to find something from the mid tower. You, though, holding in case he gets a little overzealous here. Might find him. Rambo running into trouble, might have to back off. You runs out of there. And still, it's a bit of a stalemate in mid.
Yeah, he would just love for someone to peek again and just get like another free pick like he just did. Would make this push so much easier for his team and his teammates. It does look like Rambo is going to stick around Central Plaza. He won't be alone, though. He'll have Shady. This is going to be an interesting kind of 2-2 push into the A site here.
And here it comes. Lucas and LDX run into trouble. Wudon good for one. And you, right there for the second. Rambo and Shady trying to fight their way back into it, but it's going to be met with two players swinging wide onto them. LXM gets the kill as Rambo is able to find one, but that's it. LXM seals the deal, and Q9 continue to move forward aggressively into the lead.
Yeah, Q9, oh, you see that card. That was a very nice look. They say, okay, we want this for the next round. And yeah, I mean, that's rough. Rambo's the only one who's getting kills consistently in these first couple of rounds. I mean, a couple other members have gotten some. Dola had that one big play, but other than that, it's Q9 just holding on, staying consistent, and nobody can seem to click on the heads on these entries for the side of Celebi. And that is going to become a problem very, very quickly if they cannot solve it.
Celebi going to be moving over towards this mid position, splitting over into the B tunnels as well. It's going to be Hades, the only player holding on to it for now. He does have some close by support, though. LXM playing on the back of that B-bomb site nearby. Celebi, though, they love to run down the clock, waiting for those picks to come their way, but Q9, I think they've done their homework and started to figure this one out. They've got to wait and let Celebi make the first move, and hopefully the first mistake with it. So
let's see how this push comes. It is going to be Lazarus-esque from what we saw from them yesterday, as pushing mid straight into B, as Lucas will get the one entry. Hades still around, but this push has come in. The C4 is very far behind, though. Rambo is all alone. He's cut off from his team. Not even Q9 expected him, and he's going to pick off two. So cut off, or maybe they let him be there alone, as that is going to be a couple of kills now to the side of Q9. They are holding on to this one, and no bomb, even though they are in the B site. Q9 can just wait this one out.
Yeah, Wolf here has a great hold on it. Hades, though, he's isolated on the back of site, but look at Wolf sneaking into position. He's going to be able to find this kill on a Lucas. Actually, no, Lucas reacts just in time to take him down, but Hades, he's still alive here. Lucas going to have a slight HP advantage, but this one is down to the wire. 30 seconds, the bomb yet to be recovered, and Hades, he is going to be toying with him in this situation. Lucas grabs the bomb, but Hades, he is going for the full wraparound here. Going to go ahead and try and force the issue on a late retake, but Lucas, he at least has the benefit of getting this bomb down now.
Yeah, he's finally able to do at least that. And Hades now, he's going to have a good idea of where this one is after he checks the A site. He says, okay, they're not in here. And let me just push in through the spawn. Not too much time, just about 18 seconds. He's got to get in here.
And here comes Hades looking for trouble, and he's going to find it. Lucas gets the kill, and Celebi will get their first on the board here on our third map in the series. It's going to be an uphill to try and get it back in their control, but it's finally starting to go in their direction.
Yeah, you'll remember that Celebi did give the tactical pause card to the ref, who will now hold that up very gracefully. Thank you very much. 1 minute and 30 seconds to figure out what potentially is going wrong. There are no smiles, and honestly, not even much talking from the side of Celebi, but they're going to have to figure this one out.
Yeah, I think one of the big problems they're having is, I think shot for shot, they're looking like a slightly stronger team, but they need players like Dola to reel it in a little bit. He's going so hard, so fast all of the time, and it's such a high risk, high reward way to play that it's starting to come back to hurt them. And honestly, I think they got to start tethering their expectations with how they push across the map. Otherwise, these aggressive plays are going to continuously punish them.
Yeah, I mean, Q9 have proven time and time again that they are able and willing to handle that kind of aggression. I mean, how many times is somebody on the side of Q9 just going to be waiting, and then somebody on Celebi is going for a big swing, and it's Wunan, it's Alex M, it's anyone else. They're just waiting there. They take a free kill, and then from there, they're just kind of able to close the round out. It has become a little bit of a problem here for our Vietnamese squad. As you see, they're trying. Shady is trying to get everybody on the same page here about how they have to change things up, but not the best looks so far.
As we return, though, we will have the benefit of these guys getting to play that second half on the GR side. So if they can just put up a few more rounds here, get some confidence, I think they can still swing back into this one. We saw in Mexico how strong this team can be on their defending side of the map, so we'll see if it's enough to swing it back. But right now, Celebi going to be going for that early mid control and actually splitting across the map to start off this round.
Yeah, and this is going to be much better. You know, 3 guys check in through the pillars as a team. You have the other 2 guys kind of holding point on the other angles. You can kind of go from there. Wolf, though, with the peek, he gets the free kill onto Shady as here comes a push as well, but another flick comes out from Wolf. You're going to be questioning yourself the next time you go into that corner. As the push comes in and LXM is able to trade one back, still advantage to the side of Q9.
Wunan finding another. It's going to leave Rambo alone with the C4 in hand here just outside of mid. Working his way up now. He does have a free A bomb site to work with, but Q9, they've got the numbers to win this one. He's going to have to be very cautious in how he works his way through towards this mid position. He's checking pretty much everything behind him first before going in. Now he's going to have to slide in slowly and clear all of these corners one by one. Still, he will have this chance on A. It's going to be a tough post-plan setup, though. He has to find an angle where he can try and isolate all of these players one at a time.
And that's going to be very difficult, especially with Q9 kind of playing this out correctly. They got 2 guys stacked, and they got the other guy nearby, but, you know, close enough, essentially. And so it's going to be up to Celebi Rambo to get this plant down and try to figure out, you know, where exactly they will be coming from. That first pick is going to be key as he's looking for it even before he plants the bomb. And he'll be able to get this bomb down onto A for free. And now Q9 will just go for the rotation.
And here's the big risk. Rambo, he's planted for tower. If he can get there safely, he could win this round, but he whiffs the shot on the cross. That's not what you want to see there if you're Rambo here. And now he's going to have to play this one tucked in the corner. 1 versus 3. And there's no time to work with. Wunan gets the trade, and Q9 find themselves round number 3.
Yeah, pretty much impossible for Rambo to try to take that 1-1v3 in this scenario. So good on Q9 to close that one out. And this is the most dominant start we've seen for Q9 on any of the 3 maps so far. It's 3-1 for our Chinese squad. The last 2 maps started off 3-1 Celebi, and then, once again, 3-1 Celebi. So now it has been a total switch in these first 4 rounds on compounds.
Right now, Q9 going for that early B control again. Celebi, though, going to be working 4 players towards A to kick off this round. We still have one on the backside of mid. For Q9, it's going to be you holding this off angle, but Shady and Dola, they seem eager to challenge him.
This is about to get really interesting here in the pillars. 3 members 4 members of Celebi challenging them. Runan and LXM get 3. That is going to be massive, and Hades wins the 1v1 against LDX, and once again, it's the on-player Rambo all alone, this time against 4 players, as of course he was not joining in on the push, but an even more dire scenario, and he will get taken out early on as Q9 continue with their lead.
Q9 just getting the best of these exchanges. It seems like Celebi, they're almost a little bit shocked with the forward positions Q9 is taking across this map. They're not afraid to push out those B tunnels early and even going for aggressive plays outside of mid as well. And Q9, there's almost no shutdown in sight. It's going to be Rambo who's always last alive, but the rest of his team, they're just not getting the entries to open things up here.
Yeah, now Celebi are getting a little bit predictable in terms of, okay, we've lost a bunch of rounds in a row. Let's play it really, really slowly. And that just means that Q9, once again, they can just hold angles. They don't need to get over aggressive. That hasn't been their style so far in the series. And they've been pretty good at holding these angles. You see that LXM and his buddy over there from Spawn might consider going out into Central Plaza. But again, no need. You can just kind of hold in case they go mid to B or if they go mid to A. And you've got Wolf who's holding that angle in pillars. And as I said before, nobody's really going to want to push that angle once again, especially after the way the last couple of rounds have gone.
And Q9 as well, one of the only teams we've seen adapt and actually start locking down that mid section of the map. A lot of teams just allow that mid to be pretty much open for the majority of the map. They've got 3 players right nearby to respond to any push that comes through. Celebi, though, this time they're going to be sneaking up A long. Wunan, though, in the key position to hold this one off. Lucas, though, ready to try and challenge on the corner. We'll see if they can find their entries here.
Well, this is going to be difficult. Q9, they've got 2 or 3 members looking at this doorway. I mean, this is just about as prepared for a push that you can be. As the flash hits 5 of them. And they're still going to push in. After that does fade. Dola gets 1. Everybody else gets wrecked. As it's only Rambo, again, who was on the backside of that push. And Q9, they were just waiting with open arms. They're like, please push into the A site. And that's exactly what Celebi did.
Wolf now ready and wait for this final kill of the round. Rambo about to be caught off guard here. That'll be it. Q9 halfway to victory already on our 3rd map of this series, but you can tell they've just stepped up here in a massive way on this opening GR half of the map, and now Celebi, they've got to find a response soon. It just seems like there's no entries happening for these guys.
Yeah, this is getting a bit one-sided, I have to say. I mean, the GR side here for Q9 has been incredibly solid, and Celebi have found no answer. The rounds are just getting more and more one-sided, and this is even with the tactical pause being used. So it's not like they can kind of reset and try to rethink their strategy. They already did that. They already tried to change things up. As Yu is going to be checking this angle, he spots him. And once again, will Celebi commit to this? I mean, they would be pushing through smoke. I would imagine they will rotate out, but let's see. They've been a little bit stubborn about this one on this map.
We may see that again here as well. They still seem ready to go for this execution once the smoke clears. It should be guns blazing here. Wunan and Yu, though, still holding the door together. They're going to be ready for this push. Wunan holding the corner, waiting for Dola to peek. Here he comes, though. The swing is there. Wunan not going to be able to find anything this time around. Celebi, they get their way in. Yu able to trade out with 1, but it's still LDX with a 2nd on the rotation in.
Yeah, this time executed much, much better. Q9 not ready for this push. And they're going to get this plant down onto the A site. You see that trying to swing around. LXM and his buddy Wolf here. LXM able to get the 1 entry through the wall as in they go, but the headshot comes out from Lucas. Make that a 2nd one as they will hold on to the A site.
And now finally some signs of life here on this side of the map for Celebi, and considering it is GR-sided, if they can grab 1 or 2 more rounds, this is still a game well within reach for them to get back into. Right now, though, they've got to find a way to start stringing rounds together and keeping these trades going in their favor. That last round, the execution was finally on point for them, but I'm hoping they can keep it up.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting now as Celebi have a chance to try to claw this map back here from this position. Should instill a bit of confidence that they were able to go for the similar strategy 2 times in a row, this time with a little bit more distraction from mid. But this time it worked out with flying colors. And let's see if they opt into a similar strategy. I wouldn't mind going mid to B once again, especially seeing how much coverage Q9 have of the A site so far. But Celebi have a mind of their own, and it looks like they are going to be clearing out the pillars first. They could attempt to try to clear out Wolf once again.
Wolf, though, so key in this position. He's had a pretty stellar half so far. We'll see if he can find his way to a pick. Not this time around, though. Rambo shuts it down right away, and now they're going to start to work their way in here. The rotation starting to come through, though, from Q9. They send LXM and Wunan quickly over there and actually pull all of their players off of A.
Yeah, definitely a good amount of information from Wolf, but at the end of the day, he dies, and Celebi could easily go for a bit of a rotation here, which they will, but we do have 2 guys, Yu and Hades, waiting nearby. Even Wunan on the backside here, looking at Central Plaza and ready for a push through here.
Here comes the swing, though. Hades gets caught, but it's Shady, Dola, and Rambo who work their way in with a kill apiece. LXM left alone. Dola finds a second, and yet another round goes on the board for Celebi, bringing this one back to just 2 rounds, maybe even 1 when this half is all said and done.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it looks really dire for the side of Celebi, but now all of a sudden, if they win 1 more round, they are easily in reaching distance after the half here. Q9 just not really finding some of those shots unless they are stacking a site and they're reading the play exactly. So Celebi mixing it up just enough to get the better of Q9 in some of these trades.
This time, though, it's going to be up to Celebi to find that early entry because we do see a much more passive Q9 approach. They only have 1 player poking around here. Outside of B, it's going to be Hades looking for them early on. Just outside of the B tunnels, it's going to be the U pushed up here on A long, looking to try and meet that potential push we've seen a few times coming out from Celebi, and it seems like that could be the late round decision here as they slowly start to group up towards that A long position.
Well, it worked in the last round, but this time they did not get the same kind of pick onto Wolf. Here's that same smoke. But now nobody on the side of Q9 is actually going to challenge them here in the Central Plaza. As Yu is here, but he gets the kill on the defense as now Dola going to just charge head first into so many guns from the side of Q9. Lucas and Shady able to hold on, and they pick up 3 themselves, though.
The 2v5 down to a 2v2. Hades and LXM trying to slide in underneath. Shady, though, he's going to be reloading, maybe even caught on it. Spots Hades just on the shoulder peak there. But LXM and Hades, they have such a huge HP advantage to work with, and the bomb has still yet to be planted here.
Still a decent amount of time, and Lucas is going to follow up with yet another kill. LXM has been really clutch for the team, but this time not enough. Shady is going to pick up that last kill, and just like that, 3 rounds in a row, Celebi are right back in the game.
Beautiful performance to close out the half. You thought maybe Q9 was going to run away with this one, but back-to-back rounds, 3 in a row coming out of Celebi to close out the half, but a 2v5 there to top it off with. What a way to get some momentum for themselves now coming into the second half. We'll see if they can find their way to the tie, though, as we kick it off.
Well, here comes Rambo, and he's going, Rambo, straight into 3 members. As the rest of the team is here in pillars. Nobody is on A right now. Literally nobody. They can just go mid to A if they knew. Do they have the information? Seems like they saw enough guys in pillars to get a free entry into the A site. and only LDX is the closest member, and he's even going to get picked off.
Q9 reading the setup quite well. They've got the 4-on-3 for the post plant. Shady, Lucas, and Dola trying to work their way back into this one. It's going to be you holding on to the fence, but Shady from underneath takes down Wolf. A nice way to find that opening and start to work their way in. Dola and Lucas now. The double flash. LXM and Hades completely blinded as the swings come through. There's only half time left to work with, but Lucas and Dola, they're going to be shut down here on the entrance. Lucas, though, he sneaks in from behind, finds one. Shady and Lucas from above, trying to hold on, and Lucas, he does it, somehow surviving there. And Celebi, they get the opening round of the half.
Pretty unbelievable retake that they were able to get going. It all starts with, of course, Shady getting the pick off onto Wolf underneath. And after that happens, a big rotation and essentially attacking from 3 different sides was enough to overwhelm the defense of the bomb plant from Q9. So pretty easy entry. You know, it's definitely a strategy we see from time to time, just stacking the pillars. And we're going to see it here once again.
Here comes the flash, but Wolf and Yu storm their way through. Wudon finds another as well, and it's 3 players to fall early on for Celebi here. Dola now working his way up A long. LXM to meet him there, and Dola, he does get the kill, but loses a lot of HP, and it's still a 2v4.
All right, Rambo, let's see what you got. 1v5 with an AK in the servers. He's going to have to try to hide for just a bit and get the jump. He is going to find you, but already takes a bunch of damage. Picks up a second one, though. And now here comes Wunan trying to get the jump on him, and he finally will take out that pesky member of Celebi. It's going to be all to Dola here.
Surely not another 2v5. Wolf, though, makes that potential completely shut down, and Q9 will hold on to the lead for now, but still, it was a huge string of rounds coming out from Celebi before they were finally shut down there.
Once again, we have an extremely close matchup. Q9 proving they can get stuff done on the Blacklist side. And that's all we needed to see to understand that this one is once again going to be close. Another challenge into the pillars. It worked for Q9 last time. It'll work for Q9 once again as they immediately sweep everybody once again. And now Rambo's caught in rotation. He's not going to be sneaky anymore. It should be a solid round win here for Q9, although they need to get that bomb.
They did forget the bomb, but Dola still 1v5. There should be no way he takes this one away from them. He's going to be flashed out of position. The bomb's still working its way over, so there is some time for Dola to try and pick this one apart, but there's just no clear path back into this. They still have a lot of utility to work with, even a counter flash for when he ultimately finally decides to push through. But Dola, he seems really unsure of what to do here, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Dola, I'd probably say, well, I hope somebody peeks me. If that doesn't happen, well, you got to get it done yourself. You got to run through the smoke. He gives it a nice little try, but a very easy shutdown for Q9. And it really comes down to 2 rounds in a row where it's 3v3 in the pillars, or I suppose 5v3 in favor of Q9, and they're not even losing members. I mean, it's just free sweeps. It's just free 3 kills, essentially, before the round even truly begins.
And you can see Q9, they want it for a 3rd time in a row. They're going to go for the same exact push. This time, though, Celebi, they don't want to challenge here. They're going to go ahead and just smoke it and back off. Probably the right decision, considering it's been 3-0 on kills for Q9, back-to-back rounds there.
Nice little rotation here from the side of Q9, already in position. Seems like they want to get on this pretty quickly before Celebi are ready to go. It is Central Plaza through into B. And the flashes are coming out. The smokes are in position. We still got one guy at the A doors. Looks like they might wrap around here and go for the A plants.
Shady's stuck in a difficult position now. He's got to anchor onto this one. It's going to be Shady with the collateral spray down. Dola finds another. It's a 5v2 now. Wolf holds on for just one, but look at LXM on the back line. Grabs 2 more. This 2v5's quickly turned into a 2v2.
Gotta love that, but perfect timing. It doesn't matter. LXM was looking for the flank to come in from Lucas. I thought he had the jump onto Wolf, but it was not enough, and LXM is just going insane on compound.
LDX now the pressure's on, finds the first, the 1v2. Narrows to a 1v1 as the C4 goes down. Wolf gets it off, but he's been compromised. His position spotted, and the kill goes the way of LDX, and more importantly, the round secured for Celebi to keep this one just one round away from a tie.
You gotta do what you gotta do. It doesn't matter how close it is. If you can potentially somehow get the clutch there, 1v2, you gotta go for it. And Celebi are still in this match. It has not been easy though. And let's see if they change anything up. I mean, Celebi got pretty wrecked with some of their aggressive pushes from GR, but it feels like a bit of their identity, you know? So if they don't do it at all, they might just kind of slowly fall away instead. You can see, you know, some nades thrown into the pillars. For now, they have 3 guys stacked near the entrances to those sites. So that's, I suppose, a bit of forward positioning at least.
Yeah, I like the call here from Celebi. They're going to try and contest this mid push they've seen a few times later in the round from Q9. Rambo finding that early pick onto you, a nice advantage along with it as well. Q9, though, I'm not sure where they want to approach this next hit from. Unan trying to find some sort of counterattack to get a pick out of, but the smoke screen comes down, and Celebi, they're going to go ahead and back off here.
Yeah, just going to back onto the sites. And 5v4. I think this is totally fine to do on compound. You're not going to get isolated too easily as long as you have someone looking at Central Plaza, which at the moment looks like there is Rambo, who's looking right down that angle. And still, Q9 taking it real slow. They got that bomb still back towards the Central Plaza, so somebody is going to go back and pick that up. And they're very spread out here. I mean, they've even got Unan going down A long as we speak, so he might kind of channel the distracting role in this time, as he is going to see Shady.
Shady, though, somehow still alive after that spray down, just comfortably holding on to this position behind the default plant. But finally, he will go down to Unan. Here comes the push on to B. LXM going to trade in as Hades goes down, and now Q9, they have a hold of the site, but look at Dola taking away one already for the retake. The bomb gets planted, but it's a 3-on-2.
It's kind of the risk that Q9 took. You know, they had a couple of guys out there, not with the squad that was pushing, and they got picked off. So now it is in favor of Celebi as Wolf trying to take a forward position and go for some of the trades here, as in the servers, down will go LXM. Wolf, he's going to have to hold on to it himself. The spray with the M4 is not enough, and they have enough time to get the defuse and tie it up at 7 rounds.
Just when you think somebody is going down and out in this series, it's truly a bounce back right along with it. So I love seeing the back and forth here, but now it's down to the wire. It's 7-7. There is only 4 rounds left in regulation for one of these teams to try and pull it off. Another tie. Wouldn't be a surprise here, though, I would say.
Extra rounds, and maybe even a golden round. Feels like they're right on the horizon with how close this one is. Now Rambo is getting super aggro, and Ryu just shuts that down immediately. Very nicely done. Almost expecting that kind of aggression to come out this round.
Shady as well, down to about half HP after pushing alongside Rambo in mid there. Has to get out and play a little bit more safe for the remainder of the round. Shady now going onto the backside of A, but Q9, they've got all of the strength they need to try and get this push going. It looks like we may see a late hit over towards the A bomb site. We've got a couple players already working it. It's going to be Wolf along with LXM starting to slide into position for this A-long push.
This is going to get interesting. We haven't seen a clash in A room just yet, but we might see it here in this exact round. Dola has been so key with some of those crucial picks. He's only going to get one and immediately get taken down. Hades comes in and picks up 2. So the fight won in the A room here by Q9 as they will reset.
Celebi, though, they still have some map control yet to work with. We'll see if it's enough to hang on and maybe win this 2v4. Lucas, though, getting aggressive here. He's going to push up mid, but Wunan spots him. He has no idea. And now it's on to LDX. 1v4, and not a whole lot to work with in this one.
Yeah, should be relatively free for Q9 here unless LDX somehow works his magic. There are two guys looking in his direction, and Hades is just going to snipe him down. So 8-7, but a very dominant round in favor of Q9. A couple of stages in that one, and a couple of times where members of Celebi, you know, they got 2 rounds in a row, and then all of a sudden it's like somebody's running down mid, somebody's getting caught out, and that's just a bit too many times. Q9 will take advantage of that every time.
Yeah, they've got to be a little bit more methodical here on the side of Celebi if they want to find their way to winning this one. We'll see if they can do just that. It looks like no early raw aggression coming out from them, playing a bit safer this time around and really just setting across the map. Some nice setups here for the push. Meanwhile, Q9, though, grouping up in mid for an early hit. Towards the B side of the map, we do see both Wunan and LXM starting to work their way in. You coming from the side as well in connector.
Yeah, this could get interesting. Let's see how aggressive Celebi want to be. It looks like LDX is just going to be hopping with a smoke just for information gathering. He's going to throw the smoke and begin to rotate over. Actually, 2 smokes committed to before any real push even comes out of Q9 into pillars. So now that's a couple of smokes down. It does look like they might commit to this push, though. 3 members looking to get in to this B room at least and check out who's there. Maybe get a pick onto Wolf or something and then rotate out. But Wolf is pretty passive. Or not Wolf, LDX is pretty passive back on that B site.
They've got a nice double lurk going on here as well on the side of Q9. Wolf in the mid tower. And they still have a player outside of A long as well, creeping up there. It's going to be LXM just playing the distractionary role as this execution comes down. But they do start to pull off here, and they're actually going to use these forward positions from LXM and Wolf to go for the late split onto the A bomb site. They've noticed there's at least 2 players on B, so they're more comfortable just forcing the issue here. But Dola, he's got the jump spot angle to catch them early.
Uh-oh. Getting a... You know, generally you just hop there just to see, but he poked out and he's going to pay the price. No, he might not, actually. Lucas able to trade some back, and Shady is holding the top here as turning around is Dola at the wrong time. But it does not matter. It's only Wolf that is left available against a couple of guys from the side of Celebi.
There's no time here, though. He has to try and plant. That's going to be the round. Celebi, they tie us up once again. Now 2 left in regulation, and there is still no clear front runner in this one.
Yeah, now it's really down to the wire here. Somebody's going to have to win 2 in a row. That's been difficult for both teams to pull off after the half. We have seen it happen a couple of times, but let's see how this one does go. Q9 will continue with their pretty slow and steady pace. Not going to overforce things. Kind of bit them in the back the last time around, but maybe a little bit faster this time. Likes the play around the central plaza if they could look for some picks there from Wolf and then try to make a push.
Rambo, though, trying to get a bit aggressive here in mid, looking down through the edge of the smoke. Wolf here as well, trying to spot one over the top. Rambo, though, he just barely sees his shoulder on the last peak. The nade does about half HP damage as well. A nice little chip to answer back.
Here they go. They're really quick onto the A site already, as that's going to be the first entry from LXM, and Q9 have taken the site, but they finally get rid of Shady. 2v2, 2v1 in favor of Celebi, and they will shut it down. They turn around at the exact right moment to stop the flank from coming in, as dejection is shown on the side of Q9.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas there just swung back as hard as he needed to and just got it completely turned around for Celebi there, finding 3 kills at the end of it for his team and really putting them in a solid position to close this one out. But as we've seen, Celebi having trouble closing out some maps today.
Now let's see if they can do it this time around. As no doubt they're going to be feeling the same pressure as they did last time. As minor chip damage is done by the grenades in the pillar room. But take a look at the positioning from Celebi. There's two guys in servers. There's nobody poking their head out, nobody looking to, you know, snipe down mid or anything like that. And so they will just play passively until Q9 decides to push.
It's the right call here. Every time they've tried to meet Q9's aggression here outside of B, they've been pretty heavily punished for doing so. Q9, though, groups up for the B split. They've got two players to go down mid. It's going to be Wunan and Yu leading that push from mid to B. The rest of the team here working towards B long. But right now, the defense has not read this well. They send an extra player over towards A, and now Celebi, they're going to be left with a lone player of just Lucas here on the back of B.
And this is going to be an issue. The flash does come out and maybe buys, you know, 2 or 3 seconds. But that's just straight up not going to be enough firepower. There is somebody who is looking, I think it's LDX, from the spawn here. Might be helping out as the push comes in. LDX does get the one. Alerts his team as the push does make their way in, and Celebi is holding on. This could be exactly what they needed. Runan with the spray. It's not going to land. They overwhelm him, and Wolf goes down. Celebi will avoid the extra rounds, and they will take this one 10-8.
What a way to finish it there for Celebi. You thought they might have a chance to fall out and fall short at the end, but not this time. They're going to get it done thanks to Lucas just stalling perfectly, holding on, and LDX just swinging through on that choke point. A massive win now as they take a 2-1 lead in this series, but man, these games are incredibly close still.
Pretty insane stuff that they were able to just barely hold on. These two teams, I mean, I don't know if we have two more evenly matched teams in the entire tournament, as it is very apparent both of these teams desperately want to have a chance at All Gamers, at least a crack at them. But it is not easy going. Celebi will be, you know, one map away now, as Ankara is going to be the next map that we do have. You can see very disappointed are the guys on the side of Q9. Very understandably, I mean, that was so close to forcing once again into extra rounds, but it was just not meant to be.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them now. They have to win not one, but 2 maps to push themselves through to that semifinal. And that's just to meet All Gamers. I mean, not an easy task ahead, even if Celebi win in this circumstance. But, you know, now it's going to be all about that pressure. We saw them bounce back after a rough first map. I mean, it was 10-4 against them. The resilience was shown that they have the ability to bounce back like they did in map number 2. They could do it again here.
Yeah, so much momentum in this series, you know, especially with both teams being so evenly matched. I would expect, you know, like, one round, and you're kind of like trading rounds. It's kind of even, but even in both of our, well, actually all 3 of our maps that have been 5-4 at the first half, it's been 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 2 rounds, or, you know, 1-1, and then it's 3 and 4. It's like really streaky. Both teams really riding on that momentum and kind of getting a good read on their opponent and using that for a couple or 3 rounds in a row, and then their opponent adapts, and then they, you know, they get the upper hand for 3 or 4 rounds in a row. So it's been very interesting to see this. It feels like a boxing match almost between these two teams.
Yeah, it really does. I think the big noticeable difference we saw in this map, though, was they finally got a hold of themselves when they were getting too aggressive. We saw that kind of be the thing that killed them in the previous one and let it slip. This time, they had 1, maybe 2 bad rounds where they would push out, get over aggressive, but then they immediately reel it in, which really helped them a lot here.
It's definitely very necessary, especially if the enemy team is just kind of sitting there holding an angle and just waiting for you to get aggressive, and they're kind of reading the situation. Then they can definitely get the jump on you. So we're moving into Ankara for set 4. Both of these teams, just trying to take a look here. It looks like Q9 have not played on this map just yet, but we did get it once for the side of Celebi, which they lost actually 13-11. So extra rounds for this map that they did play up against Team Myth. Actually, no, they played a couple. It wasn't 13-11. One of them was 10-3 against 10 Myth. The other was 110 against all gamers. So kind of interesting for Ankara here for Celebi.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for them. You know, the All Gamers one showed a lot of their weaknesses, so, you know, maybe Q9's done their homework. They've got a lot to work with going into this one. And, you know, after all, they did pick this map as well, so I think they should have something they can show us on it, and I think map 5 is definitely a possibility here for them.
Map 5 would be Port, which we have seen actually quite a decent amount. Not a huge amount by any means, but has been very GR favored, so maybe with the way both of these teams favor the different sides, perhaps if it does get to map 5, Q9 could pull it out, but if it gets to map 5, I feel like it's really anybody's game with how close these two have been. I mean, easily could have gone to extra rounds even this time.
Yeah, it certainly could have, and I think the big difference that we saw as well was, you know, Woonon was constantly hitting the mark for his team and getting a lot of crucial picks for them, and he just wasn't quite there as much in this map. Still not a bad showing from him, but when you have that impact reduced and your team's kind of expecting that from you, it can be a bit of a detriment.
Yeah, the stats here, very even across the board in terms of damage for the side of Celebi, so kind of using that teamwork to take it all together, but definitely some big all-star performances from some of the guys on the side of Q9, such as LXM or Woonon. They've been really stepping it up when it does come to these high-pressure, high-intensity situations, but it looks like we do have Ankara all loaded up. Let's jump into set 4 right now.
All right, backs against the wall here for Q9. We'll see if they can rise above here and fight their way back to a nice map 5. We'll see if they've got what it takes here. They had it once to take us to, you know, that third map looking really strong, but can they take us to map 5? Let's see here.
Yeah, that really is the question as we are loading into this one. Of course, Celebi starting on Blacklist. That is going to be the case for every single map that we do play in this one. Lazarus, we did just see them fight up against all gamers on this map. It was the first map, and it wasn't too even, so hoping for a little bit of a more even fight here on this map.
Already, though, Dola and Shady taking some decent nade damage outside of A here, but there's only one player directly on top of it. It's going to be Hades, that anchor who had some trouble in the match against Lazarus. We'll see if he can hold up this time around. He's good for 1, but that may be it here. LDX finds 2, Lucas finds another, and it's already down to just Wolf and LXM on the retake.
Love that aggressive rotation. Faking front yard, getting in their face, forcing utility, and then they just rotate on over to the A site and they take it down. It's only Wolf, and he's not even going to hit that one. A huge first round to start off for Celebi.
You can feel the energy as well. These guys are getting loud. They are trying to put that pressure onto Q9 because they can see the light here of that semifinal on the horizon, and this just seems like a fully reinvigorated team coming into this map.
Yeah, that was a beautiful rotation. More of that, please. I would really love to see some teams use one of the smaller maps rather in the pool that we do have for this tournament and really just kind of pull apart the defense like we haven't seen too much before. Shady takes some damage, but Dola is going to follow up and get the job done. On trying to peek, he's going to be taken down by Lucas. Bit of a trade in the end.
They are going to rotate completely out of the A bomb side, though. LDX trying to pull them here, but the bomb still hasn't moved all the way in yet for this execution. They could still rotate off here and take this one back towards A. Meanwhile, LDX, though, continuing to toy with them from underneath. They're going to go ahead and try and send it onto the B bomb site. U right behind the wall, though. Trying to get the pre-fire onto this angle. Hades and Wolf, though, have rotated in for support, and this is a full stack now from Q9.
If they had even a couple more flashes, could be critical in retaking this one, but Celebi, they don't have to force this one. Q9, they're already backing away. It's a little bit of just patience here out of Celebi, and it might come back to haunt Q9, but no, they are right here, right back, ready to defend again.
Definitely the right call here for Q9. Celebi, though, they're still very, very patient, even though they're just on the front side of this bomb site. But here comes the swing to check these corners. It's going to be Yu and Hades going wide, but Dola ready to meet them, finds one. Yu manages the trade, but now the positions are known. It's going to be Wolf who takes down Rambo. Wolf, though, can't... Oh, wow, he somehow survives there. I thought he was going to go down, but Yu, whoa, he gets a second as well. Wolf and Yu, I don't know how they do it there, but Q9, what a response.
Yeah, you gotta love that. I mean, they were just waiting there, kind of with open arms, ready for the push, and Celebi elected, even though they were very patient, I thought maybe they were going to rotate out and go A. They were having none of that. They just forced the push onto B, and no follow-up rotation did come in. So, pretty nice win for Q9. They're able to win some of those critical firefights, just barely, but still counts. And now some nice positioning here towards the office side. Let's see if Celebi can read this.
A lot of forward aggression here. LXM trying to push up. Dola catches one. It's going to be Wolf who goes down. LXM and Wunan, though, still will push through the connector here to try and catch these players in mid. Shady, though, he's ready for it. Takes down LXM. And that's going to be, you know, Wunan here getting out of there. Doesn't want anything to do with that.
So one of the few times that Q9 actually aggressively pushes. Kind of reminds me of what they did on Black Widow in the first round, where they just pushed out of A long and kind of came in from behind. But this time it's red entirely by the side of Celebi. They have two guys looking at both angles, so that was never really going to work. Nice little mix-up of tempo from the Vietnamese squad.
Here comes the fight underneath, though. Lucas, a nice headshot, takes down Wunan. Now it's a 2v5 here. Yu trying to move into position, but there's nobody here in sight to defend this B bomb site. The bomb will get planted, and now Yu and Hades have to try their way to get back in.
All right, Hades gonna lead the charge, gonna be hopping on in, and LDX just says no to that. We are not accepting visitors, as the two of them just come on through and shut down both angles and take that one down. Very dominant round win from Celebi. Starts off with 2 picks, shutting down the aggression from the GR side.
Wunan and LXM as well, yet to find their first kill in this match. We're round 4 into it, and Celebi is starting to get that momentum on their side. LDX and Lucas eagerly trying to fight here in mid, but there's a push coming their way from A long. LXM forcing his way up here with Wunan. They want to get really aggressive early, but finally they will back off here after not finding anyone early.
Yeah, just waiting on this one as they rotate back towards the central passage. I believe LDX is somewhere near this angle, but Q9 have really unleashed some more aggression. Even playing on the global risk side, really looking to try to catch Celebi off guard, but that has not been the playbook for Celebi. They have been covering all of their angles. Even look at that grenade in central passage, kind of expecting someone to be pushed up, and he is correct. And let's see if this push actually works for Celebi. There's nobody on the side of Q9 that's actually holding office or B at the moment.
4 players ready to peek mid for Q9 as well. Could be actually some trouble here for Rambo if he gets caught too early on. He's just watching this A long hold, but still, with an open B bomb site, Celebi can work their way in. As long as they check these corners slowly, they should have that opportunity. Wolf smoked out of position as well, so there is no information towards B, but this could be a huge chance to roll the fake. Now A is completely open, and Celebi, they're sending it back that direction.
Yeah, now there's 4 guys nearby, almost 5 actually for the side of Q9. There's a couple of guys still staying around the spawn, so they should be able to respond, but I don't think it's going to be on time, as this rotation has come in swiftly from the side of Celebi. They're going to spot it now. Rambo able to trade that 1 kill back, but this bomb should get planted. There's not much that Q9 can do to stop it.
The nades stalling to perfection here. Q9, you see LXM there, and Wolf completely flashed. Wunan trying to work his way in on the flank. Gets spotted out by Rambo. But this is going to be a key fight here. Rambo missing the shot over the top, uses the flash to stall, but he's in a 3v1. He's completely shut down, and now Hades helps his team find a way back in. LDX trying to hold the arches. He's running into so much trouble, but this bomb is already ticking down to just 15 seconds left. They've got to move here and now. LDX holding one angle, Dola holding another, and there's just no way in. Wunan finally gets an opportunity, but Shady, he's still alive here playing the clock. Shady, he's good for one, good for two. Shady, he's hung on. There's no time. The defuse can't come through.
Defuse will not happen. Celebi picks up 2 rounds in a row, and once again we have a 3-1 start to the 4th map in a row. Celebi this time looking extremely dominant, loving the rotational play on Ankara. Q9, they're just kind of getting red at every single turn. They're kind of lacking information. Their push got shut down, so they can't push out to try to get information. They're not spotting rotations coming out of Celebi, and they are just using that to their advantage so much. Our Celebi, they're going to take a big lead in this map now.
Now, after falling to that 1v4 just due to time, Q9 is feeling the heat in what could be their final map here of CFS if they don't find a way to recover quickly. Celebi, though, getting their feel of the map here in round number 5. 5 players now working their way over towards A long to put that pressure once again onto Hades and you. Hades, he's struggled quite a bit in this positioning, so I'm eager to see what he may change in this round.
All right, well, 5 guys ready to go. No utility. And they're going to run straight into a bunch of guns. 4 of them get taken down. Rambo alone again. Sounds familiar as they try to catch him by surprise, but they, in fact, were the ones that got jumped on. Flick does not happen, and Q9 take a quick and free round.
Yeah, great hold from you in that round. Wunan as well, having the intuition to come in for that support from above, making sure Hades could be bolstered in that position this time around, made all of the difference, and now Q9, they have a chance to answer back again here and tie this one up very early on. Celebi, though, still in control on their blacklist side, going for a lot of mid-presence early on. But right now, it's just going to be some nades and a fall-off coming out of Q9.
Celebi might just slow things down once again after what we did just see in that last round. Lucas, though, is getting in there just a little bit, but he is going to rotate out. Thought maybe he'd try to peek Wunan, probably not a good idea. As once again, somebody is on the backside way back there. I think it's Dola, yeah. Who's just checking to see if there's any aggression out of that office side of the map. Nobody's actually over there, but he has the bomb. So if Celebi are going to push, he'll have to join up with them.
Hades, though, gets caught by Rambo. Not the way they wanted to start this round for Q9. They're going to go ahead and use this as a fake, though, and go all the way back towards this B bomb site. They've got Dola already in a somewhat forward position here, and now they know there's going to be a heightened sense of urgency towards A, so definitely a good call from these guys on Celebi, getting a feel for the map now, and LDX and Lucas, they're going to be looking to go up mid.
Let's see how this actually turns out. Celebi are just going to be waiting until probably 40 seconds to go for their push. Kind of feels like I'm watching a different region here. That's not China or Vietnam, but, you know, not going to name any names, but, you know, it is what it is sometimes. And it looks like they will go for a very late push onto A. And after getting that initial pick in the air duct, I don't blame them for it.
Rambo, though, on the fake over towards B, able to get one as LDX goes down on site, but you from below able to find one. The trades, though, quickly there to respond. Shady and Dola clear the site. Wolf now left alone in a 1v3 situation. It's going to be a tough one, too, because Rambo, he snuck his way through behind the double stack and somehow makes it onto the site.
Yeah, doesn't even bother trying to challenge Wolf. He just runs on in, and now Wolf with the pistol has to clutch. He gets one, but Dola immediately shuts that down. Celebi will hang on to their lead. It is 4-2. Let's see, any tactical pausers on the stage? Looks like there is one, and it is Q9. So, yeah, what do you think is going wrong for them? Like, why are they not able to kind of be ready in time for these pushes and stop them, even though, you know, the time's running down to like 40 seconds? You should have some sort of sense or some sort of information to be able to stop some pushes.
Yeah, I feel like Celebi in this situation, they're doing a great job of getting the early pick and forcing the rotations, and then Q9, they're almost unsure going into the late portion of the round where the hit's going to be coming from, so it's just a nice diversion coming out with some late fakes, and it's keeping Q9 on their toes. On top of that, you know, you have Hades having kind of a tough go of it on these A-bomb side holds, leading into a nice early lead here for Celebi.
Yeah, it's been nothing but dominance from the side of Celebi. Even some of the rounds that Q9 did take, it was mainly just, you know, stacking a site, being in position due to luck or otherwise, and getting some really nice shots, some really nice firefights that did go in their favor, so that's really well played by them. But in terms of the strategy aspect, it does feel like they are getting outplayed just a little bit here, and just that bit could be enough for Celebi to push this one through. There is so much pressure on both of these teams right now. I cannot over-exaggerate that or overemphasize that, because, I mean, it's match point essentially. Set point is coming soon, and Celebi currently in the lead 4-2. As the shouts begin once again, both teams want to up the energy as they go back onto the map.
And here we go, Celebi right off the cuff, sending a lot of players towards A-Long to fight here. And they're going to have one. Q9, 3 players pushing up A-Long. Lucas holding the off angle. Shady here for the support, but LXM and U, they cannot find a way into a pick just yet. Wolf misses the shot as well, but look how many players are stuck behind this flash. Doesn't matter, U gets the kill anyways, and it's an early 5v4.
Yeah, and that was all in quarters, and you can see the rest of the team is just rotating out of there. Celebi is going to find one guy rotating. And now he's got a bunch of allies nearby. Shady and Rambo all kind of looking up at that angle. But not enough support, actually. Rambo is going to get one as the push and the fight happens in Central Passage. Hades going to go down into that garage as things are getting really scrappy here in round number 7.
Shady has to be careful here. The player in garage, it's going to be Hades to go down. Now evened up to a 2v2. Wolf, though, looking for the repeat. LXM comes for the support, and they find Shady. Dola left in a 1v2, but this time he's got an arm in hand to do it with.
And he's not going to push in and try to get a angle in there or a gun. He's just going to push into this front yard area, it looks like. May have been spotted there, not 100% sure, but now he's just going to run onto B. As the smoke comes in, he says, no, yeah, B's mine. And he's pretty confident about that, as he will get this plant down.
He did, however, slightly miss the smoke. It landed on top of the generator instead of behind it, so now he has to be a bit more aggressive on this hold. Still playing between generators on site, looking for the lineup. Can't find it just yet, but the time is ticking here, and the pressure is on. LXM and Wolf are going to split up, surprisingly so here, and now it's going to be a pinch for the final play.
Look at this angle. He's getting aggressive. He doesn't see him behind him, though. Expected a full rotation from both of them, but that was not the case. LXM stuck around, and Wolf is going to be the one who comes in and gets the defuse. So nicely handled from the side of Q9. Remember, that all started with some 5-man aggression into quarters with a pick, and then after that, they were able to rotate out and take the round.
Q9 responding nicely under the pressure here, but they need one more to tie it. This time, it's going to be full map aggression again from them. U already pushing up to the B-long arches to try and grab an early pick. The rest of the team here working in A connector and the lower B tunnels, just pushing out very much forward in their positioning.
All right, let's see if Celebi has any plans of pushing through here, because it's kind of been a no man's land just a little bit, unless there are some initial picks to actually go through this area, especially with all of the presence that Q9 has shown around this area of the map. It doesn't feel like Celebi have any plans of going through just yet.
Yeah, they're very cautious so far in this round, trying to get a sense for what the setup looks like. Not quite as aggressive now from Q9 as we do see Woonon and Yu falling off of position here. It's really only Wolf on the bridge. It's going to be a quick trade as Shady goes down. Wolf will quickly follow here. And now it's all about the execution 4v4.
Yeah, smoke is going to come out and land accurately towards the backside, but no committal to the push just yet, especially with Q9 in position. Celebi should know they were spotted, so what is going to be the follow-up plan to this is really the question. They could just wait in this office until there's like 20 seconds or so and then maybe go for a push. You know, try to be patient, try to fake a rotation. But you'll notice there's one key guy from Q9 who's in the middle of the map and trying to get some information right now. So looks like they might be ready for this.
Q9, they've got a full stack here. Woonon, good for one. Here comes the trades, though. It's still going to be a 2-on-2. Hades hiding on the site, hoping they haven't realized that he is still here. LEX and Lucas nading their way through. Hades waiting for the rotation of LXM behind, but they're going to go ahead and check site. Great decision from Celebi, but look at LXM right on the flank.
Yeah, he is coming up. This is going to be a plant, but it is on the side of the spawn, so not over by where LXM is. He can't take advantage of their lack of information of his positioning, but now he is spotted, and he's got to try to clutch this 1v2. He has to offer himself the most time possible. He's getting in as LDX is up there in the nest. He picks up one, and LDX is just waiting for the defuse. LXM knows exactly where he is. He jumps down, and that's going to be the kill, and there should be enough time for the defuse to also come out.
What a play there from LXM, getting it just in time. A little bit of an antsy positioning choice at the end from Celebi there. They had it in their hands, but just couldn't play the timer long enough to make it happen. Now we're all tied up going into the final round of the half. Q9 with a very real chance to take us into a map 5 now, but Celebi, it seems like they're starting to let things slip a bit.
Yeah, it does feel like that a bit. And this is going to be our 4th map in a round that will end 5-4 in one direction or the other. This is just insane how evenly matched these two teams are. And not overstate that, as now it looks like Celebi wants to end their blacklist side by an A push. They do have a bunch of guys over here, even Rambo playing point towards that central passageway. Trying to see if he can get any picks before they actually go for this. But Q9, 3 guys in position. They have shut down this push before with a similar defensive position.
Celebi waiting to see if there's any counter aggression they can try and snag a pick from, but right now it's full patience coming out of the side of Q9. They know they really need this round to remain confident to go into the second half. Rambo, though, he wants to challenge here up the mid stairs, looking for that pick into the GR spawn. Can't spot anyone just yet. LXM here on the off angle. He's going to be eating a little bit of a flash there, but he's able to back off. Still, the late A seems to be the case of what they're going to have to deal with for Q9.
Yeah, should absolutely be the committal on in. Bit of a lack of utility this time. There is one flash that was thrown in, and this time it's going to work out a bit better for the side of Celebi as they pick up 2, but the rotation comes in, and now you and LXM are up there and defending excellently. There's only 2 guys left on the side of Celebi now, and one of them just died.
Wolf on the flank here is going to make it impossible to get out. And he's finally hunted down there. Lucas goes, and Q9, they somehow swing back. They take the half here with 3 rounds in a row, and things are looking up for them now.
Yeah, pretty insane how they are able to pull this back in their favor with 3-round wins in a row. We had, of course, as I mentioned, 4 maps in a row be 5-4, but 3 of them were a lead for Q9. So let's see if they can use this to bring some more momentum into the second half, especially with so much on the line. Ankara on Blacklist side. We see these fast pushes very often. Q9, let's see if they want to go for that aggression.
Celebi getting a lot of B forward control here. Maybe even going to wrap behind if they get a chance to do so. Q9 falling back off of A, though. Looks like it could be Late push here over towards the B bomb site. Shady and Dola, though, in position to try and shut this one down. Dola going for a lot of forward peeking here outside of the B arches. He's going to meet 3 players, though, right in front of him. The flash comes out, the nades come out, and here comes the peek. Shady actually takes one down first, and Dola, he's free to get out of there.
Yeah, it's going to be his ticket to safety. They get information that there's at least 2 or 3 guys on the push. From what we know there's one more, LXM, who's in B bottom, and then, of course, they have Wolf, who's sniping over at quarters, but it's not going to be the push actually coming in onto B at the moment. Celebi, only 1 guy on A. It looks like this bomb is going to fast rotate over to that location.
Lucas now going to be put to the test in this round. Wunan and Wolf ready to challenge this position. They've got the support now of Hades as well. Only LXM being left on the lurk, but from above, LDX comes in for support. Lucas, though, flashed out of position. Wunan gets a second. LXM finds Rambo on the flank as well, and now Dola and Shady, they've got to make something happen quickly, but it's just not going to. Dola left alone now, 1v4 as the bomb gets planted. He's going to have to make something big happen here.
1 kill, just needs 3 more. Obviously sarcastic. This is not going to be easy for him, especially with the bomb planted. He is actually even trying to, I'm not even sure. He just doesn't have enough time to actually get in there and get the defuse. I mean, he's not even going to go for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, basically just conceding the round here. Not sure the choice there. I mean, there's nothing to lose in sending it in this situation, so it will be Q9 who pick this one up 6-4. Moving into a nice 2-round lead, and, you know, the writing may be on the walls here for a 5th map.
Maybe some mind games from Dola. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna hide myself. They're gonna get really confused, and that's when we're gonna strike. So that was definitely interesting, but maybe just using that time instead of focusing on the game to talk with his team. That's another option that he does have. As here's Wolf, he's gonna be shot down by Shady. As now both these teams getting aggressive in the central passage, both peeking each other. At the end of the day, it is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Rambo down to, I believe, 1 HP, though, out of that early fight. He's going to have to be careful. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get an arm dropped his way from Shady to maybe go a little bit glass cannon for the remainder of the round. But Celebi, they've got a very passive hold here just on both of the sites. Nobody really holding on to mid. You, though, trying to sneak up the bridge here along with Hades. It's going to be a mid push, and Dola, the only player on this angle to hold it.
Dola's here. He immediately gets taken down. Hades on the site. Bomb is coming in from office. As Wunan is going to live. Shady on such low health, and they didn't even know Hades was here. Just going to get the easy flank, and this should be a free plant for the side of Q9.
With Rambo on 1 HP as well, Lucas just has to be the one to pop off here. Finds a nice opening kill for the retake, but he has to do a lot more than that now. Rambo trying to force his way in on the lurk here to maybe find someone, or maybe just peel the attention his direction and hope that Lucas can make something out of this. He's quickly taken down, though, and now Lucas, he's left in a 1v3. Here comes the push, though. Wunan just toying with him behind the double stack here. Lucas tries to just go for the ninja defuse, but there's no way that's going to happen. And Q9 pick up another one.
7-4. This is just about as one-sided as we've seen, as it looks like now is the time to pull out the tactical pause card. And not a bad idea at that. So, I mean, what do you even decide to say? I mean, this has been a couple of rounds now after the half that Celebi has been totally pulled apart. And they have not really been able to defend any of this aggression well at all.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, at this point, they really don't want to let Ankara go, though, because it's a very big unknown going into that final map. Neither team has played it at CFS so far, so it's really a wild card that I don't think Celebi wants to risk here if they have a chance to pull this back. It's a map we've seen them be strong on before. I think right now, Q9 is just the team that's stepping up with these early round picks, and Celebi, they just haven't found a response yet.
definitely a bit of an issue. I thought maybe they were going to have some luck in the mid-fight that we saw on this map, with some of the snipes going back and forth. Shady starting off the snipe onto Wolf. But even that was not meant to be. And once again, it's pretty difficult, especially when Q9 was able to keep it so close on the last map. You know, it feels like, yes, we're getting the wins, but it's not as dominant as we'd like it to be, and now they're kind of getting crushed on Ankara here. So 10 seconds left. Celebi, you can see they're kind of low energy. I hope they can turn it around here and make this a bit closer on Ankara.
Yeah, the chance is still here. We'll see what they've done in the tack pause to try and find their way to get this one back in their hands. But right now, it's a 3-round deficit as we return here after the tack pause. 7-4 in favor of Q9, who quickly seem to want to go over towards A this time around.
Expecting some aggression on the quarter side, but that's not actually where they're pushing. As Wunan is waiting for this one in his corner, and Lucas is going to pick that guy off. As now they say, well, that's 3 guys, as they will try to push in here. 1 extra kill from Rambo, but the A site is entirely open.
It's going to be a full retake situation here for Celebi, but they do have the numbers to work with here. The bomb planted by you. They're going to go ahead and play really passive around it, but the rotation is coming quickly. Shady and Lucas now working their way through the A connector. We've got Dola on the wide flank as well, but look at the shots there. Wolf takes down 1 HP though left on him.
He's certainly feeling it now. Not a lot of time is jumping down. ZLXM, he picks off 1. Wolf gets another, as it is only the 1. And that is going to be it. Q9 take yet another round.
Only 2 away now from taking this one all the way to map number 5, Port, to decide it. Celebi, if they've got any fight left on Ankara, they've got to show it here and now to try and pull this one back. Q9 leading, though, into this one. A lot of players going quickly up mid, getting that early control. Wolf already going for that spot check on underpass, but we do have 1 player, Dola, looking to push out here B-long.
Yeah, he's just checking a little bit. He's going to throw down a smoke, but this is going to be totally unseen. They actually, at this moment, have no idea where Q9 is. There is you in front yard, maybe looking to poke and prod a little bit, take some of the attention away as this push actually makes its way onto the site. Shady, did he even get the information? I don't think so, as now they know, but it's way too late. They're already on the site with 2 kills.
Rambo starts off the retake with 1 on to you, but they're still at a huge disadvantage for this one, considering Rambo's already been halved on HP as well. Wolf, some nice utility on the back line, along with Wunan just stalling them out here, creating a nice little smoke screen. A team flash actually comes out from Q9 as well on top of it, but it's not going to matter. Celebi hit by it as well. Here comes the counter push, though. LDX finds 1 for the retake, and now they're able to try and force their way in. Wunan stuck underneath with Wolf. LDX has to go over the top, but Lucas, he's trying to stick the bomb. It's not going to matter. Rambo has to try and do it all alone now. Gets the first, fakes the defuse here, but it's not going to matter. Hades holds on, and Q9, they move to map point.
Yeah, so this is now 7 rounds in a row to the side of Q9. Started off 4-2 in favor of Celebi, and then all of a sudden, everything began to fall apart. Q9 are pulling them apart at the seams, and maybe going to get revenge for the 10-4 that they started off with in the loss on Mexico and force a 5th map. This is exactly what we wanted to see out of this matchup, and it looks like we will be treated to a full set.
You looking for the early pick in this round for Q9 to try and bring this one to a close. Lucas ready to meet them here in the vents. It's going to be a quick late swing. He actually backs off, but he can't get out in time. Rambo looking for the trades, only finds 1 as you. Picks up 2 on the entry. LDX now trying to force the hold, but he gets flashed out and has to fully back out of this one. 3v4 now in favor of Q9 as the bomb goes down.
All right, let's see how this one is going to go. They're pushing through the smoke. You just lines up 3 and picks up the 3K. That's going to do it for Ankara. 10-4 is the map score this time around. 8 rounds in a row for our Chinese team.
really a dominant performance from Q9, very comparable to what we saw from the opposition in map number 1. Now we have 2 close maps and 2 10-4s on our hands, so it's really anyone's for the taking as we go into port as the decider here. But man, it's so unpredictable, I'd say, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it looked pretty decisive in the first map when Celebi totally crushed them on Mexico, and we're like, oh, maybe this isn't going to be even. And it has just been a total comeback from the side of Q9. A close compound, but other than that, it's been pretty much in their control as they were able to take multiple playoff rounds and stuff like that. So very interesting now. Port is a map where it's, you know, we had the highest win rate for GR on this map. We also haven't seen as much of this map as other maps, alongside of like stuff like Subbase and of course Eagle Eye, which got banned at almost every time. So I would imagine that these teams don't have a huge amount of practice on this map, and I mean, well, for this tournament, you know, in general, these guys have played probably like millions of this map. But what do you think about this? Like coming into this last one, who would you give the favor to? Who do you think is going to be better on this map?
I think Celebi, in my mind, still has a slight edge because this is a map that actually favors some of those aggressive plays they like to take. Those high-risk, high-reward plays can really be a huge impact on this map. As long as they still know when to reel them in when they need to, I think they could have a shot at winning this one, but it's still somewhat unknown at the same time because we haven't seen these teams play port either way going into this one. So I think it's a little bit of a wild card, but I still say Celebi has a slight edge in my mind here.
Yeah, it's... you know, this is going to get at least a little bit of extra time to go back to the drawing board. It's somewhat of a longer tactical pause, if you will, in between the rounds. So you can say, okay, things have not gone well, but now it's a best of 1 and it's on port. This is crazy. Maybe we like do something like this. You get that conversation going, you get those tactics going in your mind. You kind of like reset your mentality. Yeah, that last map sucked for Celebi, but maybe they can turn it around. I don't think that Q9 will go down without a fight, no doubt, of course. They are the team that have been favoring the GR side more so than Celebi, of course. They have started on GR every single time, and they should be comfortable on a map like Port that has turned out to be GR favored so far.
Yeah, I think that's the big benefit they have going into this final match. They have, you know, a map win and the more favorable stuff on, so they should have all of the confidence they need here to come out swinging in this final map. I think it's really up to Celebi to try and change that pacing quickly. Otherwise, we could see another quick map.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, Port is a map where you can rush into B. You can try to take that B room. You can try to push the bridge, right, and look for these peaks. You know, maybe you send Rambo out and try to challenge like the A-long kind of area and try to get the guy who's on A top and look for some sniper fights that you were talking about before the series even started could be an advantage to the side of Celebi. Would be interesting to see because they're going to have to change something after what happened on Ankara. It seemed they totally fell apart. We've seen a lot of teams really you know, have it be back and forth, be pretty close in a best of 3, but then once it gets down to the final map, they kind of just like fall apart towards the end and it goes into like 10-2, 10-4 situations. So I really hope that Celebi can kind of reset their brain and we actually have a competitive map here for the final one.
Yeah, I think the big difference has been Q9's blacklist has slowly gotten better and better as this match has progressed. So I think, you know, if I'm in the shoes of Celebi, I'm looking for new ways to try and shut that down, maybe changing how they get aggressive across the map. But looking at the stats here, the big step up from Wolf and Yu in this previous match, both of them going over 2.0 KDR and just making insane impact across this entire match.
Yeah, the numbers definitely tell a story of extreme dominance, and besides that, just the rounds in a row, right? You can see that 8 in a row round streak that did go the way of Q9. So they'll be looking to extend that streak as we hop onto our final map of this best of 5. Let's jump onto Port right now.
All right, here we go on the GR side of the map. We've got Q9 coming off a map win to try and push themselves forward all the way in that semifinal. Celebi, though, this is their chance to put a stop to it and take the spot for themselves. There'll be a lot of pressure for both of these teams. Tournament life on the line as well as we hop into it. The winner to face all gamers in the semifinal. But it all starts here with Celebi on the Blacklist side here.
Celebi on Blacklist. We're looking for them to change the pace, change the tone of the last 10 or so rounds. So far, they'll just be shooting through some of the smoke, some of the boxes. No pushes just yet. Maybe expecting a little bit of aggression out of Q9, but not necessarily a map where GR gets too aggressive unless you're, you know, on that B side a little bit. You can kind of poke out, but nobody's going to be rushing too much from the GR side of port.
Yeah, right now, Celebi just looking for any opportunity to find an early pick. Only one player, though, surprisingly, on that B-bomb site for Q9. It's going to be Hades, again, being that anchor for the Q9 roster throughout this matchup. We'll see what his success rate looks like over towards B. Meanwhile, Rambo holding up A long here, hoping someone pushes into his crosshairs, but finally, Celebi will decide to group up towards B.
Yeah, this is kind of what I expected a bit. If they are going to go for some pushes, just kind of group up over towards B, get some over flashes and nades, and try to put the pressure on very aggressively. So far, it feels like they're playing this kind of like they played Black Widow. You know, just keep Rambo in the back with the C4, just sniping, seeing if he can get any picks, and then look for some aggression. Take a look at this. Q9, they have 3 people in position. They have read this push.
Nice counter flash along with it as well. Hades good for the first, still holding on for more here. He grabs a second. Shady trying to get the trade, but there's no trade inside here. Finally, LDX finds one. Doesn't matter. Hades good for a third. LDX, though, on the backline grabs another. Shady gets one more, and now it's down to the 2v2, but here come the players rotating quickly in for Q9. Wolf already in the back corner here along with Wunan, but here come the swings. Wunan finds one. LDX, can he do it? The 2v5 down to a 1v1, but there's only 20 seconds left. The bomb getting planted now.
He's going to let him get the plant in favor of a quick rotation. He wants to try to get that jump onto LDX, but LDX now looking in the right direction here, expecting the push to come in, and he does line it up. Celebi, they brute force onto the B side through 3 members that eventually became 4 on the defense for Q9, and yet they're still able to brute force for the win.
Yeah, tough one for Q9. They had the numbers. They were 4 up against 2 there after Hades opened with 3 amazing kills on the B-bomb site, but they still couldn't find a way to hang on there. So Hades, he did his job. He just needed the teammates to roll in and support him, but they couldn't find their way to win the round. Ultimately, though, Celebi getting a nice vote of confidence here to move forward with, as they do take the early lead, though. We see them going into their kind of classic setup. Now it's going to be 3 mid, 1 long, 1 B, just waiting to see if anybody will push through.
Yeah, and as it stands, nobody really going for a push just yet. We do have LDX potentially looking to go up sideways here, as I believe we've got one guy boosted. Yep, LXM in position, spots him coming in, and gets the quick pick off. So that's going to be a nice start here for Q9 on GR.
Dolan Lucas looking for the drop out of A connector to try and find this player rotating towards the top of A. No shots to connect yet, but here comes the push. Celebi sending 3 players onto LXM's position. Can he hang on? Dola, though, already sneaking underneath. They know he's there. You can hear everyone freaking out here on this side, but he's already sliding in for the support. Grabs the kill onto Rambo. No more lurk left for Celebi, but it doesn't matter. Dola and Shady, they're holding onto the front of the site, and they will get the bomb plant with it.
Somehow, once again, kind of just able to get a clean push. This one much cleaner than the last one, even though they were down a man. As they're able to get onto the site here, you see Wunan gets the pick on a Shady with the unfortunate timing for him as the push. The retake could come in here. Trying to line it up, though, is Dola, as he will clutch it just barely at the end of that round.
Lots of energy coming out from this team as they get a huge lead to start off this final map. Somehow they are winning these rounds, even with the numbers stacked against them. Q9, they've got to be a bit devastated. They haven't found one yet, but now they still have time to answer back while it's early on in this map. We'll see what they can do here, but Q9, they've got to find a way to break into this very passive approach from Celebi.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. You know, they're just waiting it out, trying to get some picks. They got picked themselves in the last one. But after that, it's just a really swift team push. And they're getting some of those crucial entry frags, which allows you to open up a site. So Q9 just have to be a bit better prepared for the pushes when they actually do come in so that they can react on time without, you know, getting out of position, getting one of their members picked off solo. For now, Celebi, once again, biding their time. They have the bomb over on the left side of the map, but at this point, they could still push anywhere.
Yeah, right now they're just trying to find that opening to get in a little bit more comfortably than what they can do right now. Hades still alone over towards that B bomb site. We'll see if they decide to fully commit towards this A, though. LDX and Lucas both going into the A connector. They do have Shady as well outside of A long, and finally the grouping will come through, but Q9, they've got a nice response set up. LXM here on that site, ready with Wolf to try and stop this A hit.
Still a ton of utility here for the side of Celebi. Renan is going to spot this. 4 members in mid. Nate gets a nice amount of damage, and he's here for the defense. The spray is decent. Shady does get one, and Wolf is just taking off heads on a long. And this push is totally shut down. Shady, they know exactly where he is. He will be taken out, so Q9 finally will get on the board.
Yeah, nice response there. Finally figuring out how to shut down this late round aggression. They're doing a nice job of rotating in to support each other as well on the side of Q9. If they can keep this up, they'll be able to build their own momentum on this side of the map. Celebi, though, I think they still have that opportunity to toy with them and keep playing this nice and slow. But right now, Q9, I think they have to push even further to get an early advantage.
So once again, on their hind legs, Celebi just going to wait it out. We have not seen any aggressive peeks. We have not really seen Rambo trying to go long and try to pick someone off. It's just waiting it out and then going for a push.
Rambo trying to find his first kill of the map underneath the smoke in mid. Runon throwing the re-smoke right behind it, keeping this area nice and tight here for the side of Q9. No free entries this time around for Celebi. They're stuck on the back foot here, just holding on to a very passive position, but Q9, they're doing the same thing back to them now. They are very passive in their setup as well.
Let's see where this push goes. Flash over up on sideways, as it feels like Q9 think they're going to be coming into A, but that is not the case. As we can see at this point in time. Now they're trying to rotate to get on over this push, as Celebi are going to make their way onto the site. 3 members of Q9 in position, trying to stop this one. Lucas with the first. Hades holding it down from the bottom of B.
2 players still stuck here in pit. The bomb finally will get planted, and now they have to play safe. There's no need to push through if you're Celebi here. They've got the angles to just hold the post plant from the backside of site here, and that's exactly what they're going to do, leaving Dola in the driver's seat to hold this bomb. LDX able to find one. The trade quickly comes through, but Dola, they still have no idea he's here on the corner box. Look at the positioning. The timing should be perfect for him, but he whiffs the first shot. Still a chance for more. Gets the second kill very quickly, and now it's just Wolf alone, and he goes down to Rambo. Nicely done for these guys as they grab a 3rd round on the board here. Celebi making it look nice on the executions here.
Yeah, so far, I mean, this has been a very similar strategy for 4 rounds in a row. Just kind of waiting it out, go for a push. And it got shut down the one time with the initial pick from the side of Q9. But other than that, it has been all Celebi all the time. This is kind of the way that it did start out on Ankara as well, but we all know how that turned out. So Celebi will see if they can keep up the pressure and actually keep winning this time around. Or will Q9 just download the PDF instruction booklet once again and say, oh, okay, so this is what we have to do, and just kind of figure out how to defend against Celebi and punish some of their stubbornness.
LXM early on getting boosted into A connector here. We'll see if he's able to find a pick again from this position. LDX, though, looks eager to head over that direction to go for the challenge. This is going to be a key fight, though, in the round. They're ready for it, though. Celebi getting the better of it as LDX takes down LXM. Now they have room to work towards A.
They have that room, and instead of actually going for it, they're just going to back out along. They say, okay, never mind. We don't want to get picked off. Let's regroup. This time, a couple of members from the side of Q9 try to peek bridge, and finally, Rambo is going to pick up another kill here in this mid position. So that's going to be huge for Celebi. Now they're up 2 members, and Q9 very spread out on this wide map.
Even with the 2-man advantage, though, Celebi taking their time and still looking for even more opening on this map before they fully commit here. 45 seconds, though, to plant, and here comes the push from LDX. He's going solo into mid. He's ready to get this momentum push started. But his team not meeting it here just yet. One player above his positioning, and he's doing a great job of distracting as the rest of his team now works B.
Should be a pretty strong push, but Yu is going to get the pick in mid before it even begins. Wolf misses the snipe and goes down, though. And so Yu's got to do this all alone. 4 members on the B site. This is not going to be an easy retake. Down a couple of members. That's a bit of damage. Half shot onto Dola, but nobody can really deal with the firepower of Celebi, and they will be able to pick up their 4th round.
Great executes on this B bomb site coming out from Celebi. I love how they don't overcommit like most teams, trying to drop down into pit, pick on the GR spawn. That's not their game here. They're just playing nice and safe once the bomb is planted, and it's paying off big time so far in this matchup. But now you can see the tac pause coming out from Q9. This is the time to do it. They need to get something going quickly before this one gets without any potential to come back, basically.
Yeah, that's really the thing. The tactical pauses have worked out pretty well for the side of Q9 in terms of stopping the momentum and trying to figure out what they can do strategically. They got pretty far behind, you remember, on Black Widow. It was 4-1 on that map as well, and then they took 4 in a row, and that allowed them to kind of stabilize and eventually get into a golden round, which they did, fortunately for their sake, win. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here on map 5. But yeah, I mean, this could be the turning points. They got to figure out something. I think sitting back and not really getting much information, once again, a little bit of an issue. And they were able to switch that up on Ankara and change things in their favor.
Yeah, it's a bit scary too, considering how GR-sided this map has been throughout CFS so far. Being down 1-4 has to be a bit of a scary situation if you're Q9 right here. They know they have to try and get this to be a very close half to have a fighting chance going into their attacking side here. We'll see if they can make it happen, but I think a lot of it just stems from trying to figure out how to pick apart this opening setup from the side of Celebi. It's so passive, and they've just done a great job of exploiting things up until the push, and even on these pushes, the trades just don't seem to be there for Q9.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like they're getting steamrolled over a little bit on some of the pushes. So one way to try to change up that tempo is to get a little bit aggressive yourself. You know, maybe you put 3 guys on A long and you try to challenge, or maybe you go into the B connector and you try to like get in their face a little bit. Can be daunting though, especially because Celebi are just playing the same way every time, and you know they're just kind of waiting there for you to push. So it's like, well, if we push, maybe we get taken out. So let's see where they decide to take the risk. If they do, Celebi stacked A long, maybe expecting some of that aggression out of Q9, but we are not going to see that on this one either.
Yeah, Q9 very nervous here, just playing a classic, very passive 2-1-2 setup. They've got a couple players to support each other on both sides of the map, but right now, there's just no way they can get an early advantage on this, so it's all about how they hold on the execution, which hasn't worked out too well for them so far. Meanwhile, we do have Celebi going for the early control on mid, sending a player up into A connector while the rest are ready to go out A long.
All right, here they go. It's looking pretty clear what they want to do with this one. 4 guys in the connector. And only 1 on the backside of the site. But you see LXM and Wunan kind of hanging around. They're going to spot this coming in now. Not able to hit that snipe defensively was Wolf. As into the site they go, up over the top of the box. They will clear it out, 3 on 2. As they totally clear it out and only leave Hades available.
Hades, he needs something big here and now for his team. Otherwise, they're going to be down 1-5. He spots Lucas on the back of the GR spawn while still. The clock is all they need to win this for the side of Celebi. They're going to get the peek out. Hades somehow still alive, though, not going traded. Sneaks underneath, but LDX seals the deal, and it's halfway to victory on port for Celebi.
5-1. Right after the tack pause, they take another swift round. That is a pretty damning result, if you ask me. Q9, as you mentioned it, they look nervous. They're playing a very passive style, and Celebi are just taking advantage of that over and over again. And they haven't had to change anything. It's like, why change what's working? Just wait, see if they push. If they don't, we push. And just don't get picked. Just don't get sniped. Play as a team. The entries have been really clean from the side of Celebi. I don't think you need to change anything for them.
Yeah, it's been really tough for these anchors as well. You have Wolf consistently not hitting the shots when he needs to and just not being able to hold on to sites for his team. On top of that, you have Wunan kind of in the same boat, just having a bit of an underwhelming performance so far and not being able to establish control of this map when the pushes do come through. Meanwhile, you do have Celebi continuing this 3A long setup at the start of the round, waiting and making sure there's no early aggression. They've got the counter set up for it, and Rambo, look at this pick, grabs one, at least you there to try and answer back, gets the kill, and evens things to a 4v4.
That's going to make things interesting because we haven't really had too many of those picks and those snipes unless they're only in favor of Celebi. Somebody's got to go pick that bomb up now. It is about pushing time. We have burned through the first minute and a half of the round, so that is exactly when Celebi gear up for a push, as it looks like it is coming into the B site. So smokes here, as they will push on and get that first entry kill and make it 2 for Shady. Super clean once again.
LXM spotted as well on the back of site. He's taken down. Now it's a 1v4 Wolf. He's got to try and find his way back into it. Spots LDX, not going to matter. Dola over the top takes him down, and it's 6-1 already in this one. We expected a close final map, but right now it's not seeming to be the case.
Yeah, you could tell they're getting more and more happy, motivated, excited, whatever you want to call it. Even LDX is shouting, he's looking behind him. He's like, yeah, we're killing you guys right now, and they actually are. This is getting really one-sided. 6-1 blacklist on port.
And now the 3-man setup for Celebi on long could pay off. Q9 ready to meet them head on and challenge it. Lucas holding this corner, though, with Dola Shady right behind it as well. There's actually nobody peeking into it, so Wolf has no idea. They go ahead and leave him there, though. But Celebi, they're not interested in taking this fight here. They're just gathering info still and playing down the clock.
Yep, just got to wait until a minute 15. Then they're going to start moving. Again, I mean, it's a formula that works, so maybe it looks a little silly, but it doesn't matter. Wins aren't silly. It's interesting that Wolf is out there on that angle, especially with the AWM. He's not peeking at all. He's just trying to get information, maybe catch them off guard if they do push into that area. But it doesn't look like that's where they're going right now. Maybe they're going to go for another A connector into A push, or perhaps even bridge. Although there is LXM here.
Celebi, though, smoke walling their way underneath the mid bridge. This could be the play. Only LXM can slow it down. He's going to find a little bit of damage, but it's actually Wunan on the back of the B site who finds a nice kill there. Make it a double kill. LXM and you finding kills on top of it, and now it's Shady all alone here. He's spotted as well. Hades takes him down, and Q9 somehow pieced together a nice second round for themselves.
Yeah, 6-2, and that last round was flawless for the side of Q9. So, I mean, it ends up working out. I feel like the push there from Celebi may have been a last-second decision. They did not clear the bridge. They just went straight underneath, not expecting LXM to hold that position, which turned out to be incredibly valuable for the side of Q9 on the defense of that push. So very nicely done. Q9 finally figure out how to defend one of the pushes so far.
And here we have the trap set once again. Will Wolf push through this time around, though? 3 players just waiting in the shadows here for someone to make the mistake of overcommitting on A long. But again, the same play from Q9 comes out. They leave Wolf just outside of the A tower, and still 3 players wait here for Celebi. I love the patience from these guys, though. They've heard what's going on, but they don't respond to it. They don't give a chance for Q9 to read their hand.
Yeah, no need. Back to the playbook, back to the formula. And let's see, minute 30. It's about the time where they are going to start moving. Of course, they should have no idea that Wolf is in this position. It might not turn out to get too much value for the side of Q9. I mean, it's really only going to matter if they do push into A or if they make a lot of noise moving out of this area, as that could give, obviously, good information that they are rotating and pushing elsewhere on the map. He could also check up into sideways if he wants to, as here comes Celebi as a team, kind of grouping up in the middle to B area.
Yeah, they're letting the clock pretty much just run down here. They still have Shady holding the position on A long. They also still have LDX in the A connector to try and sell this fake. Maybe he'll throw a few nades over the top as a distraction, but there's still 3 players on the back of this site for Q9 over towards B, so they know it's coming.
Let's see if they actually commit here. This is the most spread that Celebi has been on a push so far. Wolf starts off with a shot, and here they go. They push onto the site, but Q9 is very ready for it. And now there's only 17 seconds. That's not necessarily enough time to get on in here and clear this one out. So Celebi faltering at the end. LDX trying to get into the site, and he does get a kill, but that is not enough time. So 6-3. Couple of rounds salvaged there at the end for Q9, but not necessarily feeling too great about your position on the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, Celebi's still in a really comfortable position now going into the defensive half here, but they still can't afford to make those mistakes that we saw on Black Widow of the overcommitting, the over-peaking. This is where they really need to keep themselves grounded and make sure they can close this one out. Lucas, he's going to be creeping up here A long. Again, we see the aggressive plays, but this time they're going to go for the boost here, leaving Lucas up there. LDX tries to back off. He's caught quickly, though, and Wunan takes him down.
That was a very nice aggressive peek as a team. Nobody's going alone, getting caught. It's just you go in, you snipe one dude, you back away. Although Lucas was able to trade that back onto Wolf, who was looking for the snipe. And now Dola's able to do the same, really controlling the middle area of this map very well as Celebi.
Here comes the rotation, though. Q9 working their way back up the middle of the map. Dola still holding on to the lower B tunnels. Might have a chance here to peek out onto them and catch them off guard. Lucas as well, rotating to the GR spawn. They're going to be able to peek this together. You able to find one. You able to find 2 underneath. And now the opening is there to push through. It's only going to be Shady on the backside of this B bomb site, and he has no support to hold this one off.
Yeah, and there's still a good amount of time for Q9 to not even go into push to B. It's actually going to be one of the members here from the side of Celebi just trying to join up. Rambo's got a really nice angle, actually. Able to spot this rotation at the same time.
They still want to take the fight onto him. Rambo, good for a second. Rambo, almost good for a third. Now it's down to the 1v1. Shady versus you for the round. He's not ready for Shady to be there, though. And now it's 7 on the board. But Q9 only with 3.
Excellently timed there. Rambo pulls off a huge clutch. He's able to dodge the other 2 members who were trying to hunt him down and then eventually had to poke into B. And he heard them coming and was able to line up yet a second kill. So a huge performance from him. Shady able to get the final kill. And now just 3 rounds away are Celebi. This is getting really close. It's down to the wire for Q9. They're attacking on port. The pressure could not be higher for these players.
Q9 eager to go A this time around. It's going to be LDX under that pressure on the top of A. Got a nice little smoke screen down, but it's actually Dola who finds the lurk. The C4 down and spawn for Q9 as well. So there's no way they can actually full force this just yet.
It's definitely a bit of an issue that Wolf just kind of, he keeps losing trades to riflers. You know, just guys carrying an AK who just poke out and click on his head before he can snipe him down, right? That's not necessarily the way that trade should always go. Like, it happens a couple of times, sure, but I think that's the third time we've seen this on this map alone. So Dola and other confident members just able to peek and get that done very many times. As here comes the push, and waiting on the corner of the box as Dola gets even more value for his team. As Wunan in the corner with Hades, they're still trying to go for this push.
Dola, though, nice nade over the top, bounces off the corner, though. It's down to the 4v3, but Rambo finds LXM. Hades, he's stuck in the corner here, and now he's the last one alive. Rambo on the flank, grabs two, and now they are very close to victory here on port.
And Celebi, you can feel it, the energy. They're so close. They're even, I'm sure in their minds, they're even beginning to set their sights onto All Gamers just a bit. Obviously, they still have to focus and close this one out, but they can taste the victory. It is so close for them, as now they're going to peek out of A long and get aggressive. Dola with 2 headshots in a row. LDX gets another. Wunan, though, comes out of sideways and gets the jump on it, too, as this map has gone totally insane.
Now it's Wunan alone, though. He's going to have to do it all to win the round. Dola spots him over the top. Wunan good for a third on the round. Rambo and Shady still alive and trying to hunt him down, but here comes the lurk of Rambo, as usual, in a very tough position to deal with, and he's just not ready for it. Wunan goes down, and it's now match point on the table. 6 chances to close this out for Celebi.
Yeah, they struggled with the 2 chances to close out scenario a couple of times, but the 6 chances to close out scenario, I think they've got this one in the bag, ZZXQ. I think they're going to close it out right here, in fact. As you see, Q9 is faltering. They have failed now so many times in a row to try and get a round win. And, I mean, they're going to have to mix it up. Looks like Wolf is not going to be peeking any riflers anymore. He's going to be joining up with his team and looking to potentially push an area. Could work out better for them.
LDX, though, does spot 2 players crossing in mid, but they're actually going to come back and go underneath. Will he be ready for it, though? He slides back into position just at the key moment. Dola underneath, though, gets taken down. Shady over the top, looks for the trade, can't find it just yet. And it's still a 4-on-5 in favor of Q9.
Yeah, and here they come into B extremely swiftly. LDX and Lucas, though, in a great spot, just lurking on the site. Wunan, though, staying consistent, is going to pick up a kill for himself.
Look at the lurk here, though. LXM all alone on the A bomb site, but Shady, he's already found Wunan. The bomb, though, is stuck as Lucas finds another one. It's down to the 3-on-2, and now this flank has to be massive value to try and save this match completely. LXM, though, down to just 30 health. Wolf potentially caught underneath here. Shady knows exactly what's going on, grabs one. LXM, the last player alive, he's spotted out as well, and Shady, he's trying to take him down, but he can't connect the shots. Now LXM gets out of there to try and live for just a moment longer.
He's got to pull off such an insane clutch if he wants to keep the hopes alive for Q9. This could not be a more difficult ask at this point in time. He's going to try to come in from the same area. He does get the jump onto Shady. It's 35 seconds.
Surely not at this point. 17 HP and a dream. LXM tournament life on the line. Lucas moves to the off angle, but he's got to push in now. Lucas gets it done, and Celebi, in overwhelming fashion on map 5, take this one 3-2 and book themselves a ticket to the semifinals to take on All Gamers. What a performance, though, to get there. Fantastic all the way to the end.
Massive performance here. They are screaming up on stage as they will get another chance at All Gamers, who defeated them the last time. They dispatched of another Chinese team, Q9, here in 5 maps. They're finally able to get it done on port. What a close series. It really delivered for both of these teams. We had so much awesome back and forth action. We even got a golden round but it was Celebi at the end of it all to take it on port as they looked extremely confident there towards the last bit of that map, taking 4 rounds in a row to close it out.
Yeah, it just goes to show you the confidence these guys had when the pressure was on Q9. They just couldn't rise to the occasion to bring themselves back into it. But what a stellar performance on this final map, and now they have their heads held high moving forward.
An absolute treat to get to cast these guys going head-to-head for 5 games, but now I am very curious what the guys on the analyst desk have to say about that long series. Let's throw it over to the desk right now.
Thanks, desk. Semi-finals, we'll see all gamers from earlier on, but Celebi will join them there as well after an absolute battle to the end. It's the first day of having best of 5s here at CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Congratulations to Celebi. Not easy for them. It never was going to be playing Q9 Esports Club. Remember, they won CFS 2 years ago, and Celebi got to this stage by being second in their group. Nevertheless, what a fight. What an amazing win for them. They had to come back again and again. They were out in front. They lost that. Like, that had it all.
It looked easy from the start. When we kicked things off on Mexico, that was like, oh, well, actually, maybe it's going to be another 3-0 blowout. Yeah. Maybe this is just going to be a very fast day. No, pump the brakes. It's going to slow down. We're going to grind to a halt because, yeah, immediately after that really easy map for Celebi, let's just get the first golden round of the whole tournament. Let's just go all the way through OT and have that happen. And then they dropped it, and we're like, all right, now we're locked in for 3. No, we're going to go all the way to 5. We got to port, and man, both teams fighting tooth and nail to the very bitter end, but Celebi, they're the ones holding their heads high, and I'm ecstatic for them because you saw how much it meant for them there on the stage.
46-38 rounds is the total score of that best of 5. 46-38, but it was one map one way, then Q9, then Celebi, then Q9. Neither team had massive sort of streaks ahead until the end there, where that last map was sort of the final nail for Q9 Esports Club here. But Celebi, like, it was never easy for them.
I mean, Q9 definitely put up a really good fight, taking that second map, almost losing out, but they ended up taking it to overtime, lost the first 2 rounds, but then they bounced right back in the second half of the first overtime, and then taking it to the golden round, eventually winning that as well. And then map number 4, some way, somehow, they just popped the 10-4 on top of Celebi to take it into map number 5.
Let's take a look at the highlights. There's a lot of them. And happy to see it again. We started out, of course, back on Mexico. Dola ended this with a 1.36 KR and a 2.11 KD and a 1900 damage.
I mean, my initial thoughts after this match is that, now we've gotten to see Celebi on Mexico a few times, and I think they have the best blacklist side of anybody I've ever seen on this map. The way they play it, the way that Dola is able to kind of hold his angles, the way they pre-fire things, they know how to check really well, better than anyone else. I mean, this is a map that I think Celebi is really good at. I don't know if they can beat Q9 on it. I don't know if anyone can beat Q9 right now, but still, Celebi has a lot to be proud of. Mexico is definitely their home. I don't think anybody else, really wants to play them too much on it. Yeah. Again, Dola is, to me, he's such a fun player to watch. He is the highlight every time for this squad on Mexico.
Of course, now we're into best of 5s, and you've only got 1 ban each. You might be looking at this and thinking, we don't want to play him on Mexico. That's going to be harder to avoid.
It could very well be taken away by AG when they have to play against them in the semifinal. But honestly, almost everybody on this team, pretty much everybody on this team, is fun to watch. Yes. Lucas as well, right up there with Dola, just constantly going for these wild backstabs. Rambo today is also, what an incredible performance. So many clutch moments from him. This whole team has been an absolute treat to watch. And now all I can really hope for is that we do not see a repeat of the group stage AG Celebi match. I hope that with his best of 5, with some improvements, it goes the distance.
That was a lot shorter than we expected, wasn't it? This golden round on the round you just saw is went to on Black Widow, went to Q9. LXM was 23-16, Oolong 23-15. Then we went to compounds, and Celebi claw one back, but the closest of all of them in normal time, 10-8.
I was really concerned for Celebi after Black Widow because they had 5 rounds where they just had to win 1 and they would have ended the map, and they couldn't do it. That was, to me, really concerning with their mental and other things, but when they were able to still continue on to bounce back, win the very next map, and keep themselves in it the whole way through, that was truly astonishing. I truly thought they were cooked after that Black Widow, losing it in the golden round. You know, again, they had to have known so many opportunities slipped through their fingers, but they still were able to keep the pedal down, keep the ship right, and continue on.
Some teams would have been broken by that. Losing a golden round, you're 1 map up. You've still got plenty of time to come back into it. It's only 1-1, and you're playing to, you know, best of 5. And some teams would have struggled for a big lead on the first map, and then getting taken to golden round on the second map. That would have hurt a few people.
I mean, if they got broken by that, that would have been the Celebi that we saw versus AG. Because this was a different team, and that's why I decided to stick with them for my prediction. I know that Q9 is a very strong team, but like I said, versus AG, that was not the same team that we had seen in their previous matches. I knew that this Celebi was going to be making a return, and I can only hope, like I said, in semifinals that this team keeps coming back, because it's going to be such an incredible set.
Let's see the summary of how it ended for them on port 10-3. Everybody on Celebi going on that +1 KD. It fell a little bit apart for Wolf at the end of that one.
I mean, just the numbers on Celebi seems amazing. Dola sitting at that 1.50 fat juicy KD, but we do see Shady, Rambo, all these players from Celebi just doing it. And lots of damage is being put out as well. The numbers on Q9, obviously because of the round being only 3, not a lot of stats to be made there for Q9.
Yeah, it was pretty well handled here by Celebi. I mean, just put their foot on the gas, won huge streaks, 4 rounds, 5 rounds to close it out. Just a really dominant performance on a map that we had some questions about just because we hadn't seen much of it for either of these squads. So definitely you could see that Celebi was by far the stronger team going into this. And I had no idea. I mean, I thought you could maybe, you know, flip a coin or something, but absolutely Celebi the better team at the long run.
Yeah, I mean, if you had told me that this honestly was Wolf's KD for the entire series, I might have believed it, because it just felt like, and I'm not trying to say that to be disrespectful. It was just that Celebi had his number at every twist and turn. Every single time we went into a round, it was just like, oh, Wolf is dead.
Dola's the MVP again. We've featured Dola before. He's managed to clock up MVP a couple of times. 43 on the AP, of course, a big series in which to clock up all those points. 1,300 in the damage, always killing people.
It's just a treat to watch. Like I said, the kind of duo of him and Lucas, who sometimes go off on these little duo missions, and they just come away with multiple kills. They get a backstab, or they split off from one another, and they go in with a little bit of a pincer maneuver, and they just take down a whole squad. They are so fun to watch. I like the kind of out-of-the-box, on-the-fly improvisation that Celebi is capable of.
Let's talk to Shady from our Vietnamese friends. Semi-finals for Celebi. Shady, congratulations. That one, emotions must have gone up and down and up and down. It was a big fight.
Đó là một cuộc trận đấu rất là nhiều cảm xúc, nó rất là lúc lên lúc xuống, các bạn đã chiến đấu rất là dũng cảm để vào vòng tứ kết.
Cảm nhận hay sao?
He has to tell how he feels.
Yeah, I just want to hear how he feels. Yes.
Bạn cảm thấy thế nào khi lúc bây giờ?
Thực sự thì ngày hôm nay là một ngày mà team mình thi đấu rất là tốt. Họ tận dụng được những cái lỗi của bên đội bạn. Thì bọn mình cũng xác định là thử thách bản thân tại giải đấu này. Thì trận sau khi mà team thắng hôm nay, mình sẽ cố gắng tập luyện thêm để chiến thắng trận sau.
Today is a very well playing day, and we catch our rivals what they can do well. So we will try our best for the next match.
Yeah, of course. And you know, you win one map, you lose the next. You win one. Ankara very quickly went against them as well. They never gave up. They never lost faith. They seemed like they were always ready to fight. What was Shady saying to his teammates to keep them going?
You mean what do?
How did he keep his teammates motivated?
Tức là đội của em thì lúc lên lúc thì xuống ấy, thì là cách nào mà em giữ cho các bạn luôn luôn có tinh thần vững như vậy?
Đầu tiên đó là mình phải tin vào bản thân mình. Thì một năm nay thì team Celebi tập luyện rất là nhiều. Thì bọn em nghĩ là khi tập luyện nhiều như thế thì mình tự tin chiến thắng là chuyện rất là bình thường.
First, I think that we have to believe in ourselves, and we practice together for 1 year. And when we believe in ourselves, we can win.
I have a question. I want to know how they're so good at the blacklist side of Mexico, that map. They seem to be really heads and shoulders, much better than every other team that we often see on this stage.
Anh ấy hỏi là em làm cách nào mà em có thể chơi giỏi như vậy ở cái map khi các em là phía BL của cái map Black Widow ấy.
Khi mà team mà thể hiện tốt thì cái hướng đánh của mình nó sẽ thoáng hơn. Khi mà mình điều chỉnh được cái đội hình của mình, gọi là phát triển hết cái kỹ năng của đồng đội, thì lúc đó thì bên phía BL mình mới có khả năng gọi là công sai nó dễ hơn. Chứ còn mà khi mà bị thua nhiều á thì team mình sẽ không thể nào mà công sai được, và đặc biệt nhất là cái sự bình tĩnh và tự tin trong người của mình.
When we have good performance, we can keep that way. But that's why when we lose that performance, we can be feel down. So we try to keep very calm. Yes.
So it's to keep the momentum, but basically tonight, Bandpigs, you guys decided to go for basically blacklist when you guys had the choice to choose which side you want to go to. Well, of course, there were some maps there you were stuck on blacklist because Q9 opted for Glorious, but basically, what keeps you guys to continue to go for blacklist on maps that are, even Glorious sided?
Tức là có những cái ván mà các em luôn luôn chọn cái BL ấy, thì là cách nào mà các em cứ muốn chọn cái phía BL như vậy?
Thật ra thì nó tùy map. Những cái map rộng thì mình sẽ chọn BL, thì vì mình sẽ gọi là triển khai cái chiến thuật của mình nó tốt hơn. Còn những cái map gần như là Mexico hoặc là Bo thì mình nên chọn bên phía GR.
Actually, we try to pick PL when the map is wide, but as a Mexico or port is kind of narrow. Yes.
All right, one last question. You guys already had to play against all gamers during the group stage. Now you have to face them again during the semifinal. Do you expect to put on a stronger performance and maybe even beat them this time around?
Các bạn đã gặp AG ở trận vòng loại rồi ấy, thì bây giờ khi mà vào vòng tứ kết các bạn cũng sẽ gặp lại AG, thì các bạn cảm thấy sẽ có một trận đấu tốt hay như thế nào?
Thì trận vừa rồi team mình thua AG, mình cảm thấy là bọn mình đang bị thiếu sự tự tin. Thì sau khi về mình xem lại trận đấu thì mình thấy là những cái tình huống mình bỏ lỡ rất là nhiều. Thì trận sau sẽ gặp AG thì mình sẽ điều chỉnh cái cảm xúc, không phải lấy sự tự tin thì mình mới chiến thắng được với AG, tại vì AG là một đội rất là mạnh.
Last time when we lose AG, I think that time we were lost of confidence. So this time and when I watched the video again at our hotel, I saw that we missed a lot. So this time we would try to calm our emotions to win them.
Well, best of luck.
Yes, best of luck, Shady. So pleased to see a Vietnamese team into the semi-finals. That's fantastic. Please give him our congratulations.
Chúc mừng một lần nữa và chúc mừng đội Việt Nam đã vào vòng tứ kết.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shady. Thank you. Celebi from Vietnam into the final four, and what a fight they had to get there. 10-4, 13-12.
Gotta do it.
10-8, Celebi still alive, 2-1, and then Q9 pulled back a great series on Ankara, which we had a little bit of criticism for Celebi on, but ultimately they got the fifth, and that's the one they needed.
Yes, I think one of the things that Celebi needs to focus on moving forward into that series versus AG is just sometimes you just let the bomb go off. You don't have to go hunting for kills when you're in a 2v1 clutch. You separate yourselves, you die, and then they can just go defuse it. Just let the thing tick down. Bombs, when you are on blacklist side, are your friends. Let them explode. It's what they want to do.
Yeah, it's what they were made for. It's their destiny. Let them have it. But seriously, though, there was a few times you felt they were peeking out, trying to finish off the defenders. Like, you don't need to. They've got to come to you.
It's far too risky. Just simply play time. Playtime is something that has existed in TAC FPS since TAC FPS was created. Playtime. That's it.
There was a few times where like 1 second longer or 2 seconds longer, even if he died, the blue timer would have, the red timer would have run out before the blue timer would have done. It would have gone boom, and you'd have gone maybe through a map earlier. But who can say? Let's take a short break here, recover from that awesome series, and see what we've got to look forward to tomorrow after this. had positions in the groups worked out a little bit differently after our 5 days of group stage and indeed wildcard series on Wildcard Wednesday yesterday, then some of these quarterfinals may have been drawn a little bit differently, and perhaps AG would have made it through to the grand finals, and perhaps Celebi would have met them there. A lot of people thought that's the way it could work out, but with Celebi ending up twice in their group, that's why they meet the first place for another group. That's why that's happening. And so on through the quarterfinals. It's what's leading us to semi-finals in 2 days, featuring all gamers against Celebi there, rather than a possible grand final. But congratulations on both of them reaching that final four. Tomorrow, we'll be back, same time, with the other two quarterfinals. We're going to enjoy Baisha Gaming from China, top of their group, who'll be playing against Black Dragons. So that's Baisha Gaming second, in fact, overall. The only team who did better in the groups than them was, of course, All Gamers. Black Dragons came out the top of yesterday's Wildcard Wednesday. They had to fight hard to get it, but they did. They rose up, they kept going, and it was a brilliant performance from them, sees them in the quarterfinals, and then the Brazilian friends of Imperial will round off the quarterfinals when they play Egypt's Anubis Gaming.
I mean, if you ask me about Baisha Gaming versus Black Dragons before the start of this tournament, or just in the early stage of the tournament, then I would probably say, okay, Baisha has this. Yes. But now that we've seen all the games come through from Black Dragons, how they were able to bounce back hard and show that what they've got in them, the Brazilian soul. Now, going into this game tomorrow, I really don't know who's going to take this.
Yeah, you're going to have to make a prediction, but we'll let that happen tomorrow.
That's for tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I'm worried about Anubis tomorrow versus Imperial.
Yes.
I think Imperial's form has been really, really good throughout this event. We've seen that them and Celebi are both, I think, at pretty equal power levels. Maybe Imperial's even a little bit higher based on what we saw today in their respective, they both played Q9, and I think maybe Imperial played a little bit cleaner overall. So for sure, Anubis struggling a little bit towards the end. Tough one for them coming up.
I did like the way that they adjusted their playbook a little bit, though. We saw Anubis kind of going from this team that always was slow playing to really starting to push aggression. So they have been able to make some pretty fast turnover changes. So perhaps they have some more of those in store to be able to catch Imperial off guard.
My heart in both of those games, I have to admit, I'd love to see Black Dragons continue on this journey. Was there when they won the grand finals in 2018, giving them the trophy for it. I'm not saying I expect to give them the trophy in 22, but I enjoy seeing more of them. And a Brazilian, a Brazilian team in the mix. We've got China into the semifinals. We've got Vietnam. I'd love to see a Brazilian team, and I'd love to see an Egyptian team in there as well. What a story that would be. That's my heart talking, though. I think Anubis have got their hands full with Imperial, but we will find out this time tomorrow. So make sure you join us at the start time, not the finish time, when we go into the other two quarterfinals. Can't wait to bring them to you here from Jeju Island. But from all of the team, I'm Matt Andrews. From all these guys, from those guys, from Desk and Desk, we'll see you tomorrow.